I now declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates. Before I kick off with the opening statement, we have cameras in the room and anticipate we have more, so just confirming the committee is happy for photographs to be taken. If witnesses feel uncomfortable, please let the Secretariat know, and to media in the room, please behave as per the standing orders, and if you need clarification on those, you can ask the Secretariat as well. I'll begin now by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. The committee has fixed Friday, the 24th of July 2026 as the date for the return of answers to questions taking on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate and enabling services, cross-portfolio and general matters within the employment and workplace relations portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all of its evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions given on notice. I remind all witnesses that giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at Senate estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds through estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. And I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I now incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard, and I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. A personal request from me, please make sure your name tags are in front of your microphone. They are not useful or purposeful if they are behind your microphone. I now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, the Minister for the Environment and Water, who is representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
You'll be pleased to hear that I don't, Chair.
Delighted. I also now welcome Mr Simon Duggan, Secretary of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Welcome to our committee. It's great to have you here for our first full estimate session. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And I have copies for the Secretariat. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to make a brief opening statement. I thought it would be helpful to the committee to provide a short overview of key portfolio developments since the department's previous appearance before this committee, which was shortly before my commencement as Secretary on the 16th of February 2026. So starting with other senior staffing updates, I'd like to acknowledge that Professor Barney Glover, AO, has been appointed Chief Commissioner of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC, a role that he has been acting in while also fulfilling his duties as the Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia. Professor Glover commences as ATEC Chief Commissioner on a full-time basis on 1 July 2026 and concludes his term as Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia on 30 June 2026. I thank Professor Glover for his professionalism, dedication and leadership of Jobs and Skills Australia since his appointment in April 2024. Within the department, Lisa Schofield is temporarily acting as the Deputy Secretary of the Employment and Workforce Group, while Tanya Rishnu is on prearranged leave. Chair, noting that this is budget estimates, I can report that the department remains on track to stay within its approved operating deficit for this financial year, and that our intention is to return to operating balance in future financial years. The 2026-27 budget papers show an increase in the department's appropriation and affordable ASL numbers for next financial year. This increase reflects the government's announcement in the budget of $312.1 million of investment in frontline employment services and on measures that set the foundations for employment services reform. Consistent with a number of other portfolios, budgets and affordable ASL and the other areas of the department will be lower next financial year. We're currently in the process of finalising internal budgets and corresponding workforce strategies that align with our approved resourcing. Last week, Minister Ishworth set out in an address to the National Press Club and in a detailed discussion paper, now on the department's website, the direction of the government's employment services reforms. This marks the commencement of extensive consultations on the detailed policy and program design of a reformed employment services system. This will leverage an employment services expert advisory group, a lived experience panel, First Nations consultations, community engagement forums, written submissions in response to the discussion paper and other channels of stakeholder engagement. Last week, the Minister also announced that Workforce Australia contracts would be extended by 16 months through to 31 October 2028, while reform work is underway. We look forward to answering questions on the direction of employment services reform when relevant officials appear tomorrow under Outcome 1. A related priority is returning the Targeted Compliance Framework, or TCF, to lawful administration. The government announced in the 2025-26 MyEFO investment of $43.9 million to return the TCF to lawful administration and provide targeted compensation to those adversely impacted by unlawful administration in the past. Following that announcement, and since the department's last appearance before this committee, our TCF task force has made significant progress on the necessary foundational work. This has included investment in the ICT systems, improving our communications protocols with job seekers so that they will have greater visibility of the review options available to them, working with the Attorney General's Department on the development of a digital protections framework, and working with partner agencies like Services Australia on systems and procedures for ensuring that appropriate human discretion is applied and a person's individual circumstances are considered in decisions that could reduce or cancel their social security payment. Based on this extensive work, we expect to be in a position within the next 2 months to initiate a program for the payment of compensation under the Compensation for Detriment Caused by Defective Administration scheme, commence stakeholder consultations on a proposed digital protections framework, and announce that operation of Section 42AG suspensions for work refusal failures and Section 42AM relating to reconnection requirements of the Administration Act will recommence following a detailed testing and assurance process and an appropriate notice period for job seekers and providers. By early 2027, we expect that all remaining provisions of the TCF will resume operation, namely Section 42AF relating to persistent mutual obligation failures, cancellations under Section 42AG relating to work refusal failures, and Section 42AH relating to unemployment failures while receiving a participation payment. This timeframe reflects the greater complexity of returning these elements to lawful administration, including the need for more substantive changes to ICT systems, procedures and training for human decision makers. In the meantime, people in the employment services system are still required to meet their broader mutual obligation requirements, including attending appointments with their providers, undertaking skill building activities, attending job interviews and accepting any offers of a suitable job as set out in their job plan. The officials working on bringing the TCF into lawful administration will be here to provide evidence tomorrow under Outcome 1. Another significant focus in recent months is the Department's support for the national response to fuel supply concerns arising from the conflict in the Middle East through its advice to government on domestic labour market impacts, working with the Central Fuel Supply Task Force in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and supporting the package of the Fair Work Amendment Fairer Fuel Act 2026 in relation to contractual chain orders made in the Fair Work Commission. Officials able to speak to the details of this legislation and other workplace relations matters will appear later this morning under Outcome 3. We've also undertaken significant work in the skills and training space. This includes the Australian Apprenticeships reform measures announced in the budget following the strategic review of the Australian Apprenticeship Incentive System. These reforms are aimed at supporting a more fiscally sustainable Australian apprenticeship incentive system by targeting incentive payments to small and medium employers and group training organisations where they have been shown to be most effective. The Department has also progressed work to support the recent announcements on the new Indigenous Centre of Vocational Excellence and the 20th and final TAFE Centre of Excellence funded under the National Skills Agreement. Officials able to speak about these and other skills and training matters will appear tomorrow under Outcome 2. Chair, I look forward to putting further information about the Department's work to the Committee in this and future hearings. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr Duggan, and thank you for that opening statement, Senators. I believe you should have a copy with you. We'll now begin with questions in corporate and enabling services, cross-portfolio and general matters. I'll pass the call to the opposition. I believe Senator Hume is kicking off. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I want to ask about, on the organisational chart effective the 4th of May, Ms Jodie Anderson is listed as the First Assistant Secretary for Strategy 2026. What is Strategy 2026 and what's its purpose, what's its functions, what's the division?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So Strategy 2026 is our internal work, which is around defining our mission as a department, our strategic objectives and our priorities. So I've taken Ms Anderson offline to run that work within the department, and her role is to help assist me and the Executive Board in framing the engagement that we've been doing with staff now for the past couple of months to get their perspectives and their input before we will refine a mission statement, a statement of strategic objective, a statement of values, and from there define our priorities, which, as I referred to in my opening statement, will be important for helping us to set internal budgets going forward.
So when was it established?
Approximately 2 months ago,
2 months ago, okay. And it's entirely new division, or is it restructuring existing functions?
So, Senator, it's a creation of a new, very small function. So, Ms Anderson, along with a very small handful of staff, so the order of about 4 to 5, have been taken offline specifically to run that internal process. Okay.
So it reports directly to you?
That's correct, Senator.
And are there any sort of specific governance arrangements overseeing its work, or is it just...
Yeah. So, Senator, working directly with me, the decision-making would be typically through our Executive Board. So when we reach critical decision points, and we're not quite there yet, around defining our mission, our priorities, and then, as I said, that related work around internal budgets, that will all come through our Executive Board.
Right. And is there a budget allocation for Strategy 2026?
No, Senator.
Okay, all right. I want to ask about something kind of bizarre that occurred just last night. There was some public comments made yesterday by Fair Work Commissioner Jennifer Hunt in relation to an inquiry into the conduct of the Fair Work President Justice Hatcher and Vice President of the Commission Ingrid Ashby. Are you aware of the post that I'm talking about?
I am aware. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, okay, so I don't need to put a copy in front of you?
Senator, if you have the specific comments...
I think we do have a copy. In fact, do you have a copy of that LinkedIn post? I do. Yeah. We might table that. Yeah, okay, thank you. Can we table that? Thank you. So Commissioner Hunt refers to a report that was conducted by the Honourable Alan Robertson, AMSC. Is the department aware of that report?
We're just having a discussion, Senator Hume. No issue with you asking these questions. We're just working out where we're best placed to answer them. Maybe, Chair, obviously subject to your direction, perhaps the official could sort of provide some general answers at this point, but would it be outcome 3, I think, that we'd be better placed to answer these questions? But feel free to ask, and
I will.
I'm sure the
and if we need
can...
to redirect them to outcome 3, we can do that. I suppose this is at a broader departmental level as opposed to...
The Secretary is happy to provide some general answers now, and then, you know, we'll just come back in outcome 3 if required.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, happy to do that.
And obviously the Fair Work Commission will be appearing later, so there might be questions that need to go to there.
Yep. So is the department aware of the report that was referred to in that post?
Yeah, so Senator, officials that are better placed than I am to provide evidence on this will appear under outcome 3. So I actually think, Senator, going into the report itself, I was aware of what's just been tabled, but in terms of the details of the report, that's better put to us under outcome 3.
Okay, but you knew that you knew that Commissioner Hunt had filed a complaint?
What I'm aware of, Senator, is the content of the LinkedIn message that I've just been provided with. I don't have any further detail than that.
So do you know whether the complaint was to the Minister or was it to the department?
Again, Senator, we will be in a position to be able to answer all these questions under outcome 3.
Okay, so you can't tell me then whether the department received a copy of Commissioner Hunt's complaint?
Again, Senator, I just refer to outcome 3.
We're moving to outcome 3
pretty soon.
next, so perhaps if we deal with other matters in corporate and then return to it might be the best course.
All right, I can do that. That's fine. I will come back to this one in outcome 3, unless, Minister, you have anything that specifically that you want to add on behalf of
No,
Minister?
again, well, actually, A, I don't know very much about this, and B, the officials will be able to answer in outcome 3.
The risk is, of course, you move on and then you get told, oh, you should have asked that in corporate.
That's right.
We will happily answer questions in outcome 3 on this, and noting, of course, that there might be some questions that need to go to the Fair Work Commission later.
All right. Can I then perhaps get a commitment from you that if we get to outcome 3 and there are things that should potentially have been asked in corporate, that we will get an opportunity to get a response to those questions today?
Yeah, so Senator, what we'll do, of course, I will be here.
Yes.
Ms Rule, the Chief Operating Officer, will be here. We'll make sure we've got legal counsel here if required.
Yes.
To be able to answer all those questions under outcome 3.
Thank you,
All right, I think that we can... Yes, all right. Okay, we might get... I might move on.
Senator Kavasic, you have the call.
Yep.
I just wanted to double check in some responses to Senator Hume. You noted that Ms Anderson was being taken offline to run Strategy 2026. What does offline actually mean?
Yeah, so Senator, prior to this, Ms Anderson was running a division in the Workforce Relations Group. So what I was referring to was taking her out of that division head role to play this specific role with respect to Strategy 2026.
Okay. Will the department table the decision or submission that established Strategy 2026, if you have that at hand, and the date of that decision and the document setting out its terms of reference, like how it operates and what its actual purpose is?
Yeah, so Senator, this is part of our internal corporate agenda. So there's no explicit government decision establishing 2026. It was my decision, the decision of the Executive Board, to undertake this as an internal corporate endeavour. There is, of course, you know, as issues have been taken to the Executive Board, there have been papers that have been provided in that context, but again, they're internal to the department papers.
Okay. So is it in your sort of department's outcome and program structure? Is that where it would sit?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So,
are you able to then table sort of anything in relation to that, like its terms of reference? If you've got something on what the staffing levels are for 25-26 and then 26-27, and then if any of those positions, perhaps you can answer this now, have been transferred from frontline functions, including from safety and industry policy?
Yeah. So thank you, Senator. So I don't have the documentation in front of me, so I'll take those questions on notice. Thank you.
And just confirming what the end date is to that Strategy 2026.
Yeah, so the work continues through to certainly the end of this financial year, and then will be kept under review depending on whether or not we've achieved the overall objectives that I referred to in response to the other senators' questions earlier around strategy, priority and informing internal budgets.
Okay. And confirming that that is a First Assistant Secretary role under the SES Band 2? That's
correct, Senator.
Okay. And what's the total remuneration range for that role at the moment under the current remuneration determination?
Catherine Rule, Chief Operating Officer. Senator, I'll just take that on notice, the salary ranges for our Band 2s, but it's published in our annual report, the amount of money that we pay our Band 2s.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it had changed since the annual report.
It will have changed around the margins, but the ranges are broadly the same.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you. Thanks,
Senator Hume.
I've got some questions, following up actually from questions that Senator Kavasic asked at the last estimates around the underpayment of staff by the department. Am I correct in saying that at the last count there were 201 staff being underpaid $245,064? Does that sound right?
Look, I can't verify that exact number, Senator. I have in front of me a brief that details a number of issues that we've previously discussed at this committee or answered via questions on notice in relation to underpayments. there are different causes and different timeframes for those underpayments, different amounts. So I have them broken down by kind of incident, if you like, but I don't have that same total as you do.
All right. I think that was established in 2025, in February, from my understanding.
Look, it's possible, Senator. I'm not disputing it. I just don't have the same document in place. So, are you referring to a previous question on notice?
Does it sound? Yes, it is. Does it sound in the ballpark?
It sounds in the ballpark, yes,
Okay.
Senator.
Can I confirm that the cost of external audits undertaken by the department were $168,576, and that was specifically for an audit conducted by Cobalt, and then another $81,000 for another one conducted by McGrath Nickel?
Those figures are correct, Senator. We have been doing a series of payroll assurance activities, including those audits, to make sure that we have surfaced any issues that relate to particularly underpayments, but also obviously overpayments of staff in our payroll assurance activities, and working through those on a case-by-case basis.
Right. Okay. And what is the current cost of external legal advice that's been incurred in this matter?
We have sought legal advice on a small number of those matters where we've had either under or over payments. So in relation to a matter where underpayments were identified in 2023, we paid just over $116,000 on external legal advice. And on another matter, we sought external legal advice for just over $16,000.
Okay. Has the department identified any further underpayments of its own staff since the last estimates?
No, we have not, Senator. We continue to conduct payroll assurance activities. So, we're very conscious of the fact that we want this payroll data to be correct and to make sure that our staff are being paid correctly. So there are always a number on hand that we're looking into, but we certainly have not identified any systemic under or overpayments since the last hearing.
Right, okay. So what is the cumulative value then of all the underpayments that have been identified since the department was formed across all the tranches?
Look, I'll take that actual number on notice, because one of the complexities with this is sometimes the underpayments we identify don't relate to staff that are currently on our books. Sometimes they're staff that have been moved to other departments in machinery of government changes and other things. So I will take on notice to get you that cumulative total of the number of the quantum of overpayments to due staff.
Yes, and underpayments, obviously. So can we get that broken down into tranches as well?
Yes, Senator.
As well as the cumulative, thank you. And the total cost of external legal advice, audit and remediation work engaged to identify and remedy those underpayments, could you break that one down item by item as well?
Yes, Senator, we can do that.
And I'm interested to know, is the cost of the remediation work now, has it got to the stage where it's actually greater than the value of all the underpayments that have been identified?
Look, I don't have that comparator, but we've got here both under and over payments. So in some cases we are identifying cases where we've paid people too much. So I don't have a sort of...
I don't imagine you have too many complaints about that.
No, but we take seriously our responsibility to make sure that we're spending taxpayer dollars appropriately. So making sure that our payroll is accurate and that the numbers are right both under and over, and addressing those when we identify them is really important. So if you like, I haven't got a balance sheet on this work about whether we're paying more than we're recovering, but once we identify these things, we have a responsibility as an employer to make sure that we get our payroll correct.
I agree. What does your gut say? Do you think that you've actually got to the stage now where you've spent more on remediation of the problem than...
Look, I'm not going to speculate on my gut. We'll have a look at the numbers as I said on notice, Senator.
Can I ask if the payroll system has been independently audited since the last tranche was identified?
So we use the Service Delivery Office run by the Department of Finance as our payroll provider. So I have had some discussions with my counterpart in the Department of Finance about payroll assurance, and we are doing a number of activities with them to make sure that they are interpreting and applying the terms and conditions for our staff correctly. So we continue to work through a number of activities around quality assurance, because we want to make sure that we are not continuing to encounter these types of issues.
But that's not an independent audit?
Other than the things that we've already discussed, there has not been independent audit activity at this stage.
Okay, terrific. And has the department self-reported to the Fair Work Ombudsman around under the voluntary wage compliance framework?
We have previously. Since the last time we discussed these matters at this committee, we have not, because there's been nothing to report. But we continue to have open matters with the with Fair Work, and we will continue to work through those processes appropriately.
How has this been discussed internally at the senior levels? Obviously, DUA is the lead government agency for workplace relations policy. That includes the wage theft criminalisation laws that it administers. There must have been a conversation about the message that serial underpayments of its own staff sends to regulated employers. How's that played out?
So, Senator, I get briefed regularly by our HR teams on payroll matters, and since I joined the department in November, I would have been briefed probably monthly on this matter to make sure, on these matters, to make sure that I'm satisfied that we're identifying these things and addressing them. As I said, I also have met with my counterpart in the Service Delivery Office a couple of times on this. Secretary has been briefed through various means, including in preparation for hearings and other things. So, as I said, it's a matter that we take very seriously. Our public service terms and conditions, like all employment terms and conditions, can be complicated. The number of machinery of government changes impacting this portfolio also adds some complexity, and we're committed to continuing to work through that complexity to ensure our staff are paid correctly.
That sort of complexity affects the private sector too, as you can...
Look, I understand that, but I'm responsible for the payroll in the department, and so addressing those issues for the department is a responsibility that I think we have to pay close attention to.
Yeah, and I note all of that you're saying in response to Senator Hume's questions, that you don't have the data in front of you, and I asked the similar series of questions in February, so I'm curious why you don't have them, and on top of that, you're being briefed monthly. Is it possible you could provide those on notice today, not into the future? I'm sure that somebody, if they're not available here in this room right now, I'm sure that somebody can access them pretty quickly.
Senator, I'm not saying I don't have data. I just don't have the data presented in the same terms that the Senator is asking for. I have data that breaks down case by case the number of circumstances.
Well, can you table that data now and then provide the other data as Senator Hume has requested separately?
I'll just check that there's no identifying details, given we're talking about payroll, and I'll endeavour to get something to the committee today.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to ask about how often the Minister has been briefed on this particular issue.
We have not briefed the Minister since the last hearing because there have been no new cases identified. My recollection is we had a discussion with the Minister about this in preparation for previous estimates hearings. I'll have to take on notice whether the Minister's been briefed in writing. She may have been prior to my arrival in November of last year. I don't recall written briefs going to her on this topic since then, but I will take that on notice.
Has there been instruction from the Minister for the department to deal with this issue in a particular way?
No, there has not. I think it's clear that the Minister expects that we are paying our staff correctly, and that it's really a responsibility for the department to ensure that we are applying the terms and conditions that are relevant to all of our staff, both current and ones that may well have left the department already. Yeah,
it's clearly a complicated issue, and I could understand the frustration of the department, but you could also understand how a business would feel, how a private sector business would feel, how a small business that doesn't have the resources of the department might feel when it is in very similar circumstances. I wonder whether that has played out in policy development or your thinking or your recommendations and advice to the Minister.
I mean, I can't talk to matters that relate to outcome 3 in terms of workplace relations, but in terms of the corporate part of the department, as I said, we take it very seriously. I agree with your point. I think we should be a model employer in terms of applying the rules, and that's why we are focused on making sure that we're getting it right and identifying those issues where they arise and dealing with them as quickly as we can.
Has there been any advice to the Minister on this issue outside of preparation for public scrutiny, outside of preparation for Senate estimates?
As I said, Minister, I have to take that on notice, not that I can recall in the time that I have been in the department, but there may be advice that's gone to the Minister prior to that, so I'll have to check our records.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, just one. Thank you. You made a response to Senator Hume around you haven't identified systemic underpayments. I think that's what you said. So does that mean that you've identified them as one-off underpayments? So what does that mean? If they're not systemic, how have they occurred?
So there are routinely, every pay run there would be unders and overs because people have coded things incorrectly. They've not submitted leave when they should have, or pay rises have not come through at the right time.
But
there's
these
a whole
aren't
range of
unders and overs, are they?
They can be. So there are unders and overs that will occur in every pay run. So for example, if somebody has left the department and their paperwork has not been actioned on exactly the day that they left, they may get a small overpayment. So there's a lot of kind of individual circumstances that apply, and those are readily identified and addressed. So that's what I'm talking about when I say I can't say there have not been any under or over. I can't say there have been no underpayments or overpayments since we last discussed this matter, but not ones that are applying to a group of employees because of an error or a misinterpretation of rules. It's really just an individual circumstances thing, and it's very common in payroll matters.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
So just for clarity, so I understand the historic ones were systemic and you've corrected those issues, and the ones that are occurring now to do with timing or phasing of payments, which are a natural part of the payroll process.
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
And from time to time we might see a trend or an issue, and then we'll investigate those. It may well point us to a different kind of, a systemic issue existing, but there are none that we've kind of got on the agenda at the moment that have been identified since we last discussed this matter.
Thank you.
Senator, if we're happy to just do a rotation now and then come back. Okay, Senator Delega.
Thanks very much. Welcome to the role, Mr Duggan. Good to have you with us today. I would like to ask some questions about the National Customer Service line. Are you guys the right people to ask at the moment?
So, Senator, that's an issue that we'll get to under outcome 1. We'll have the experts here tomorrow to answer questions.
This one is in relation to staffing of the National Customer Service line.
Yeah, so again, Senator, we'll be in a position to be able to answer questions about that tomorrow when we have the relevant people here.
All right. At last estimates I asked about it in corporate, so I just want to double check from the chair.
So Senator, if your question is about workforce management generally,
yes.
Very happy to take those questions now.
Yes, okay,
You asked very specifically about one element.
Senator Hume, give it a go and
yes.
we'll see where we get, because I thought it was corporate as well.
Yes.
Yep.
And I appreciate you weren't here last round of estimates. I was quite cranky with plans the department had to replace some of the National Customer Service line staff with labour hire workers. And I do note that in the budget, paper 2 on page 83, there is funding for the National Customer Service line. Does this mean that you are going to be hiring direct APS employees to deliver those contact centre functions?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Appreciate the question. So, as you refer to, there is funding in this year's budget to increase the capability of the National Customer Service line. The main area of expenditure in that regard will be additional staff. The clarity of funding for the National Customer Service line means that in our workforce planning, we are in a position now where we are able to bring on more full-time APS employees to provide that service, consistent with it being core work for the department. So yes, as a number and as a proportion of the overall workforce, there will be more APS staff going forward.
That's very good to hear. I also just want to ask about the investment of the $205 million for the employment services reform for the new online service. How much of that will be used for to hire ongoing APS staff?
Yeah, again, Senator, so there's two elements to that investment. One is it is around the support that we provide to online Workforce Australia participants. The two elements of that, of course, are the online ICT functionality, and the other element is the workforce that we provide to support those participants in that service to be able to assist them on their pathway to employment. The investment is in both aspects. So there is an ICT investment to improve the functionality of the ICT, but there's also an investment in the resourcing or the staffing. Now that particular investment is both to increase the service quality by way of increasing the number of people that are answering calls in that regard and providing that assistance, but also to raise the capability. So we're putting together a workforce strategy which will go to lifting overall workforce, but also go to thinking very carefully about what's the capability set that we need in there to provide the best possible service going forward.
And so I take it from that, sorry, there was a lot of words, there will be APS staff that will be coming in.
There will be additional APS staff coming in for that function, yes, Senator.
Excellent, thank you. And can you just tell me about how these investments will improve the experience of people who are going to be using that service? So,
yeah, so thank you, Senator. So again, so they will experience a better digital online service, so one that gives them more assistance in being able to identify, first of all, where they can, through their job plan, the support that they can get through the online service in order to put them on a pathway to employment, connect them to providers of training and assistance, but also connect them in a better way to employers, including in their local area. But also that assistance, as I said, through the increase in the APS workforce there, will mean we'll have more trained professionals providing them with direct support to help them to be able to identify, you know, the steps that they can and should be taking in order to find a job.
All right. That's good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Can I go back to the opposition, Senator Hume?
Thank you. I want to ask about the departmental's use of AI in particular. The department's website says artificial intelligence, in brackets AI, presents a significant opportunity to transform how the department and its partners work and deliver services. The department recognises the potential for AI to enhance service delivery, improve operational efficiency and support better outcomes for individuals and communities. I'm assuming that remains an accurate summary of the department's approach to AI.
Yeah, Senator, I think, are you quoting there, we have an AI transparency statement on our website. Is that where you've taken that?
I assume that is it. I'm sorry, I've lifted it. I haven't got the website in front of me, but I'm sure I can find it very quickly.
So yeah, so Senator, so the AI transparency statement that we have on our website recognises, of course, the transformative potential of AI, but it also recognises our commitment to adopting AI in a way that remains responsible, ethical and aligned with public trust and expectations.
Okay. So there's a section titled How We Use AI, and it says that Duo uses AI to enhance workplace productivity and support corporate and enabling functions. These applications focus on streamlining internal processes, automating routine tasks and enabling new capabilities. And then it goes on to say that Duo uses AI to support service delivery, including using AI to ensure services are high quality and by developing AI-supported solutions to improve services. So what does that look like practically? What tools are being used to do that?
Yeah.
So, Senator, I might ask Mr Shane, who's our Chief AI Officer, to come to the table. But while he does that, just to give you a couple of examples, we use AI a lot, for example, in meetings. So in internal meetings, instead of having a person whose responsibility is to take the minutes, we use AI to record the meeting and then summarise the minutes, and then the recording gets disposed of and the minutes are approved by the responsible officer as a record of that meeting. So we've saved the staff time of having to have somebody there taking the minutes in every meeting. So Our best examples of using AI is a product called Parley Helper, which is active right now. So it will be monitoring the hearings both for us but for other portfolios, and it gives us a summary of the types of issues and questions that have been asked. And again, saving staff time where previously that would have been the responsibility of a number of officers to watch all of the estimates hearings, summarise them and distribute them. That is now done using AI that summarises that information for us. So those are just a couple of examples of things that we have developed using AI to improve the productivity of the workforce.
Is there any other examples you'd like to talk the committee through?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Adam Chain, Chief Digital Officer, Digital Experience and Solutions Division. So we've rolled out Copilot to everyone in the department. We've also rolled out the more sophisticated version to approximately 10% of our staff. So looking at how do we use that to deliver productivity benefits across the board for everyone in the department. As Ms Rule said, we've also set up an innovation capability to understand opportunities to use AI to improve service delivery. So Parley Helper was the first experiment that we put through our AI-powered innovation capability. Since then, we've run 11 other proof of concepts looking at other ways we can use AI to improve our services. And we're now looking at how do we roll them out and start to leverage the benefits from those proof of concepts more broadly.
So the Parley Helper, is that a large language model? Is that what that is? So
ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is available to everyone, and
yes,
it has a large language model underneath that that staff use. We've been really clear with our training and at the rollout that everyone needs to still, the humans still need to own the outputs of the large language model, of the generative AI solution. For the innovation that we've been looking at, there's a range of different technologies that underpin it. Large language models are part of that, and that's why we've taken that experimentation approach so that we can understand exactly how it's used and make sure that we have the appropriate guardrails in place before we extend it any further.
Just on Microsoft Copilot, you said that 10%. What did you say that?
So there's two versions. There's a version that's free based on our existing licensing that we've rolled out to everyone. So that's part of the Office Suite, Teams, Word, Excel, Outlook, Copilot. Then there's also a more sophisticated, more powerful version that requires extra licensing that we've rolled out to 10% of our staff to I guess test the different outcomes you get from the two solutions.
The website also says, where delivery of government services is contracted to third parties, Dual remains accountable for the way these services are delivered and incorporates effective governance to ensure AI is used safely, responsibly and ethically. Yep. How does that work in practice?
So in terms of the contracted services, we have clear expectations, for example, with employment services providers to, if they're using AI, they have to declare that to us. It has to be registered. We do an assessment on their use of AI that we have to approve it before they're allowed to use it. So that we're seeking to apply the same guardrails that we apply to our staff to those service providers who might be using AI in their business.
Okay. The third-party AI assessment framework, which was introduced last year, and outlines the need for those third-party AI assessment applications. How was that developed?
Yeah, so that's through our Right Fit for Risk process.
What's it called? Sorry,
Right Fit for Risk.
Right Fit for Risk.
So that's the cyber security process we use to assess all the providers to make sure that they're got the appropriate controls in place. The Right Fit for Risk process was updated to include a requirement that the providers submit their request to use AI to the department so that we can assess them, make sure that they're applying the appropriate ethics and cyber controls to their use, and that's the process there that we manage through Right Fit for Risk.
Is there an expectation that third parties that you're dealing with should be able to use AI in the same way that departmental employees do?
Those are really decisions for those providers. There's obviously an investment that goes with the use of AI, purchase of licences and the like, training data holdings, all of those things. So we're not dictating to other organisations whether they should use AI, but if they're seeking to use it, then we have these rules in place about making sure that we're comfortable that that's within the sort of the boundaries that are acceptable.
It sounds like departmentally, as a department, you're quite forward-leaning in this space, and potentially more so than many of the other departments. Is that the kind of information that you share between departments as well, your experiences and the advances that you've made?
Yes, absolutely. So under the APS AI plan, there are a number of activities underway to facilitate cross-sharing of information. The appointment of chief AI officers. So Mr Shane's been appointed to that position recently. There's a network of those chief AI officers across the APS and lots of sharing of information about how and where people are using AI. I would describe our posture as being forward-leaning, but not right at the front of the pack. You know, this is the kind of thing where I think our risk appetite is actually there's loads of potential for us in using AI to do different things and to realise productivity gains, but you don't necessarily want to be right at the bleeding edge on this. So I think we are very forward-leaning, leaning on this, but we're very committed to making sure that that happens in a way that's responsible.
Mr Shane, when were you appointed?
Oh, I don't have the date with me. Maybe a month ago.
Oh, only a month ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was going to
recently.
say, since your appointment, have you seen an increase in productivity? But a month, that's a bit of a hard
Sadly,
ask. It'd be
not
great
yet.
performance
No.
appraisal. You'd probably come off probation for that.
Mr Shane is an existing departmental officer who has had this role added to his existing workload. So it's not a new appointment to the department. The requirement under the APS AI plan was to nominate a chief AI officer by the end of June. So we were ahead of schedule, but it's relatively recent.
And how have departmental staff dealt with the adoption of the new technology and whether are they finding it confusing? Are they finding it beneficial? Is there teething problems? How's that going?
I think I'd say staff are positive. I think they see the benefit. They're looking for opportunities to streamline the more routine, repetitive tasks. So I think the way I'd characterise the engagement is it's been pretty positive. People are excited by the opportunity. They want to do it the right way. So we've been really careful to make sure that there's the appropriate training and support for people to take it up so they can get the benefits in a safe, secure way. But overall, I think it's been positive.
Okay. And is there a formal reporting on the work that you're doing, Mr Shane? Do you, if we asked you the same kinds of questions in 6 months' time when we come back for the next round of estimates, will there be a sort of some sort of formal report into what has been adopted, what's working, what potentially is not working, and what's next in the pipeline?
We could, so the transparency statement that I think you found on our website is there's a commitment to update that regularly. That's where we capture the key use cases that we're looking at to use AI. But I'm sure I'd be happy to come back and talk about what we're seeing next time if that's what we think.
So we are tracking regularly, Senator, all of these use cases. So, it's a list, if you like, of the things that we're using AI for, and some of those we'll kind of deploy more broadly once we realise that they work and that all of those risks are managed appropriately. Others we will decide, actually, this hasn't delivered the results that we might want, and we'll put them aside and move on. So those use cases really are the register of the things that we're doing in the AI space on productivity, and we are keeping a regular track of those. That's a formal register that we keep track of what's in the pipeline and what decisions have been made. So that is something we can report on regularly.
Okay, terrific. I've got some more questions, Chair, but if you want to rotate the call, I'm happy to rotate too.
Rotate to Senator Mulholland, and then I'll come straight back to you. Thank you, Senator Kim. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions relating to the department's work on workplace equality and in particular the gender pay gap. The latest data from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency, WIGA, showed the department had a 0.9% decrease average gender pay gap, which is a reduction of 1.1 percentage point from the previous year. What work has the department been doing to date to address the gender pay gap?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I might ask our Chief People Officer to come to the table on this topic. Sure. I would note that DUA is a... this is not a... DUA has a very... a more significant percentage of women in our workforce than we do men. So
we love to hear it.
I think the Secretary reflected the other day that he was in a meeting and he was the only male at the table. So
good problem to have.
It is a good problem to have. So we do have, we don't have a kind of issue in terms of imbalance in our workforce in terms of gender from that point of view, but Ms Lohman can explain some of the differences in those statistics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Miranda Lohman, First Assistant Secretary, People and Communications Division. So as you mentioned, in our data at the end of December 2024, DUA has an average total remuneration gender pay gap of negative 0.9, and so in practical terms that means that women were paid slightly higher on average than men across our workforce profile, and that was a pattern that we saw across the percentiles as well. So that was consistent at the higher rates of pay and through our middle management to our lower rates of pay. So that was often you'll see mismatches within organisations, and that's something that we've been able to keep fairly consistent. Through the WGEA framework, we are required to identify some forward targets in the areas that we will have a dedicated focus going forward. And for us, we've nominated to look at ensuring that we're not only doing the doing around equal remuneration, but that we're making sure that we have systemic policies that reinforce asking those critical questions around gender equity in remuneration during critical points of appointment and salary review. We're also committed to looking at our balance of part-time leadership. We're really fortunate in the department. We've got a number of senior roles that are job shared, and so we're able to model that at a high level. We're wanting to make sure that we are making an environment where access to part-time work is still meaningful and rewarded, and people don't see that as a barrier to promotion within the organisation, regardless of gender. Noting, of course, it's great for women to be able to work part-time. It's also great to empower our male colleagues to work part-time. And we're also really focused in the forward period on what we're doing within our organisation in relation to the prevention and response to sexual harassment. So ensuring that we have a very solid policy base, but also looking at how do we create safe spaces for people to report if something does happen, and really investing in our training so that people understand what harassment looks like, understand what their responsibilities are, both as a peer and as a manager, should there be instances of sexual harassment, and really setting out clear expectations of behaviour and having an inclusive workplace.
Excellent. Well, it sounds like you've already been doing some pretty heavy lifting, but are there any parts of the agency that you're looking at to continue to focus on, to continue to lift the number of women in those parts of the agency? And are there any other priority areas to continue that forward momentum that you've got around gender pay equity as well?
So certainly we've done some work in our IT space, thinking about how we integrate into the broader investment in women in STEM. And over the years we've done a number of outreach into secondary school organisations, tertiary education, to try and really create that visibility of what it looks like to have a career in STEM in the public service, and open up people's thinking and girls' thinking about different career pathways that they might tap into. Across our policy and our program areas, as Ms Rule mentioned, we do have the benefit of being about 62% women in most of those areas of the department. And so some of our forward work will need to be around how we ensure that we're also making sure that men feel welcome and included in the department and can see those opportunities. So it's interesting in that you need to balance both sides, and so that's something that we'll need to grapple with as well.
And just on that point of balancing both sides, is the agency doing a bit of work around the encouragement for men just as much as women to take up parental leave and also flexible working arrangements? Because that seems to be, still a little bit of a barrier, a bit of an obstacle across agencies where it's not necessary, it's not always as encouraged as it should be, particularly for men, and it's often falling to women to access paid parental leave, to access flexible arrangements. Is that something the agency is also driving some work in around encouraging both men and women to take up those opportunities?
Certainly, Senator, we do, under our current enterprise agreement, we've been rebalancing what that leave looks like. So particularly for secondary parents, there's an opportunity to access more leave, which encourages that as a more viable option in some instances. We also are really cognisant of that concept of you can't be what you can't see, and our gender equity co-champion, we have Cliff Bingham from the JSA is one of our co-champions. He's currently on maternity leave, and we've been talking to him around his experience, and he's really keen on his return from leave to have a bit of a conversation with the organisation so that he can talk about what his experiences were like, how he was having those conversations both at home and in the organisation that's enabled him to take that break. So kind of role modelling and making it real for people, not just a concept on paper.
Sure. And my last question, it would be remiss of me not to come to some other forms of, you can't be what you can't see. I know it gets a bit of a hard knock around the place, diversity and inclusion, but over 50% of our community comes from a migrant background. We've got people from lots of different backgrounds, also lots of different diversity backgrounds as well, as far as how they show up at work and feel included at work. Is the agency also working and leading some work in the diversity and inclusion space?
We are, Senator. So within the broader APS frameworks, there's a commitment to diversity and inclusion strategies, and so the approach that we've taken is that we have a diversity and inclusion action plan that looks at our obligations under closing the gap, under the disability employment strategy, the gender equity strategy that we've already been talking about, and the culturally and linguistically diverse employment strategy. So we're very cognisant, and it's something that that often comes up when we're talking with our staff, that people don't see themselves as one category of person. Intersectionality is a very real thing, and so bringing in an integrated plan across those elements allows us to think about how we create strategies that address certain diversity groups, but also look to reflect the richness of people's real experiences. But through that diversity plan, we've delivered a number of actions that look at things like our recruitment processes, and we've looked at that from both a disability lens and a First Nations lens, and thought about, in that system, where are the barriers that people butt up against when it's not part of their broader experience working within an APS framework. So we've delivered a number of resources to help line areas who are recruiting to design better processes that are cognisant of people's different experiences, and so that we're helping people put their very best selves forward through that process rather than curtailing themselves. And that goes to things like making questions available in advance of an interview and giving people, that time to reflect, not only rewarding people who are good in the moment. It also goes to the language and ensuring that from the outset, as we're designing our jobs, that language is open and inclusive, and that it really reinforces in position descriptions that importance of valuing inclusion, valuing safe workplaces when you come to work at DUA. So there are many examples, but that's one where we've tried to look at it at a really intersectional level. And what we can see in our data is that particularly over the last 12 months, we've had an increase in our percentage of First Nations employees, an increase of people who identify as having a disability, and an increase of people who are feeling safe to identify with different gender identities as well. And so we're doing work on helping people where they feel comfortable identify those diversity indicators as well, which then helps us respond better and talk to people more directly about their experience so we can continue to improve it.
Thank you. And now more than ever, it's important that people feel safe at work with some of the public discourse out there. So I appreciate the work that you're doing in that space, and I will hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you. I want to ask about the department's response to the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism's recommendations. I'm assuming the department is aware that the Special Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism was provided to the government in July last year. There was a I should just double check that you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So there was a recommendation 3.3 which focuses on education, awareness and public discourse, and it specifically states that educators and public servants must have access to training to recognise and address anti-Semitism in classrooms and public settings. And I'm assuming the department is aware of this too?
Yes, we are.
Yes. So as an action item, the Envoy committed to providing guidance to government on anti-Semitism education for educators and public officials to ensure that they have a foundational and practical understanding. Was that received?
So, Senator, the APSC have been leading work to develop a e-learning module that will be rolled out more broadly across the public service, and that's imminent at the moment. We've been working with them to understand how that's coming out, how we'll lead that in our teams. In the interim, the work that we've been doing has been to highlight the many cultures, one APS learning that's been made available, and to make available to our staff the Mosaic resources, which include newsletters and other interactive tools that focus on diversity and inclusion, particularly from a cultural and a called perspective as well. So we're anticipating that the APSC model is available quite shortly, and that will allow us to then ensure that we're embedding that aligned approach.
Right, so there hasn't been any specific anti-Semitism training since the Special Envoy's report in July last year, but you believe it's coming?
We've been, as I say, reinforcing the tools that we've got at the moment, so the e-learning that we have available, and certainly there's been a number of discussions with our called diversity group as well, but we're building towards that more general model.
Did those tools exist prior to July last year?
I believe, I might have to take that on notice, Senator. I believe some of them did and some of them have been rolled out since.
Right, okay.
You referenced, sorry if I may just follow up to that, the many cultures learning and the Mosaic newsletters that provide across the board sort of sharing of different cultures and understandings. Did any of those newsletters or online learning specifically relate to anti-Semitism and what it looks like?
I would need to go back to the detail, I'm afraid, Senator. They're products that are developed by the APSC rather than internally by our teams.
We can't really reference them as some of the tools that are available if none of them actually referenced anti-Semitism. They may be broader tools, but they're not. If they didn't actually deal with anti-Semitism at all, then nothing at all has actually been done since the report in July of last year.
So, Senator, as I say, there's certainly that broader approach around cultural inclusion, but I would need to go back to the detail.
So if I could
it's been a little while since I've...
on notice, and perhaps someone can come back to us today, because I'm sure they can find that pretty quickly as to what's the content of these two tools, whether any reference material was provided in relation to anti-Semitism, and if so, when and what that was, and if that could be tabled if possible.
Yeah. And can I be very clear, those modules are mandatory for staff?
They're not mandatory, no, Senator.
Okay. And do you know whether the module that we're coming from the APSC in response to the envoy's recommendations will be mandatory?
I believe that's still being worked through.
I think as a department we'll see what the module entails, how long it takes, what form it comes in, and then we'll make some decisions about the best way to implement that across the variety of staff groups that we have. I think the department's committed to implementing it, but we have a quite diverse workforce, including frontline staff who are answering phones, and learning has to be scheduled. So we will work through the best way to implement those modules once we have them.
I would have thought that clearly the Prime Minister is committed to combating anti-Semitism, otherwise you wouldn't put an envoy in place. The idea that it would then somehow be discretionary for a department seems anathema to that.
I think, as I said, I think for us it's really about how do we deploy it in an operational environment. So, we have not yet seen these modules, and so we will have to think about how we can best get that out to our staff in the form that it comes to us because of the diversity of the nature of our work. So, I'm not suggesting that we're not committed to it. We absolutely are, and we'll need to work through the operationalisation of that.
Okay. All right. Sorry, and let me just be very clear. You believe that the APSC module will be ready, you said soon, I think?
My understanding is it's imminent. It was kind of end May, early June, but that's really a question for the APSC, Senator.
Okay. Well, I think you can probably then take this as a question in advance rather than a question on notice. At the next Senate estimates, we're going to be asking about how that module has been implemented within the department. Can I ask about, there was quite a bizarre media release that was on your website for a short period of time. Who in the department is responsible for the publishing of media releases? Is there
our communications team is responsible for that, Senator.
Okay. There was a media release which I can table because it has gone up and gone down again. It was released on the 2nd of March. I'm happy to table it. It was titled Angus Taylor's Liberals to Cut Support for Housing Construction Apprentices. I want to know whether that media release was drafted by departmental officials or whether it was drafted by the Minister's office.
Senator, I'm not familiar with the specific media release.
We're tabling it, aren't we?
It's been distributed. Normally we distribute and then make a decision of tabling after.
I'm not familiar with the details of this particular media release. We have our Ms. Tuckwell, who's our communications lead, may have some further information.
So, Senator, I am aware of this media release, and I can confirm that it was drafted in the Minister's office, not by the department.
It was drafted in the Minister's office, but it went up on the department's site.
That's correct. It did so in error, and as soon as that error was pointed out to us, we removed it from the website.
Okay. So who is it in the department that approves publishing?
That would be me, Senator. Leah Tuckwell, Assistant Secretary, Communication and Media.
Okay. How was the decision made to publish it, and how was the decision made to take it down?
It was an oversight in my team that led to the publishing initially, and it was a discussion between staff and I to bring it down.
Okay. That's not very specific. Do you think you could be a little bit more expansive about how that media release ended up on your desk and the decision was made to publish it potentially without reading it and understanding that it was a very clearly a political attack media release? And at what point it was pointed out to you that that media release was entirely inappropriate for a departmental website, and who it was that made the decision to bring it back down?
I can confirm it was my decision to unpublish the media release based on the guidelines we have within the branch on publication of political content. In terms of the publishing itself, as I mentioned, that was an oversight from a staff member that was rectified, from my recollection, within 24 hours.
Okay. Obviously, there were quotes in that media release that were from me. There was a specific attack on Senator Nambajimba Price. Was the media release read before it went up on the departmental website?
I would have to take that on notice. It was a few months ago, Senator, so I'm not sure.
Still, somebody made the decision to publish it, and if that was you, Ms Tuckwell?
Yes, as I said, that was an oversight in the team.
Well, I understand it may have been an oversight, but does that mean that you didn't read it before it went up? Does it mean that there was an instruction from the Minister's office to put it up? Does it mean that you didn't read it before you put it up?
So, Senator, I think Ms Tuckwell said she didn't put it up. It was an error by a staff member in her team. Mm-hmm. I don't think that staff member is clearly not here in the room today, so we can't speculate who may have read it prior to it being published, but I think we've been quite clear that this was not in accordance with the department's guidelines about publishing material of this manner, and as soon as Ms Tuckwell became aware of it, it was removed.
So how does that happen then? If it's not in line with the processes, and if it, Ms Tuckwell didn't have oversight of it, it didn't come before you, and I acknowledge that that's the evidence. How does that happen? How does something like that get published on the department's website? So did someone instruct someone else that it occur? I don't understand how that happens.
So I think, Senator, what we're saying here is that we have a process that is typically followed. That process was not followed in this.
And I'm trying to understand why. Do you know why the process was
So it was, the people who typically put the information onto the website are not very senior officers, Senator, so they're not here to provide evidence. But it's clear that in this case, the process that those junior officers would typically follow was not followed in this occasion. So it didn't get to Ms Tuckwell to have the opportunity to read the release and then determine that it was not appropriate for it to appear on the website. So it was a process failure within the department.
Okay.
The media release was up for 48 hours before it came down. What was the process for bringing it down? How did it? If this is normally done by a more junior member of the department, who was it that pointed out to you, Ms Tuckwell, that it was inappropriate that media release was there?
It was a member of my staff.
It's a member of your staff. Are media releases normally fact-checked?
It would depend on the nature of whether the department drafted it or whether it has come from a minister's office.
So if it comes from the minister's office, it's not fact-checked?
As I said, Senator, it would depend on the content.
Well, clearly this did come from the minister's office and it wasn't fact-checked. Is that what you're saying, Ms Tuckwell?
I would have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Well, I think you don't need to take it on notice. It clearly wasn't fact-checked.
The witness is entitled to take it on notice, and if she's given that assurance, we need to move on to another question.
Senator, I can say that it is our practice as part of the usual process to fact check all the material that goes onto our website. Again, in the context of the process failure that occurred here, clearly there was not sufficient checking of the content to determine that it was appropriate for this to appear onto the website.
So can we be very clear? Is there an instruction from the Minister's office to put this on the website? Is that how it works?
It can be, yes.
Is that how this one worked?
I'm not sure. I would need to take that on notice.
I find this very hard to believe, Ms Tuckwell. The person that put this on the website reports to you. It was put up clearly without proper processes. Surely you made some investigation as to how that occurred.
So our understanding, Senator, is that it was human error led to this being published.
I would assume it wasn't a machine, but yes.
That it was human error by a junior staff member that led to this being published. As we said, once we became aware that it was published incorrectly, it was removed. We will have discussions, we'll have had discussions with the staff member involved to seek to strengthen our processes, but this is not our usual practice.
I understand that, Ms Rule, I hope not. But are you saying to me then that there was instruction from the Minister's office to a junior staffer to put up a document on your website that was entirely inappropriate?
No, Senator, we're not saying that. Ms Tuckwell said she'd take that aspect on notice.
Senator, I mean, what is self-evident is that the press release was received from the Minister's office. What we're not in a position to provide you with evidence of, and we have taken this on notice, is the nature of that communication between the Minister's office and the department.
So how often would the Minister's office send a media release without the expectation that it would be published on the department's website? Does that ever happen?
I'm not sure, to be honest, Senator. We have discussions with the Minister's office on a daily basis about media products. It's possible, but I'm not sure.
Why would a Minister's office hand a media release to the department, to a junior officer at the department, if it wasn't explicitly to put up onto your departmental website?
I don't think we can speculate on why something may or may not have happened out of a Minister's office. I think the typical process is that a Minister's office would provide us material with a view to publishing that material. In the event that we think that material is not appropriate for the department to publish, we'll have discussion. Typically, we would have discussions with the Minister's office on that and reach some agreement with the Minister's office to either not publish or to revise the material. As I said, this is not our usual practice in this instance.
So how often would that happen then, Ms Rule?
I don't have a number in front of me. I would imagine it happens from time to time, but is not. Again, I think ministers' offices are reasonably well aware of the material that the department would publish versus material that is not for the department to publish, and this is not within the kind of usual practices that we see.
Does the Minister's office usually go directly to these more junior staff members, or does the Minister's office normally go through a more senior process and then the decision to publish or the instruction to publish comes from a more senior member of the department?
I think, Senator, those interactions can happen at a variety of different levels. So it can, in this particular instance, it obviously came into the department at a relatively junior level. Other times they can come in at more senior levels. I think our internal protocols would be when regardless of the process through which it comes in, there is a set of procedures that we then follow to ensure the accuracy in the information, the appropriateness of the information in accordance with our protocols, and including not putting onto our website party political content. So clearly there was a process failure along the way in that regard.
So have your protocols and practices changed in response to this incident?
Immediately following the incident, I discussed this with the team, and we reviewed obviously the protocols and ensured that all of our team members were of the understanding of the correct approach.
Okay. Can we please have some very detailed timelines about how and when this incident occurred. When the media release was received from the Minister's office, to whom, and you don't need to tell me which individual, but perhaps the level at which they were or they are, when they received it. Did they receive it directly? Did they receive it indirectly? If it was indirectly, who was it via? The authority of that individual to put such material up on the website, the process by which you were notified by somebody else within your team that this was inappropriate material, how they found out it was inappropriate material, was it reviewed retrospectively or was it incidentally, and the decision made to take it down, and what it was that was done subsequently in order to ensure that those protocols are never broken again, and whether there was feedback to the Minister's office about the appropriateness of that procedure.
So, Senator, yes, we can take those questions on notice. I would just stress again that our assessment of this issue is that it was human error. So I can't guarantee to you that the humans that work in our teams won't make errors again, but we are taking steps to make sure that, as Ms Tuckwell said, that the team is aware of the protocols, is following the protocols. We'll look for opportunities to strengthen those where we need to, but this is, really comes down to human error rather than the process and the protocols themselves.
I don't doubt that it was human error, but there obviously were processes that went into this that deserve some unpacking. I know that Senator Price, Nambajimba Price, notified the department, and yet it took another 24 hours before the document was taken down. So, and that was a direct email to the media team, as my understanding. So there clearly has been a breakdown of your processes somewhere. I would like to understand what that breakdown was, and the only way we can understand that is through an explicit timeline. But I would also like to understand what processes and protocols have been put into place to ensure that that never happens again.
Understood, Senator. Thank you.
Ms Tuckwell, your early evidence said that you made the decision to take it down. What confidence have you got that it was human error? Yet that's your evidence that it was human error. So how have you satisfied yourself that it was human error?
I've discussed it with my team, Senator, and I'm confident it was a mistake based on human error and oversight.
And what was it that they explained to you that gave you that confidence that it was human error?
They had simply disregarded the protocols by accident.
So with that question on notice that you're taking around the timeline, the dates are particularly important. I would very much like to understand exactly who made what decision at which date and at what time on which date.
We'll have a look at to what extent we've got that level of detail available. We will provide it to you.
Well, I'm sure if there are emails that have been exchanged, then there will be.
But some of this happened via discussion that may be harder to pinpoint times and dates, but certainly where we have clear records where decisions were made, we will endeavour to answer the questions that you've asked.
Thank you. I just have one more question around the recruitment process for the Jobs and Skills Commissioner. And how that is going. Obviously, you mentioned in your opening statement that Professor Glover's term is coming to an end. It was. Can I ask, was it a resignation, a negotiated departure? How did that come about?
Yeah. So Professor Glover was announced, as you'd be aware, as the ATEC Chief Commissioner, and so on. A role he has been acting in while he's been also performing his full-time duties as the JSA Commissioner. So when it was announced that he would become the ATEC Commissioner, he tendered his resignation effective from the 30th of June as JSA Commissioner. That was Professor Glover's voluntary decision to do so. Okay.
So are there sort of legal, contractual circumstances of an early exit? Does it require a payout?
Given that the circumstances are to transition from effectively one full-time office holder role as JSA Commissioner to another full-time officer role as Chief Commissioner of ATEC, He will go from collecting a full-time remuneration in his current role to full-time remuneration in the next role. So I'm not anticipating there to be a payout or anything of that nature. Again, the fact that this was Professor Glover's decision to do so also indicates that we wouldn't anticipate in those sort of circumstances there any kind of contract payout.
Okay. The Independent Statutory Review of the Jobs and Skills Australia Act explicitly states that there's a strong relationship between JSA and ATEC, and that will be critical to preventing duplication. Obviously, because Professor Glover was simultaneously serving, that makes things, it's an unusual circumstance. So when did the department become aware that Professor Glover was being considered for the ATEC Chief Commissioner role?
I can't recall the precise date, but I've been aware that Professor Glover was being considered now for approximately a month, Senator.
Okay. And have you taken any steps around managing a potential conflict of interest during the handover period?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, Professor Glover has been performing both duties in an acting capacity in ATEC in the recent period. So there haven't been any conflict of interest issues that have arisen thus far. Of course, Professor Glover will disclose his conflicts of interest before commencing in the ATEC role, and they will have an appropriate management plan associated with them.
Okay. And what about an acting commissioner? What is the plan?
Yeah, so as the intention is that when Professor Glover takes up the role, that we will have one of the deputy commissioners act for an initial period of 3 months. Should the period go longer than that, then the other deputy commissioner will act for the remainder of the period until a new permanent commissioner is in place for Jobs and Skills Australia.
Right. Okay. JSA has obviously now had multiple periods of acting leadership. Professor Dawkins, Mr Turvey, and there's now this other gap. How do you, as a department, ensure the continuity and independence of advice during the vacancies?
Yeah, so Senator, Professor Glover has been in his position, as I mentioned in my opening statement, since April 2024. So there has been a period of a bit over 2 years of continuity there at the senior leadership level for JSA, which is important for the reason that you point out, which is it does perform a number of very important functions, including identification of areas within the labour market where there are occupation and skills needs for the economy. That feeds into other policy processes. But in addition to that, just the important role that they play working with the Jobs and Skills Councils around specific needs of particular industries. So we do see it as being very important to move efficiently on identifying the next Commissioner for Jobs and Services Australia. I'll be providing advice to Minister Giles as the Skills and Training Minister and Minister Rishworth on the process to be followed in that regard.
Okay. That the appointment of Professor Glover 2 years ago, when that occurred, the government voluntarily described it as a rigorous merit-based selection process. So I want to understand the commitment to the same standard of the new appointment. Will it be open? Will it be publicly advertised? Will it be a merit-based process? And if not, well then on what basis will that appointment be made? Will it be an elevation directly from one of the deputy commissioners? How will that go about?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So as you note, so when Professor Glover was appointed in 2024, it did follow an open merit-based process. I mentioned that I'm yet to provide my advice to the two ministers around the process to be followed this time around. It will be a decision for the ministers exactly what process they choose to follow in that regard. But of course there are principles here around ensuring that we do get the best candidate for the role, and that merit, of course, will be front and centre in whatever process the ministers decide to follow.
Is there a timeline involved?
So again, I think we're certainly very motivated to move as efficiently as we can, given the important role of JSA. So I would certainly be seeking to conduct the process in a way where frankly, it could be done within a matter of months. Precisely what that means in terms of when we'll have a new JSA commissioner in place, of course, also depends on who the individual may be, but we'll be moving as swiftly as we can, Senator.
So there was a statutory review, the review last year found that JSA was already struggling with leadership clarity, and that review recommended a much clearer role delineation for commissioners. So where is that and up to, and how does that fit into the appointment of a permanent new commissioner?
So I think questions on questions like role delineation within JSA between commissioners is probably one better put to the JSA themselves. They'll be here to provide evidence, Senator. But certainly,
they're leaderless.
Well, Professor Glover will be there until the 30th of June, and then as I said, we will act as swiftly as we can to find the next commissioner.
The review recommended that the government issue a statement of expectations to direct the JSA's work plan. Given this increased ministerial direction, how is the government going to ensure that the new commissioner's appointment is genuinely independent and not necessarily selected on the basis of alignment of government policies rather than that sort of demonstrated technical and analytical ability?
Yeah, so thank you, Senator. As I mentioned, I'll be providing advice on my recommendation to the two ministers around the process that they follow, and central to that advice will be going through a rigorous merit-based process to identify the best candidate for JSA, given the important role that it plays.
Okay. This refers back a little bit to this idea of a conflict of interest. Obviously, the statutory review also identified that JSA and ATEC need to formalise a collaborative agreement so that they can avoid duplication. Now, having the person that's led JSA now leading ATEC, that creates an unusual circumstance. So what are the measures in place to ensure that JSA's new commissioner can operate independently and at arm's length from ATEC, given the personal ties that are created by this appointment?
Yeah. So JSA has statutory responsibilities, so it is required under the legislation to perform a certain set of functions. There's no discretion in the performance of those functions for the new head of JSA. ATEC, that is a body that's established under the education portfolio, so they will similarly have their own governance arrangements. Certainly your point about ensuring that there is no potential for conflict between those two agencies, I think I would absolutely agree with, Senator. So ATEC, as a relatively new body, is still in the formative stages, and things like, for example, its own statement of expectations from the Education Minister, any memoranda of understanding, etc., that may need to exist between ATEC and JSA to ensure that their roles are complementary but not duplicative and that there is no potential for conflict. They're governance arrangements that will be developed as ATEC gets on its feet.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move on to outcome 3 unless there's something more corporate.
Yeah, I just wanted to just follow up one element on the evidence given to Senator Hume in relation to the Many Cultures Learning and Mosaic Resources newsletters that the department referred to in response to questions about recommendation 3.3. I did ask officials to come back and table details on whether any of those materials specifically refer to anti-Semitism, and I was just wondering if you're able to table those today. I know you're being released now, but if they will be available for tabling today.
We'll do our best, Senator.
Okay.
I can't speak to how much information is there and therefore how much we would have to go through to be able to respond to the question. So we'll do that in as timely a fashion as possible, and we will aim for today if that is possible.
We would appreciate if you could. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senators, I propose we just move to the tea break early, and that gives time for rotation at the table. Just noting we did have those initial questions from Senator Hume, so there are some officials from corporate required to stay, but otherwise that concludes our questions for corporate. We'll be returning at 10:55, and we'll be in outcome 3 at that point. Okay, the committee will now resume. And we are in outcome 3, workplace relations. And Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I might refer back to the issue that we referred from corporate this morning, the review of conduct from that LinkedIn post from Commissioner Jennifer Hunt. The question that I originally asked was whether the department was aware of the comments. Obviously you are, but I suppose perhaps you could explain to the committee what it is that you know that sits behind this post and why the post was necessary.
Certainly, Senator. Greg Manning, Deputy Secretary, Workplace Relations in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. So, certainly, we're aware of a complaint by Commissioner Hunt in relation to conduct in the Fair Work Commission. Complaint was made, I think from memory, mid-last year. The department briefed the Minister on the matter, including options for how to handle the matter under the Fair Work Act. The department engaged former Judicial Officer, the Honourable Alan Robinson, to investigate the complaint, to assist the Minister. Mr Robinson did that, provided a report in, I think it was January of this year, to the department. The department subsequently briefed the Minister on that report, and following that, the Minister wrote to the parties finalising the matter.
The Minister wrote to the parties finalising the matter. Okay. Okay, there's a fair bit to unpack in that. Can I ask, first and foremost, how did the Commissioner file her complaint? Was it to the Minister or was it to the department?
To the Minister, to an inbox run by the Minister.
Sorry, it was to the Minister's email inbox, and then somebody read that and referred it off to the department, and then the department then came back and briefed the Minister.
Yeah.
So until the department briefed the Minister wasn't aware of the complaint, or was she aware of the complaint before the department briefed her?
I would have to take that on notice. As you would imagine, I certainly had conversations with a person in the Minister's office, but I can't give you evidence as to the Minister's knowledge.
Okay. So the complaint was made mid-last year?
Yes.
Do you have the date of when the complaint was made?
I think, I'll get Mr Harper.
Dab Hub, First Assistant Secretary, Workplace Relations. The complaint was provided to the department on the 10th of July.
10th of July, okay. And that was when it was provided to the department from the Minister's inbox. What's the date of the complaint that was made to the Minister's inbox?
The original complaint was the 13th of June.
13th of June.
I might highlight there that as Mr Manning said, the complaint was received in the Minister's public inbox.
Yes.
And so obviously that receives a high volume of matters, and there was a delay in getting that complaint to the department.
That's actually quite a long delay. I mean, that's a month to get through the Minister's inbox with something that is pretty important, because it's a complaint from a commissioner there. So it's not as if it's, you know, written in all caps or some sort of mass email. That's kind of unusual that it would take nearly a month to get through. Probably not a question for you, but perhaps a question for you, Minister Watt, as to what the average time it would take for the Minister to get through her public inbox in order to respond to something like this usually, and whether there have been any changes since mid-last year when this mistake was made.
Well, I'm not sure that the Minister would receive matters like this into her inbox regularly, so I'm not sure it would be possible to come up with an average time frame for dealing with these types of matters.
Well, yes, you're right, but perhaps there has been something that has fallen through the cracks in the Minister's office for a complaint this significant to have not been even sent on to the department for a month?
Well, I'll get whatever information I can about how the matter was provided to the department, and perhaps I can provide some sort of answer on notice around the usual timeframes for dealing with matters that come into the inbox or something like that.
That would be, I think, a good start. All right, so the department receives it on the 10th of July and then goes back and briefs the minister on what date?
As I said, on the powers and provisions of the Fair Work Act relevant to the complaint and options for handling the matter under the Fair Work Act.
And on what date?
I'll go to Mr Harbigan.
The Minister responded to the complaint on the 24th of July. I don't have the specific date of when
we'll take it on notice and let you know the date we first briefed the Minister in writing about it, Senator.
Okay, so the Minister responded on the 24th of July and responded by appointing Mr Robertson, is that right?
That was after the 24th of July. I think the Minister responded to the complainant on the 24th of July. We're briefing the Minister in the intervening period. I've said we'll come back to you to confirm that date. And then Mr Robertson was appointed on the 19th of September.
19th of September?
2025, yeah.
Okay, so when the Minister responds to the complainant, what is that response? Does it say, thank you for notifying me, I've referred it to the department, we're going to work up a solution? What does it look like?
I think it's acknowledging, again, I don't have it with me and haven't looked at it recently, but it's acknowledging its receipt and advising that it's under consideration and that there'd be further communication once a sort of process had been resolved.
Okay, so is the official response then the appointment of Mr Robertson?
Well, he was appointed to assist the Minister by independently investigating the complaint?
Yes. So perhaps I'm not being clear. When the Minister responded to the complaint, did the Minister say this is under consideration and we'll come back to you with a process? Or did the Minister say we are dealing with this and then subsequently say part of dealing with this is we need to appoint somebody to independently assess it? I mean, because there's quite a long period of time between the Minister responding on the 24th of July and Mr Robertson being appointed on the 19th of September.
Yeah, I'll take it on notice to confirm that. Obviously, the Minister couldn't have spoken about Mr Robinson's appointment before it occurred, but I'll take it on notice to provide you a bit more information about the level of detail and advice that was provided in that initial response.
So what was the process for appointing Mr Robertson?
Well, the department took soundings on appropriate investigators, provided a short list of potential candidates to the Minister based on relevant qualifications and experience, and some preliminary due diligence checks that the department had done. Mr Robinson is a former judge of the Federal Court of Australia, has a lot of considerable experience in public administration and, from memory, had undertaken similar work before.
Okay. Was the Commission or the President or the Vice President consulted on the appointment of Mr Robertson as part of that process?
No, Senator.
No, okay. And was Mr Robertson appointed by letter or provided terms of reference for his report?
Mr Robertson was appointed via a non-statutory ministerial appointment, so under paragraph 2.9H of the Commonwealth Procurement Rules, and that was the process for his appointment.
And there would have been a letter.
That's correct.
For his appointment. Can we have a copy of that letter, please?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
You have to take it on notice, or whether you can give me a copy, or Do you not
no,
have the copy
I don't have
with
a
you?
copy on me.
All right, so
Yeah.
on notice, you will give me a copy of the letter, yes?
On notice, we'll consider if we're able to, Senator.
Well, no, that's a public interest immunity claim, so...
No, look, as you know, Senator Hume, that the first step is for an official to take the question on notice, which may then lead to a public interest immunity claim being made.
So is there a reason why something as basic as a letter of appointment wouldn't be able to be provided?
I don't expect so, Senator. I just can't recall the content of the letter and the amount of detail it went into, so it's that I'd like the opportunity to consider on notice.
And, all right, not entirely sure that actually falls within...
Well, the witness is able to take a question on notice.
They are.
Information. And I believe that Mr Manning has agreed to do that. We can ask for him to do it as speedily as possible. But
Yes, I think that would probably be helpful, Chair, if we could do that as speedily as possible. I don't want to have to wait till the next Senate estimates before finding out that you've decided that, no, you're not going to give me the copy of the letter.
Certainly do it as soon as we can.
I'm sure the officials will do it as soon as they can, bearing in mind they are... Outcome 3 is scheduled to go till about 5:15 this afternoon, so there may be a limited opportunity for these officials to do that.
Thank you, Minister, that's good.
I guess, to be clear, I wasn't saying we'd expect it today, but if we could just endeavour to...
But if we could, that would be terrific. All right.
When possible.
So, Mr Robertson has concluded his report?
Yes.
And has the Minister or her office received that report?
Yes.
And did the Minister or her office ever receive the report in draft before it was finalised?
I don't recall that, Senator.
I don't recall, Senator. I don't believe so.
Okay. If you could confirm that, that would be helpful. On what date was the report provided to the Minister or her office?
The department received it on the 6th of January and provided it to the Minister's office on that day and followed it up with a formal briefing to the Minister on the 10th of February. They're both this year.
10th of February was the briefing?
Yes.
Okay. Has the department or the Fair Work Commission been provided a copy of the report?
Yes, I
Obviously,
just said
you've got one, yes, but the Fair Work Commission, sorry, I should say.
The Fair Work Commission generally has not been provided with a copy of the report, no.
Hasn't been? No, okay. Did the department receive a copy of the report in draft before it was finalised?
I don't recall. Do you recall?
I don't recall. I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Thank you, if you could. And did the department receive the report on the same date as the Minister?
Yeah, we provided it to the Minister.
You provided it, so it went to you first and then it went to the Minister. Okay, and that was the 6th of January. All right. Has Commissioner Hunt requested a copy of Mr Robertson's report from the department?
No, from the Minister, I think.
Only from the Minister? Okay. And has a response been provided to Commissioner Hunt?
Yes, I mean, in finalising the matter, the Minister provided information to the relevant parties. I mean, the social media link you referenced earlier refers to a full report. Certainly, Commissioner Hunt was provided the information that on the department's advice we thought was able to be provided.
So not the full report, but an interpretation of all the recommendations of that report?
Yeah, it was a summary report from Mr Robertson. So.
Right. And why would Mr Robertson's full report not be provided to Commissioner Hunt in these circumstances?
Well, Senator, the full report went to a number of matters or dealt with information from people that were not directly relevant to the complaint or were provided to him as by people who were providing information in relation to the investigation. So, for example, in finalising his report, he made some suggestions in relation to commission processes that went beyond the complaint, for example. So they simply weren't provided on the basis that our understanding of our obligations under privacy law is that information provided for a particular purpose is limited to, there's limits on how it can be provided to others for additional purposes. So our approach was to recommend to the Minister that as much information as is appropriate, given the privacy obligations we operate under, be provided to Commissioner Hunt. However, there were, as I said, matters in the report that went beyond, if you like, the particulars of the initial complaint, and so they weren't provided in either in the summary report.
The matters that went beyond the initial complaint, were they part of the terms of reference that were given to Mr. Robertson in the letter that you are considering giving to me?
Mr. Harper has the answer to that.
We'll take that one on notice, Senator.
Right. Okay.
I don't have a copy of the terms of reference.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, I don't have the copy of the terms of reference.
That's right.
With me. Yeah.
All right. Was there an understanding between the Minister and or the department and Commissioner Hunt when the decision was made and notification was given that Mr. Robertson was going to be appointed to do the review, that Mr. Robertson's report or his review would be then shared with Ms. Hunt?
No, I've no reason to think there'd be a basis for that. I mean, clearly Commissioner Hunt would be interested to know the outcome of any work being done as a result of the complaint, but I'm assuming that. I've never had any contact with Commissioner Hunt. As to what her understanding or assumptions were, I can't give any evidence as to that.
So there would have been a letter from the Minister to Commissioner Hunt?
Mm-hmm. I don't recall that letter going into detail about what would be provided at the completion of the process.
Can that letter... All right. So can you confirm in that letter that it either explicitly ruled in or ruled out the sharing of the review?
That certainly happy to take that on notice and look at that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Senator.
Has the department prepared advice for the Minister regarding any actions under Section 641A of the Fair Work Act?
Yes, as I said earlier,
yes,
Minister, we formally briefed the Minister in February, and as part of that, we provided advice.
Specifically part of that, all right. So I would like to request on notice a copy of the report prepared by Mr. Robertson and any correspondence between Commissioner Hunt and the Minister.
Take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've got lots more questions, but I'm happy to move on.
Let's have a rotation now then, and I'll come back to you. So, Senator Sheldon, you have the call.
I just want to ask some questions about the National Construction Industry Forum.
I'll just get Ms Godden and Ms Platt to come to the table.
Good, thanks very much. The National Construction Industry Forum's, of course, the tripartite advisory body, as you well know, made up of government, unions and business. I just want to get an update about how the NCIF is addressing and driving some cultural change and how that program's panning out.
How long have we got today? There's a lot happening. I'll hand over to Ms Platt, perhaps Ms Godden, to talk you through that.
Keep going till about 11 p.m. What do you reckon, Jane?
We finished at 10.
Oh, 10. You beauty. My day just got better.
Thank you, Senator. Natasha Platt, Assistant Secretary, Acting Construction Policy and Reform Branch. The national construction industry most recently developed a blueprint for the future. It sets out sort of a shared vision for reform for the construction industry. As part of the blueprint, it includes an agreement on a range of challenges facing the industry, but also makes 44 recommendations that inform the ongoing work program of the NCIF. As part of that, the NCIF have also agreed 9 priority recommendations that form the first tranche of implementation, which is underway at the moment. I'm happy to talk through those 9 priority recommendations, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be helpful, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sarah Godden, First Assistant Secretary, Safety and Industry Policy Division. The 9 priorities are strengthening the reform of the NCIF through increased resourcing to drive long-term structural reform, developing a new joint construction industry charter, setting out clear shared goals and behavioural expectations, advising on best practice for procurement frameworks and settings, including the use of labour hire and reducing planning and approval red tape, developing advice on delivering safe, secure and well-paid jobs in the construction industry, advising on strengthening pathways into the construction industry by identifying strategies to address structural barriers to entry, identifying best practice to address structural barriers to women's participation in the industry, improving worker mobility through nationally consistent skills accreditation, licensing and regulation, developing advice on effective security of payment arrangements for contractors through the supply chain, and developing guidelines on appropriate risk management and risk allocation. There have been a significant number of meetings recently, workshops, Senator, in terms of developing and progressing work, particularly on the construction industry charter, which Ms Platts can talk through.
Yeah, so the NCIF operates through a series of facilitated workshops in addition to their formal meetings. It's a collaborative approach to developing advice for government. One of the priority recommendations is the development of a charter, which is a way of the industry setting shared goals and behavioural expectations aligned to 4 threads, which kind of represent the vision for a thriving construction industry, and that includes safety, productivity, positive lawful culture, and sustainability. So the NCIF have met through 3 facilitated workshops since November last year to develop a draft construction industry charter. That's expected to be considered by the forum at its formal meeting next month, with a view to consult with the broader industry in the second half of this year.
Right.
Yep.
There is further detail available on the NCIF's forward work plan, Senator, which was published on the department's website on the 6th of May.
Yeah, good, thanks. And part of that's the, just touching on those, what the consultation is considering the new standards as well. I know you've touched on some of your evidence, but maybe if you could just sort of bring us a bit up to date about what sort of conversations are taking place with the construction industry ultimately.
Certainly, Senator. So the consultation on proposed new federal standards to clean up the construction industry is very complementary to work being undertaken by the NCIF on Priority Reform 3.1, which I referred to earlier, which relates to procurement. Certainly the Minister has been very clear that she's interested in using procurement to drive better bargaining behaviour. And the consultation on potential standards for the construction industry is aimed at ensuring government financial arrangements drive quality, productivity, lawful behaviour and deliver safe and secure, well-paid jobs. It also complements the NCIF's development of the Joint Construction Industry Charter that Ms Platts went through, which is aimed at setting out those shared behavioural expectations. When we look at the work that is being undertaken, Senator, it is very much linked all together through the work of the NCIF to ensure that there is tripartite engagement across the industry, that views can be heard, and the consultation, which is expected to occur in the second half of this year, will be very important for that. And we would really encourage stakeholders who are interested in the proposed construction standards to register for updates on the department's website. There is a register of interest, and we'd really encourage, even beyond the NCIF, for people to register to be able to have their say. Certainly we have had early engagement around this consultation, including with NCAF members, members of the National Workplace Relations Consultative Council and the Commonwealth Senior Officials Group.
Right. As part of, obviously, state government, or I shouldn't say state governments, actually. Prime contractors, the construction companies are actually supposed to be delivering the project. State governments have a more hand-on approach, funding which may come from federal or combination of state government or state government itself. And of course, then there's the federal government. So there's a series of layers and responsibilities. What's been the reaction to the responsibilities of some contractors, for example, in the construction industry, let alone before we get to some of the major players, such as the multiplexes of this world and WeBuild and people like that?
I can provide some quotes from industry in reaction to the announcement on consultation for the standards. So the outgoing Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Constructors Association has made a number of comments. For example, the Australian Constructors Association welcomes the federal government's announcement of consultation on new industry standards, describing it as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver lasting reform across the construction sector. We have an opportunity to create a modern construction industry. Well-designed industry standards developed in consultation with all key stakeholders can play a critical role in delivering a safer, more productive and more sustainable construction sector for the long term. And just to note that the ACA is the peak organisation representing Tier 1 contractors. There's also some statements from the Housing Industry Association peak body, the Managing Director, Jocelyn Martin. So HIA has also welcomed the announcement by the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Amanda Rishworth, of a consultation process on establishing a new building and construction industry standard, describing it as a significant opportunity to reset expectations across the industry. If implemented carefully and pragmatically, the proposed areas of focus for the new industry standard have the potential to drive genuine cultural change if implemented equitably and consistently and appropriately enforced. The consultation process must be genuine, transparent and nationally consistent, with a strong focus on practical outcomes that improve industry culture while supporting productivity and workforce participation.
And Senator, I think further to your query, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, Murray Furlong, will be here later as well, and I know that he has had quite a bit of engagement with employer, both peaks and individually, about what he sees as the need for a more consistent effort across the industry in terms of improving standards. So, in a way, adding some meat to the bones of the charter that we've been discussing as well. And so he'd be able to take you through some of those conversations as well, if it would assist you.
And maybe just as much as you can on a high level, and thank you for that point. But just that, again, that interaction with other agencies, ATO. Obviously, there's a substantial number of other agencies that are in this space, state and federal agencies.
There's a couple of fora which Ms Godden will be able to take you through. One where the regulators themselves work together, but also one that brings in some public service agencies as well, to make sure that everyone's across the complete picture of what people are doing.
So the department leads a cross-industry consultation forum, Senator. We bring together senior officials from all relevant government departments, as well as the regulators. So we have significant representation from the Fraud Fusion Task Force. So as well as our portfolio regulators, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission and the Fair Work Ombudsman. We also have representatives from key regulators like the ATO, particularly from their Phoenixing Task Force, ASIC, the ACCC, the AFP, also from regulators like AUSTRAC, who assist the AFP in some of their investigations. And very much the intention of that senior officials group is to draw together the strands of work that are occurring across the Commonwealth to enable not only that information sharing piece, but to
ensure that we can connect those puzzle pieces across the Commonwealth and that we have visibility of all the action that's being taken across the Commonwealth. So that's been a very productive group. We last met on the 19th of May.
Just in the RAT earlier last week, looked at the sham contracting, particularly in transport, and some of the work that's been done with the Fair Work Ombudsman, amongst others. One of the things that struck me was the confidence with you find someone who appears to be doing the wrong thing on tax or is found to be doing the wrong thing on tax, often is the same company stealing wages, quite often unsafe practices, just from my life experience, my previous life, and looking at matters since I've been in the Senate. The coordination of those activities obviously have to run independently of each other. That's important. But how are you finding sort of the interrelationship between the different parts of government and governments in trying to find, this sort of, here's a flag which would indicate there may be other issues that we should investigate because it tells us logically there's probably other problems.
Certainly we've found engagement through the forum has been incredibly positive, Senator. So forum members are very willing to work together to coordinate and ensure that we are learning the lessons that the Fraud Fusion Task Force has set out, and that we are working to assist other agencies as well, even those outside the senior officials working group. We have reached out quite recently through to DQ, through to DISA in relation to their Business Grants Hub, in relation to some intelligence that was received and discussed at that forum, and we are using a systems thinking approach with that group to map the levers that are currently available to the various Commonwealth entities who form part of this puzzle picture, if you like, with a view to not only seeing how we can all work together and see the levers that are currently available, but progressing that work forward. And I've certainly had engagement with the Department of Infrastructure quite recently on this to look at what work we could do about what a good state would look like, and to drive that work forward into the future, not just looking at our current state.
And that's in addition to, because obviously these regulators are independent, so that's in addition to what they're doing independent. Like, for example, you gave that example of the ATO and the Fair Work Ombudsman coming together, making statements about sham contracting in the transport industry. And that's why, in addition to the four we've spoken about, they have a joint action working group where they perhaps share information that you wouldn't, about particular regulatory activities which public servants generally don't need to know about.
Yes, we're very conscious that the information sharing we do doesn't prejudice any of the investigations on foot, and so the JORG works separately, this joint agency working group, to enable the regulators to work together and, where appropriate, share information to assist in progressing their investigations and ensure that relevant intelligence is received by the correct regulator who can take action on that intelligence, and the senior officials group then is able to lift that up, if you like, from the detail of those investigations and look at that whole of government coordination. And at the last meeting we went through, there were currently 97 active investigations across the various Commonwealth regulators and around 38 matters in either the Fair Work Commission or in the courts. So there's certainly a significant degree of activity.
And so there's a response to potential breaches of various laws, but also there's proactive work on productivity. Apprentices, I understand as well. Is that correct? As part of the program for the policy areas for for contractors as well. Use of labour hire, I think, is also an area which obviously has been contentious in how labour hire has been used in the construction industry, but also...
and certainly that's one of the focuses of the National Construction Industry Forum. If we come back to your original question about secure work and minimising some of those problems that some models seem to be able to give rise to.
And that's certainly reflected in the 9 priority recommendations, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sheldon's questions around the standards for the construction industry. I suppose I'd very much like to know from the department's point of view what the problem is that the standards are intended to solve. You said that there have been problems in the construction industry, but you didn't say what the problems were.
Certainly, Senator. So this is probably best contextualised within the work of the National Construction Industry Forum. So the National Construction Industry Forum, as I said, is a tripartite body that brings together government, unions and business to promote best practice, to address systemic problems and drive reform in the building and construction industry. So as I went through, one of those 9 priority areas for the blueprint is advising on best practice for procurement, frameworks and settings, including the use of labour hire and reducing planning and approval red tape. So there has been a body of work that's being undertaken in relation to this priority recommendation 3.1, including with the Department of Finance, and that's how I would contextualise the proposed consultation on those new federal standards. It's looking at whether there is a role on potential standards for the construction industry that would be aimed at ensuring government financial arrangements drive quality, productivity, lawful behaviour and deliver safe and secure, well-paid jobs, and how that could assist in delivering that priority recommendation 3.1.
Okay, so this is specifically for government, so Commonwealth-funded and Commonwealth-supported construction projects, is that right?
That's correct. So those government financial arrangements, yes.
Okay, and will the standards be mandatory or voluntary?
This, I expect, will be an open question in the consultation, Senator, but I would stress that no decisions have been made, that we have not commenced consultation, that the Minister has flagged that this consultation will occur in the second half of this year.
Okay. And I assume that the method of implementation will be also outlined then, is that right?
I would assume that that is definitely possible as within scope of the consultation, Senator, but as I said, no decisions have been made.
Okay. The Minister has been adamant. She said that the government had no intention of replicating Queensland's former BPIC scheme. Obviously, the BPIC scheme pushed up costs by potentially up to 25%. It restricted competition, it pushed up rents, there were fewer homes built. It was supposed to increase productivity, it had the exact opposite. It was known as the CFMEU tax. So I could understand why the Minister would be adamant that she did not want to replicate Queensland's BPIC. But I'm interested in knowing what it was that replication means. What aspects of BPIC will not be replicated by the Minister in these new standards?
Ms Gordon said, I think I just have to take the Minister's comments at their word, where she said she's got no intention of replicating them. As Ms Godden said, the consultation is yet to happen and no final decision's been made. But my reading of it is its intention to not replicate any aspects of it.
Any aspects? Okay, that's good to know. So I'm assuming then it means that the Commonwealth will not copy BPIC by name, but most importantly, it won't adopt BPIC style conditions in substance.
As I said, Senator, I mean, you can ask a lot of questions asking me to disprove something that hasn't happened. I've just got to come back to the point that decisions haven't been made, and the Minister said the government's got no intention of replicating that scheme. However, the consultation is yet to occur, so I'm unable to sit here ruling out individual provisions other than referring you back to the Minister's comment that the government's got no intention of replicating that scheme.
Okay, well, did the department advise the Minister on the Queensland BPIC scheme in advance of these consultations so that she was well informed as to what aspects would not be replicated and why they would not be replicated in the new standards?
In the sense of going through the scheme,
what was wrong with the
BPIC
scheme?
I'll hand over to Ms. Platts and Ms. Godden to see it.
Look, Senator, I think we'd need to take that on notice. Certainly the BPIC scheme has been well ventilated in the media. Generally, we wouldn't go into state-based schemes in particular detail. We've been quite focused on the Commonwealth arrangements, but we'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. So you have advised the Minister about the BPIC scheme. It's not just that they have been publicly ventilated. It is something that the department has spoken specifically to the Minister about.
I've taken that on notice, Senator.
Well, surely somebody knows whether you've discussed and advised the Minister about the BPIC scheme and how it operates.
We certainly briefed the Minister in the lead up to the announcement around the standards, but I don't know the answers. Ms. Godden said we've taken that notice.
Not to my knowledge in any specific detail.
Okay. So the Minister has said publicly that she has no intention of replicating the Queensland's former BPIC scheme. Has she made that clear, not just publicly, but to the department? Has she spoken to you about that?
I don't know if she's spoken to us about it, but we certainly, that's our understanding, as I said, of taking the Minister's release at its word. Certainly our understanding based on discussions with her office, that's the intention.
Okay, so it was in the media release. Did the Minister's office write that in the media release, or did the department write it in her media release, that there was no intention of replicating Queensland BPIC?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, Senator. Sorry, I have to take that on notice.
If you could take that on notice, that would be good. Has the department identified which BPIC style requirements are expressly out of scope?
I'll come back to my earlier answer, Senator.
Sorry? I was going to say it's still very early days, Senator. We're looking at commencing this consultation in the second half of this year, so that would be, I think, putting the cart ahead of the horse.
Okay. So in those consultations, will there be discussion about whether standards will require, prefer or reward or independently or indirectly encourage contractors to have an enterprise agreement with a registered employee organisation?
Another comment the Minister made in the statement announcing the intention to consult was the government has no intention of requiring employees to enter an enterprise agreement covered by a registered employee organisation as a condition of receiving Commonwealth Government funding in the construction industry.
Okay, good. So as part of those consultations, will there be discussion as to whether a contractor receives potentially a higher tender score or funding preference or a pre-qualification advantage if it has a union enterprise agreement?
I think that's really going ahead of where we are at this stage, Senator.
Yeah, I know, but we're at media release stage, so I know if we're at media release stage and we're ruling things in and we're ruling things out, surely you probably have a better indication of what is and what isn't on the table of those consultations.
Not at this stage, Senator, in the sense that we will, our intention is to assist the consultation by developing a discussion paper which can form the basis of some of those discussions. That will be approved. We're still doing that work. That hasn't been approved. So go back to Ms. Godden's comments that it's too early for us to say what will be happening. And I feel like I'm probably stating the obvious, but of course people raise things in consultations that you don't necessarily seek views on. So again, it's way too early for us to say what people will raise with us in those consultations, but we're doing the preliminary work.
I understand that, but obviously you will be setting out the terms of reference for the consultations and direct the traffic to where the discussions will go. If there is no intention of replicating Queensland's former BPIC scheme, will you then be identifying those items within the BPIC that were contentious that clearly had caused the cost blowouts, that clearly had caused the potential for this to be referred to as a CFMEU tax, so that they are explicitly not recommended or consulted on by the forum, the tripartite forum.
In the Minister's media release, the Minister did identify around, I think it's around a dozen factors that she anticipated the government would be seeking consideration of, which go to a lot of those cultural issues that Ms Platts and Ms Godden spoke to, that the NCIF are working on. So we can take on notice and give you a link to it, or we can run through those matters there. Things like making sure enterprise agreements are genuinely agreed, fair, effective and timely resolution of disputes. So certainly the Minister's stated, as I say, I think it's roughly a dozen considerations that the government is interested in getting views on, has ruled out two other things which we've given evidence on already.
Yeah.
I'd also say, Senator, in terms of the next steps, it might be helpful that we're expecting, or we put on the agenda for the next NCIF meeting on the 15th of June, a discussion of the proposed consultation approach to these potential construction standards. So that's the next step, if you like, that we're focused on, is having this discussion in that tripartite forum with industry about that proposed consultation approach. So this is going to be a very sort of, it's a consultative approach to the consultation that we are looking to seek views at that meeting.
Okay. The Minister's media release on the 1st of May refers to preventing an employee bargaining representative from dictating subcontractor choice. What evidence does the department have that this conduct is occurring now?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Will the standards expressly prohibit unions, bargaining representatives or third parties from pressuring contractors over subcontractor selection?
So that is an area that the Minister has indicated in her media release that she's interested in consulting on, Senator.
On how to do that?
Yes, on how to do that.
The release on the 1st of May also refers to industrial fixers or mediators. What is an industrial fixer?
I think it's a term, Senator, that's probably best understood through the framework of the CFMEU administrators' policy on industrial fixers and mediators. But I would stress that if you look at the media release, it's how to ensure inappropriate industrial fixers or mediators who are not operating within the Fair Work Act or other relevant laws are not engaged or used. So to the extent that you have mediation, which is very common in the industry and of course across the Fair Work Act, that is operating within the Fair Work Act and within laws, that is not within the scope of behaviour that the Minister was looking at.
And Ms Godden said the CFMEU administration, when Mr Irving, when he was administrator, published a policy on dealing with industrial fixers, and certainly it's an issue which other industry participants, and I think again Mr Furlong have discussed in relation to their use, noting of course that they're often engaged purportedly on behalf of employers in the industry.
So who identified it as an issue for consultation, this issue of industrial fixers?
I think it's a well understood issue in the industry from a cultural perspective as to who identified it and the process by which it was put in the press release. I'd have to take that on notice.
But as the officials have already said, the work around the standards has come through the tripartite NCIF as well. And I think it's fair to say that that issue, along with a number of others that are being considered in the standards, are shared concerns between unions and employers in the industry.
And that goes to the point that the NCIF is a tripartite body where employers, employees and government all have a role to play. And as sort of said out here, the intention with these standards is for the government to complement that work by way of looking at its financial arrangements and putting in place arrangements that, as I say, complement that work and try and drive the changes in behaviour that the industry wants to see, for the government to play its role in doing that.
Okay. Has the department briefed the minister on the risk that these standards may be perceived as a BPIC, just by a BPIC by a different name? Is that something that you have been involved in?
I don't recall we've given that advice, have we? No.
I don't recall, Senator, but I can take that on notice.
Okay. You've referred back to this media release and what's in the media release a number of times here, which suggests to me that perhaps you haven't had any specific instructions, or you haven't been provided any specific instructions about what is expected. It does sound like that this media release was written by the Minister's office and not by the department. Is that correct?
I think we took that on notice already, just to ascertain that, unless Ms Platt has any background. But we'll take that on notice. I certainly think, as we've indicated, there's a process underway to develop materials to support the consultation. We've already got plans to speak at the NCIF with industry representatives about what they would like to see in the consultation and the outcomes as well. So it's certainly a process which, whilst at early stages, work is underway and is occurring.
So the consultation is going to occur in the second half of this year, but there doesn't seem to be any detail beyond the media release.
Mr Manning has already referred you to information that I think is on the department's website, which sets out close to a dozen matters that are expected to be considered in the consultation. I'm happy to read them out to you.
All right, no, that's fine. What's the time frame for the discussion paper to be released?
So in terms of next steps, the most immediate next step is to consult with the National Construction Industry Forum in June around the consultation approach to make sure that it's sort of fit for purpose, and that will inform the development of the discussion paper. That discussion paper will need to be agreed by government, and then it will be released. So the dates aren't confirmed, but it is expected in the second half of this year, for early kind of maybe from August, September, but that's still a matter for government.
Okay. So between the media release and the meeting, what work has been done?
So our most immediate focus at the moment is preparing to meet with the National Construction Industry Forum to ask them about how best to design this consultation approach, including the drafting of the discussion paper that's intended to be used as the sort of main mechanism to elicit views from industry.
Right. Okay. So if we're to come back to the next round of Senate estimates, what do you anticipate will have been achieved by then in this space?
So by October, Senator, I expect that we will have discussed the consultation approach at the NCIF meeting, which is, I believe, on the 15th of June, and that will have informed the development of a discussion paper, which will have been, hopefully by then, put to government, possibly approved. But as Ms Platt said, we don't, we won't have that certainty, but we would certainly anticipate that work to be well developed following the input and the collaboration through the National Construction Industry Forum in, 2 weeks or so?
And depending on those decisions, which we said haven't been taken yet, the consultations could quite possibly be underway.
Yeah, may well be underway,
Yeah.
but...
Right.
And
what... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that there are a range of ways to kind of ensure that our stakeholders are aware of consultation opportunities as they arise. So one being on the department's website, there is a register of interest. It has a specific question around updates on the consultation standards. But we will also work with industry, both through the National Construction Industry Forum and other peaks through the National Workplace Relations Consultative Committee to provide that information, so industry are fully aware of that consultation process and supported to participate in it.
Okay. And what documents will be publicly available prior to the next estimates on this? So there will be a terms of reference for the discussion, consultation papers, the consultation groups.
I think we have to come back to the previous evidence that decisions haven't been made, but that we would envisage that at least the consultation paper will be out there.
I just don't want to preempt what input we might get from the National Construction Industry Forum, Senator, because we have committed to getting their input on that consultation process. So it really is too early to give you exact parameters of what that consultation process will look like ahead of speaking to industry and getting their views.
All right. All right. Well, on notice, I would like to understand who it was that penned that media release, and if there was a ministerial brief that came up with the content of it, if it wasn't you that actually penned the release. And I'd also like from the department an understanding of what your understanding is of the BPIC aspects that are going to be explicitly ruled out. Perhaps there is a schedule of some sort that will be provided to that forum, identifying substantive BPIC features that the Minister has clearly made explicit that she will not be replicating in the new standards.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Everyone for being here. I've got a few lines of questioning. The first in relation to closing the loopholes review. I understand the draft review was published on the 18th of May and made 52 draft recommendations. My first question is, how many submissions has the department received so far responding to the draft report?
Yeah, we'll get Ms Brayshaw to answer that. I just need to flag, Senator, that it's possible we might need to move some witnesses in or out depending on where you go on particular recommendations, but Ms Brayshaw's area is responsible for the review overall.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Senator. Elizabeth Brayshaw, First Assistant Secretary, Entitlement Safeguards Division. Thanks. Senator, I just wanted to check, your question was in relation to feedback on the draft report. How many submissions?
How many submissions you've received so far?
Senator, my understanding is that we've received 49 submissions.
Okay. In relation to the draft review, yeah. There were more received before the draft was produced.
So in the first stage of consultations, we received, I think it was around 86 submissions.
Okay. But before the draft was... Yeah. And then you put the draft out and you've received 49 cents.
That's my understanding as this morning.
Thank you. That review recommended a series of changes to industrial relations law, including improving access to labour hire orders for vulnerable worker cohorts and better protections for gig workers. I understand the review also examined the paid family domestic violence leave framework, finding that the entitlement, quote, has been a positive change for victim survivors, however not operating as effectively as it could. What work, if any, is the department doing on these draft recommendations?
Senator, in relation to the draft report, I might just give a bit more additional context. That draft report was out for feedback until the 29th of May and is due to be finalised in the coming weeks. So the next steps in the process is for the reviewer to consider the feedback on the draft report and finalise her report by the 15th of June. That is then provided to the Minister. And then the Minister must table that report within 15 sitting days. So in terms of next steps, it's still in that process of being finalised following the benefit of that feedback. So in terms of when the government considers and what the department might do, that will happen after the report's finalised.
Okay, so you can't give me any insight about what you're doing on those specific issues, the question of the entitlement for domestic violence leave, or the labour hire orders for vulnerable workers and better protection for gig workers? Are they areas of activity?
Yeah, as Ms Brayshaw said, we will wait for the finalisation of the report before turning next steps, but certainly that in relation to the family and domestic violence leave, it was a follow-up from a previous review into that entitlement when it was first established. And so certainly aware of the concerns about how well known the entitlement is and so how it's operating in practice. But as Ms Brayshaw said, the independent reviewer, Ms Booth, is seeking views on her draft recommendations before finalising them. So we haven't done anything yet in response to the final recommendations, in that they're still under formulation.
But are you, for example, gathering data on how well known and who knows about a provision like that to inform?
There was certainly information gathered as part of the review. We perhaps could have clarified that the department's providing the secretariat to the review. Okay. So whilst there's an independent reviewer, it's departmental staff who report up to Ms Brayshaw who are providing that support. And as part of that, in relation to recommendations generally, a focus is seeing, well, what information is there, what evidence is there, noting that for quite a few of the recommendations that there may not be a lot of evidence because there may not have been cases, for example, that might not have happened, whereas for others, like regulated labour hire, there's a different story where there have been quite a few orders made already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator, I should note that in the draft report, the review did provide a table which sort of sets out the actions that the Australian government has done since the first review. So it sort of sets out a range of actions that the Fair Work Ombudsman and others have taken in trying to...
family domestic violence.
On family domestic violence.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a stock take of where the first Australian government response and actions has been taken. And then it's now, this further review is what the Closing Loopholes Review has been considering and hearing from stakeholders about the implementation of the entitlement.
And you confirmed earlier that the final report is to be provided to the Minister on or before the 15th of June.
That's correct.
That's correct. And the final report itself published within 15 sitting days after that date.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for those answers. I want to move on to some issues in relation to Qantas outsourcing.
Change the witnesses.
Change the witnesses, yeah. Qantas has recently announced they're establishing a new cabin crew base in Singapore, looking to employ upwards of 650 staff over the next 5 years. These are jobs that could be done by Australian workers, and certainly there are concerns from cabin crew in Australia about what this means for them. I've had a number of constituents contact me about this decision. Is the department aware of this plan by Qantas?
Just get the witnesses to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Senator. My name's Stuart Kerr. I'm the Acting First Assistant Secretary of our Workplace Relations Legal team. I think the department is broadly aware of the media reports into this issue, Senator.
Have you had any discussions with Qantas?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice. Certainly I do have an industry outreach team that talk to various employer and employee groups from time to time, so I would need to take that on notice.
I'm interested in discussions you may have had with Qantas or with their relevant unions.
Okay.
Does the department have any concerns that hiring staff in Singapore, where they're not subject to our Australian industrial relations system or law, is an attempt by Qantas to bypass the same job, same pay laws?
I mean, obviously, Senator, we'd be we have an interest in making sure that the application of the Fair Work Act is working as intended, where the employment largely arises in Australia and in connection to Australia. So, and clearly, in assisting the government to implement for example, the regulated labour hire arrangements, there are a number of measures put in place, any avoidance measures in relation to their operation in Australia. So, clearly concerned about it from that perspective. I don't know if we've got enough information, having taken on notice, whether we've had conversations about the motivations, etc., as to whether or not there's any, how it could come up against some of those frameworks I've just spoken about.
Minister, have you got concerns about Qantas offshoring staff like this in a way that may at least be seen as an attempt to bypass the same job, same pay law?
Well, just to echo what Mr Manning has said, we've obviously got an interest in making sure that big or small businesses don't engineer solutions to get around our laws. Clearly, the department and the Minister's Office are monitoring this, but we're very proud of the change we made to the law around same job, same pay, and we don't want to see that undermined.
Has the department had a look at whether this is a trend more broadly beyond Qantas, with employers offshoring jobs to get around legislation? Are you monitoring? Do you have a systemic analysis about where this is happening?
Well, I suppose before I hand over to witnesses, I don't recall this issue being raised in the review that's underway, which you've just spoken about, because it is looking at implementation of the regulated labour hire agreement. So it's possible that what we're discussing goes beyond that. But obviously, as part of our role as assisting the minister to administer the legislation, we're always keen to understand how is it working in practice, or are arrangements being put in place to get around it, and what, if any, options should be considered in response to that. I'm not across the details of what we're speaking about. Obviously, when you're dealing with businesses that are based internationally, there's some considerations that might be different from when they're based solely in Australia. However, clearly we've got an interest in making sure the Fair Work Act is working as intended.
And certainly the anti-avoidance provision is one that we are paying attention to, Senator, to see how that's working in practice.
And the anti-avoidance provisions, how frequently have they been invoked with penalties as a consequence?
So I'm not aware of any civil penalties to date, Senator, although it's quite early days. But I would say that generally the operation of provisions like anti-avoidance provisions and deterrence provisions, it would be fairly rare to see a civil penalty, and the monitoring that I referred to was more to, is this deterring the sort of conduct that we intended it to deter?
Minister, do you agree that it's appropriate that staff working on Australian registered aircraft should be employed under Australian workplace laws?
Well, I think as a general statement of principle, our preference would be to have Australian workers employed in large Australian companies based under Australian laws. We've obviously made changes to the law to improve the ability for that to happen. I mean, I don't know enough about the specific case as the representing minister to be able to comment in detail about the specific situations, but, I think most Australians would expect that companies that operate in Australia consider the impact of their decisions on Australians.
Okay, thank you. I'll move along to a third issue, and that is the question of vehicle allowances for workers. Earlier this year, multiple unions launched an urgent case in the Fair Work Commission to increase vehicle allowances for workers. I understand currently the average vehicle allowance is set at 99 cents a kilometre, with about 40% of that designated to cover fuel itself directly. Unions are pushing for an increase of at least 10 cents a kilometre and for more frequent increases. And we're talking about workers in nursing, aged care, disability support, fast food delivery, who are especially impacted. These are a bunch of very low-paid workers, often very insecure, and certainly impacted by fuel price shocks. I know that the Fair Work Commission actually sets the vehicle allowance, but has the department done any work on this issue and these groups of workers who are so significantly affected?
Certainly the department's done work on the fuel issue generally in relation to the Fairer Fuel Act that the government passed. Certainly we're monitoring the proceedings you're mentioning here, Senator. We haven't been involved in those proceedings, though.
Which groups of workers have actually been beneficiaries of change under the Fairer Fuel Act? Do these groups of workers include the ones I've named?
So the Fairer Fuel Act enabled a determination to be made for an abridged period of time under which a road transport contractual chain order could be made. So that really goes to people working in the road transport industry. So those contracts, the case you're talking about brought by the ACTU is somewhat different in the sense that they're not necessarily contracts for transport of goods by road, but it happens to be people using their vehicles for the road. So I don't think there'd be a lot of overlap, hence the two different proceedings.
So is the department doing any work on this matter in relation to these other groups of workers and how they're affected?
So Senator, we are contributing to whole of government work being led by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on the impact of fuel price increases on different parts of the community, including workers. So we're contributing to considerations of what's reasonable in terms of the government's response under level 2 of the current fuel plan and what would be reasonable in response to should we get into level 3 or level 4 in that regard. So we're certainly contributing to that broader effort underway across government.
So, Minister, can I ask you, your legislative changes through the Fairer Fuel Act only affect truck drivers and not other workers, really significant groups of other workers who are low paid, very disadvantaged in the care economy, childcare, disability, aged care, who are using their cars and paying for their fuel to look after the people they feel so responsible for and paid to care for. How do you respond to the fact that the changes have not been there for these other really important groups of workers?
Could I just clarify one aspect of that question before the Minister replies? Right, in the sense that with the Fairer Fuel Act, the government changed the regime under which parties could be involved in matters before the Fair Work Commission. With the award variation matter you're talking about, the regime was fit for purpose in terms of enabling an application to be made seeking that. So in a way, the government has made sure that there are two regimes depending on different types of engagement, but hasn't been a party in either of the matters brought under either the road transport contractual chain order process or the award process. It's been more at that framework level, ensuring that there are processes under which people can seek those variations.
So the only thing I'd add to that, to what Mr Manning has said, is that obviously the decision of the government to reduce the fuel excise would be assisting to some degree those workers as well. The more people are driving for their work, the more they would be benefiting from halving of the excise rate as well.
But do you have concern that the protection for them, for these groups of workers, is lesser than that available to those in the transport system on the ground? That there is a differential in the treatment of them?
I'm sure there were, obviously being the representing minister, I'm not in possession of all the facts here. I'm sure there were particular reasons why a decision was made around the trucking industry. The officials may be able to add to that. But, you know, I'd also point to the fact that this government has significantly increased the wages of a lot of the care workers that you're talking about as well. I know that's not the same issue, but that's a pretty big demonstration of our concern for those low-paid workers.
Yeah. But I'm just concerned about their rising costs and the action that they need to protect them.
Yeah, Senator, it is worth highlighting, just going to expand on what Mr Manning said earlier, is the legislation provides a pathway for more immediate action to be taken through the Fair Work Commission. Under the former arrangements, there were specific consultation periods that were required under the Fair Work Act for road transport contractual chain orders, which meant that the Fair Work Commission required a minimum of 6 months consultation process, which didn't allow for immediate action to be taken in such emergency circumstances. The comparison within these sectors of this vehicle allowance application is that the Fair Work framework does allow for quick decisions by the Fair Work Commission. Obviously, it maintains the same requirements around consultation and engaging with parties and providing proper input for all stakeholders to have their say and put forward evidence for then the Commission to make a decision. So I think the Fairer Fuels Act kind of brought some consistency in the ability to kind of act quickly.
And the Commission had held a hearing on 15 May. I think its decision's pending. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll be watching that. And thanks, Chair. Thanks for your answers.
Thank you. Now that the Fair Work decision has come down, I might ask a couple of questions about this. Obviously, the government lodged its submission to...
sorry, you're talking about the...
Sorry, the minimum wage,
annual wage case,
yes, thank you, sorry. The government lodged its submission on the 26th of March recommending a real wage increase, but it didn't nominate a figure this time around.
That was the approach we took last time as well. We didn't nominate a figure last time either.
Why was that?
Well, it's ultimately a decision for the Fair Work Commission to decide what is the appropriate increase to the minimum wage, and we certainly welcome the decision that they've made today. Absolutely essential that lower paid workers in particular, and we're talking about the lowest paid workers in the country, get the kind of wage rise that they've received today through the Fair Work Commission. But we respect the fact that the decision about the percentage is one to be made by the Fair Work Commission, weighing up a range of factors. But 2 years in a row now, our government has been very clear in putting forward a submission supporting an economically sustainable real wage increase.
I'll just add to that, Senator, of course, the government isn't the only party to make a submission.
Yes.
The Commission receives submissions from businesses, from unions, so they have the opportunity to consider perspectives from those that do put a specific number in there and the rationale for that. So the government takes more of a framework approach in its submission to the Commission on that basis.
When the department, has the department modelled the impact of the increases in previous years as well as the increase potentially this year and the variations of where the Fair Work Commission could have gone on small business viability and employment as well as the broader economy?
Thank you.
Like a specific, I suppose, is there a specific focus on small business as well?
Thank you, Senator. Matt Cowgill, Chief Economist and First Assistant Secretary. The impact on small business as well as on business competitiveness and productivity, those are all factors that the Fair Work Commission's expert panel is required to take into account by the Fair Work Act. The department hasn't undertaken specific modelling of the impact on small business, but we certainly do analysis that's included in the submission that goes to the number of small businesses that will be affected by the decision.
Right. So that analysis would be better done, or probably has been done, by Treasury then?
Certainly the macroeconomic impact in terms of what the decision may mean for overall wages growth and inflation is a matter for the Treasury. I can't speak to whether they have specifically modelled or projected the impact on small business, Senator.
So the government points to a cumulative increase of more than $9,000 since 2022. What's the corresponding cumulative increase in the wage bill for an award-reliant small business? Is that something that you would look at?
Depend on the number of employees, I imagine.
It would, and as well as the classifications at which they're employed, Senator. So I'm not sure we could generalise about small business in that way.
How does the increase interact with other costs hitting employers from the 1st of July this year? So things like payday super, is that something that you look at?
Certainly the compulsory super paid under the superannuation guarantee is paid as a percentage on top of employees' regular earnings. So when earnings increase, as they will as a result of this decision, then compulsory superannuation contributions would mechanically increase as a result.
Okay, so again, is the interaction of various cost pressures, like the increase in the minimum wage, like payday super, is that something that is modelled by the department?
There's certainly factors that parties to the proceedings bring into the proceedings. But I'll go back to Mr.
That's right. As Mr. Manning has said, these are factors that the expert panel of the Fair Work Commission is required to take into account.
Yes.
Certainly parties to that process, including the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Australian Industry Group and others, can and do raise issues specific to small business, and I'm sure that the Fair Work Commission takes those submissions into account in reaching its decision.
So my question was whether the department models them, though.
Not specifically the interaction that you're describing of the increase as a result of the annual wage review process and other policy decisions or changes.
Okay.
But I think, Senator, so we have a shared accountability with Treasury for providing advice to the government on the government submission. And in preparing that submission, of course, we take into consideration the impact on workers, but also the impact on business of the proposal that we put to government around what position they may want to take in the context of the annual wage review.
Obviously, the Commission this morning has awarded an increase of 4.75%. So is that outcome consistent with the government's submission and what the government submission argued for?
As Secretary Duggan and the Minister have outlined, the government's position didn't specify a specific numerical figure. That's consistent with long-standing practice of this and previous Australian governments. The government's position was for an economically sustainable real wage increase, as the Minister noted. I would note that the increase in award wages that the Commission has awarded this morning is above current inflation, so it is a real increase relative to the most recent actual inflation figure that we have.
Yeah, it's it's above April's.
That's right, Senator. So that's correct. That's what I was referring to as the most recent figure. So over the year to April, the monthly figure, inflation over that period was 4.2%.
Just above March, I think, too.
March, I believe, was slightly higher. My recollection is that it was 4.6, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so what then is the estimated cost of that decision to the Commonwealth budget through funded wages, and has the department briefed the Minister on that? Do you do modelling and show scenarios to the Minister of what the outcome might be and what the budgeted effects?
Thank you, Senator. That cost is sort of disparate, spread across a number of portfolios, as you'd understand, and no, there is not an aggregate figure that we provide in our advice that goes to that potential fiscal cost of this process.
Okay. All right. I think we're yet to see responses from the small business sector, or at least I've been stuck in here, so I haven't seen them myself. But is the department, or does the department accept that an increase of 4.75 adds further pressure on those award-reliant small businesses that are already facing rising input costs, and that there will potentially be a flow-on effect for the budget and for the economy more broadly?
Thank you, Senator. I mean, as the Secretary has outlined, those effects on businesses are certainly an important consideration for the Fair Work Commission. That is something that the expert panel is required to take into account, those effects on businesses. We don't have, as I mentioned, a sort of overall fiscal cost number in terms of what this increase may mean for the budget.
Okay. I've just been sent the quote from ACCI on specifically on small businesses, which says, for some small businesses, this will be too much to bear. So they're being asked to wear an increase in their wage costs of 4.75%. So for some businesses, they'll pass that on and it'll end up in inflation. For others, they'll wear it themselves and it could be the tipping point for some businesses. Others will scale back their investment intentions. So this is not good news for the business community. Now, I'm not asking you to comment on that particular quote, but what I want to understand is, in putting together the submission and your contribution to the submission, is that effect, that potential effect on small business and then the flow-on effect to the budget bottom line, something that plays out when you are putting together that submission?
So I think, Senator, the way the government framed its position through its submission was to point out that real wage growth is consistent, within reasonable bounds, so long as it is followed by reasonable productivity growth. It is consistent with keeping inflation within the target band, but it's also consistent with continued jobs growth in the economy. Of course, small business are a major employer, so we would expect that reasonable, again, within bounds increase in real wages would be consistent with continued growth in jobs.
All right.
If I could add, in addition to the Secretary's comments, the government's position was that any increase should be economically sustainable, so that there should be a real increase, but that it should be economically sustainable. And I think, Senator, that goes to the points that you're outlining, acknowledging that there are certainly benefits to low-paid workers of real wage increases, but that those benefits need to be weighed against the potential cost to business.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Chair. I've got more questions, but not on this issue. I'm happy to rotate the call.
Thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions about the Closing the Loopholes Act and the recent independent review of the government's legislation.
Just get Ms Brayshaw to return to the
That's
table.
right, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Senator.
That's okay, thanks, Ms Brayshaw. Can the department please outline the main measures in the Closing the Loopholes Acts introduced by the Albanese Labor government that were designed to close loopholes and that were being used to undercut wages and job security of working people? If you can talk me through some of the key measures under those acts.
Thanks, Senator.
Certainly, you might recall, Senator, the Closing Loopholes Bill was split into two. So talk about Closing Loopholes Act, then Closing Loopholes number 2.
Thank you.
The initial act introduced the criminalisation of wage theft, which I think goes to your issue. Also allowed the Fair Work Commission to make regulated labour hire arrangements, which is something we've discussed and I think I indicated before. It's one of the measures where there's been quite a few decisions about. Also made a range of other amendments, for example, stronger protections against discrimination, adverse action and harassment. With particular focus on your question, Closing Loopholes number 2 put in place powers for the Fair Work Commission to make minimum standard orders for employer-like workers. Also allowed the Fair Work Commission to make minimum standard orders for the road transport industry. Gave workers the right to challenge unfair contractual terms. Amended the definition of casual employee. Also amended, was put in place a definition of employee in the Act as well, which goes to some of those issues that you're mentioning. Also changed the defence to sham contracting to make it more difficult to claim the defence in relation to sham contracting, and made a number of other sort of changes to various parts of the Act as well.
Thank you for that. So those are all really important measures for working people, clearly. I just want to come to the independent review. Obviously some of those reforms weren't met wholeheartedly with support from the other side of politics. And the review is obviously an important measure of making sure that the government continues to review those measures and how they're operating. So what I would appreciate if you could update the committee about the intention of the review. Obviously it's a draft review, it's out there for comment at the moment. What's the purpose of undertaking the review? What's it seeking to do? Just walk us through that if you could.
Thanks, Senator. In terms of the review, it provides an opportunity to ensure that the closing loopholes reforms are working as intended, and it was a statutory requirement under both pieces of legislation for a review to be undertaken 2 years after commencement of the legislation and to report within 6 months. Senator, the review commenced on the 15th of December and will, as you said, report on to the Minister on the 15th of June. In the terms of reference, provide, without limiting the matters that may be considered, the review must consider whether the operation of the amendments is appropriate and effective, identify any unintended consequences of the amendments, and consider whether further amendments to the Fair Work Act or any other legislation are necessary to improve the operation of the amendments or rectify any unintended consequences that are identified. In addition to the closing loopholes measures, the review was also an opportunity to further consider the effectiveness of the amendments made by the Family and Domestic Violence Leave Act, which introduced the paid family and domestic violence leave entitlement. And I should say, Senator, that the review is being conducted by Ms Susan Booth, who's a former Fair Work Commissioner and is undertaking the review with support from a departmental secretariat.
Thank you very much. And what did the review find in terms of the operation and the effectiveness of the government's legislation, in particular that was designed to improve wages and job security for workers?
Senator, I note that it's still a draft report, and so in terms of my comments, I'll refer to what Ms Booth has said, but these are her preliminary findings. In that report, she noted that many of the closing loopholes amendments are operating as intended. And are enhancing the rights of Australian workers. She does note that a number of the amendments have been substantially supported and endorsed by unions and community organisations, and others as making a difference to bring greater clarity, reflect what is happening in practice, and strengthen protections to support secure, fair and safe work. She also acknowledges that employer organisations are supportive of some of the measures, but are also critical or have concerns about others. In relation to that, she notes that full assessment of these amendments is not possible in full because some have only just commenced, but does note that in terms of what's happening, it does appear to be heading in the right direction.
Thank you. I'll come to the right to disconnect now, which was a measure that received a lot of attention when the government introduced it. It was based on a simple concept that if you're not being paid, you deserve to relax and spend time with your loved ones without having to respond to emails or phone calls from the boss. Can the department please outline what the review found relating to a cultural shift and behaviour shift across workplaces, and did the sky fall down like some thought it was going to happen?
Senator, in terms of this measure, the review received a number of submissions and different views that were raised. I think it would be fair to say that at this stage, the review noted it's a high-level principle. It's still coming into place, but while there are some issues, I don't think it made any recommendations other than to note it should be continued to be monitored in 2 to 3 years at this stage in its draft recommendation.
And I think the reviewer picked up the comments that have been made by the Australian Human Resources Institute when they did a survey finding that it had actually helped with employee engagement, and that by, I think, promoting the conversations and making sure that people were not just aware of it, but were consciously putting in place arrangements around the right to disconnect, which was leading to more engaged employees. And so I think she, from memory, picked up that survey that had been conducted previously as well.
That's right. I think the survey that Mr Manning's referring to is by the RE, which found that 58% of employers reported that the measure had either significantly or somewhat increased employee engagement and productivity. And the report, the page I was trying to find, was just her finding, her preliminary finding is early indications are that the measure appears to be supporting positive behavioural change in workplaces and has driven more conversations about appropriate contact outside working hours.
Thank you. And I was interested to read, when I went through the report as well, that there was references to particularly it providing a bit of clarity to have those conversations for workers. And, what sparked my interest was some references to particularly women, often in regional and rural areas, who are the people who are often wearing the brunt of these phone calls and these emails, and it being a really difficult balancing act for them, feeling that their employment is under threat if they didn't come in. So creating a bit of a scaffold for them to be able to have a conversation that had some legal basis. I was really interested to read that evidence. Finally, Minister, I will come to you if I can. You might be able to, I know you're a student of history, you might be able to remind me about what the Coalition said about this important right for workers that is appearing to create positive behaviour change across workforces. I know you're a student of history, so you might be able to remind me as well.
Thanks, Senator. Well, I think most Australians know that the Liberal and National parties have a consistent record of supporting workers working longer for less. Of course, For their last period in office, they pursued a deliberate policy of wage suppression, which of course saw many working Australians' living standards go backwards over that 10 years. In terms of the right to disconnect, the now leader of the Liberal Party, Mr Taylor, committed to repealing the right to disconnect. He has been asked previously in the media if a coalition government would take away the right to disconnect, and he replied, well, obviously. And in fact, Senator Hume also has said a few things about the right to disconnect. She has described it as unreasonable, and that's obviously important given her now role as the Shadow Minister for Workplace Relations in the opposition. The full quote was, adding more rights for workers for something that is just part of a normal working relationship is unreasonable, made in 2024. So I think all Australians can see that under the current Liberal leadership team, as long as it may last, the position of the leaders is to remove the right to disconnect. I might also take the opportunity, given we were talking about the increase to the minimum wage, to remind Australians that as recently as Sunday just gone, Senator Hanson, on behalf of the One Nation Party, indicated that she did not support an increase to the minimum wage. So for all of those Australians who are considering their living standards and their ability to pay their bills, we've got one group who wants to take away the right to disconnect, and we've got Senator Hanson not supporting an increase to the minimum wage. Hard to see how that supports the battlers that she says she stands for.
It's a fair point. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Mulholland. Senator Kovacic.
Chair, can I just ask a question in relation to right to disconnect, following on from that conversation?
Well, I was giving the call to Senator Kovacic.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Senators,
It's a follow-on.
Just continuity. Thank you. Given your interest and awareness of the history of the right to disconnect, you will be aware of the previous minister's multiple acknowledgements in the other place about the role of the Greens in introducing the right to disconnect, and the fact that it grew out of a select committee on work and care. I just wanted to invite you to acknowledge the role of negotiation that between parties, the Greens and Labor, in bringing forward and winning that very significant benefit.
Yeah, look, I think it's a matter of record that the reforms to workplace relations that occurred in our first term resulted from agreements reached between the Labor Party and the Greens Party, consistently opposed by the Liberal, National and One Nation parties. I would, of course, make the point, Senator Pocock, that those changes only happened because we had a Labor government.
And a Greens party that brought forward significant...
Sure, no, as I say, I recognise it was an agreement.
Thanks for allowing me to draw that out. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Labor government.
Senator Watt. I will just give my usual reminder that I normally prefer these systems to run in a question-answer format.
Thank you.
Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you. Mr Duggan, I want to put something on the record. In February, I asked Ms Anderson, then your first Assistant Secretary for Safety and Industry Policy, and I understand it's the same person who's now running your Strategy 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
Whether the department had considered the impact of the government's industrial relation changes on the renegotiation of those agreements. She told the committee, and I'm going to quote and read this, "I think that wouldn't be something that we could do. It's really up to the parties." She returned to that same theme throughout the answers to many of my questions, and that this was a matter for the parties, that it was hypothetical, that the department simply monitored. Is that a fair summary of that evidence?
So, Senator, that preceded my commencement in my current role, so I wasn't watching, so I can't. Not
Fair
in a position.
enough. I'll make the note that I believe it's a fair assessment of that evidence. At the same time, FOI documents show that the branch within Ms Anderson's division had been tasked to build the picture on these expiring agreements from the 17th of May 2025, and they had quantified 218 TWU agreements covering almost 50,000 employees, and had assessed the union's 200 agreement figure as broadly correct. So was that work done within Ms Anderson's division? A yes or a no to that one?
So, Senator, I'll need to seek invite one of my colleagues to answer that question. I don't have visibility.
Do you know, Mr Manning, if that was done in Ms Anderson's division?
That particular work, which I distinguish from modelling, was done in Ms Anderson's division.
Right. And the FOI document states that that was on the 17th of May 2025. And it says, it doesn't say obviously who sent this email, but I'll read an email. Hi team, so I'm assuming it's someone that's senior. Read the TWU articles. Could we start a piece of work that looks at the EBAs due to expire, where they are, number of employees, etc.? Not urgent, but good to start building that picture. So that was in May 2025. I asked the question in February 2026 and I said, no, that's not something we could do and it's a hypothetical.
My recollection of the February estimates was that you asked had there been any work done, and the initial response was that people couldn't recall or not to their knowledge, but then there was a discussion around the work of that particular area, so it was taken on notice to check. At that time, though, to go back to your earlier question, that work isn't modelling in the sense of looking at a scenario and calculating the cost of it. Rather, it was more information gathering, hence the conclusion that the claim that there's 200 Transport Workers Union endorsed agreements were going to conclude at a particular time was correct. So,
well, I'll read you my question from the Hansard. After a lot of this back and forth, I said, has the department produced any internal briefing notes or risk assessments or scenario planning documents in relation to this large group of expiries on the same date?
Yeah, and I think Mr Keynes, who's here and can speak to it...
But it wasn't provided on notice,
took it on notice.
It was provided publicly. So the information, up until that point in time, there was knowledge. Ms Anderson would have known that this work was occurring. So in estimates, you can take a matter on notice if you don't know the answer or you don't have the information at hand, not if you don't want to answer the question.
No, and I don't think that is what happened. As I said, and my rereading of the Hansard confirms this to me, is that a question was answered by saying, not to my knowledge, however, the conversation moved on and then the discussion came back to the original question and said, actually, I'll need to take that on notice. So my recollection was it was clarified during that discussion, and I don't think there's anything that indicates it was somehow an effort to mislead or not answer the question properly.
So in that exchange, was I told, yes, the modelling had, or any work had been done, or no? The only real answer was that it's not something that's generally done and hypotheticals aren't usually considered.
Well, certainly, again, that's why I'm trying to distinguish between modelling and any other work.
Well, let me be really clear. I've been clear in my questions because I've asked multiple times and used different words. And I don't think that anyone here appreciates hiding behind a specific word if you understand the intent of the question. What I want to understand, and what I wanted to understand in February, is had work been done? The answer was yes, it had been done, but that is not the answer that was given to me.
But my recollection is that is the point that was taken on notice, to check whether that work had been done, and was answered on notice.
Yeah. Okay.
Senator David Keynes, Assistant Secretary, Bargaining and Industry Policy. We did take that question, or I did take that question on notice at the last estimates. We provided an answer on notice that indicated that some work had been done by the department. We looked at the number of agreements expiring and found that that number broadly accorded with the public claims by the Transport Workers Union. So we were able to verify that, having gone back to the department and checking with the team who had done that work for us.
I'm just curious why the officer who gave that evidence is not before the committee today.
Mr Keynes?
I know I'm speaking about Ms Anderson.
Oh, she's changed roles, Senator.
Yeah, but changed roles. What date was she put into the Strategy 2026 role?
Approximately 6 to 8 weeks ago, Senator.
Do we know roughly the date?
roughly March, I think.
My recollection is that it was in the school holidays, Senator, if that helps you.
So in the April school holidays.
I would have asked Ms. Godden to move into that role. So that's
because that was approximately when I moved into the role.
I'm just curious because the FOI was April 17th from memory, so I just find that really interesting.
Senator, I mean, I can certainly say that there's no link at all between the two issues.
Okay. Could you understand why I would consider that there might be?
No.
You don't?
No,
okay.
I don't think departmental assignments are geared around that.
And this one may need to be on notice, but if you do know the answer, I would like the answer now, not for it to be put on notice for any other reason. Was the TWU background work prepared in Miss Anderson's division in 2025, in May 2025, escalated to Ms Anderson, and was she briefed on it before she gave evidence in February?
Senator, my understanding is that she was provided some of that briefing on those on that work that we had done. I was also aware of that work that we had done at the time. Unfortunately, we weren't able to recall that at the earlier estimates, and we took on notice to check that. We do essentially monitor press for any bargaining activity that's happening across the economy. We monitor all bargaining disputation. Work like that does sometimes get forgotten, and I note in particular in relation to those agreements, they're about agreements or bargaining that was scheduled to occur 12 months after that time. My team is continuing to monitor any developments in relation to that bargaining, but to our knowledge, it hasn't commenced yet. A lot of those agreements, we understand, haven't reached their nominal expiry date at this point.
So to clarify, you both knew about it, you'd both been briefed about it, but when I asked the question in February, neither of you remembered it. You took it on notice and then it was provided in an answer in a quant.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. I can understand why people get a little bit irritated sitting here asking questions. Mr Manning, in February you told me that the ministerial power in section 431 to stop industrial action has never been used since its enactment. Is that correct?
That's my recollection, Senator, yes.
Okay. The section 431 threshold turns on industrial action that would cause significant damage to the Australian economy or an important part of it. Does the department treat the National Road and Aviation Freight Network as an important part of the economy? Would you consider that something that would trigger that?
I think they're separate issues, Senator. I mean, obviously, transport and aviation sectors are important parts of the economy, but you said, does it trigger it? That's a separate test there.
But I'm saying, would a disruption or a halt to the freight and aviation, would you see that as a trigger of,
It would depend on the disruption.
Significant damage to the Australian economy. The scale of the disruption, is that what that would trigger?
Again, it would depend on the disruption.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it might.
So it doesn't automatically. The fact that sector is disrupted per se
doesn't automatically trigger it.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. So the scale of the disruption would determine whether it's a trigger.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. So that would be a relevant factor in determining that. Yes.
Okay. Any other factors apart from the scale?
Senator, I might just say that element is actually common to a number of the other suspension or termination provisions in that part of the Fair Work Act, including section 424, also in 426, which allows certain third parties to make applications, and those are much more frequently used provisions of the Fair Work Act. The Fair Work Commission is required to consider at least, from memory, those 424 applications within 5 working days. where possible, so they get considered very promptly, and they are sections that are used from time to time if there are concerns by employers or sometimes state ministers, or even on very rare occasion the federal minister, about the economic harm that might result from industrial action. So they're much more commonly used provisions than 431, which, as Mr Manning said, we're not aware of, has ever been used by a minister.
So the TWU leader, Michael Caine, confirmed in the media this month that there would be widespread disruption, and I understand that they were his words, if companies didn't agree to the union's claims. And I'll quote what he said: "All of the transport operations that support Coles, Woolworths, Aldi, the major miners, a number of the manufacturers, the drinks companies, they are all in play. They are all being negotiated right now." So is that a significant disruption?
Well, Senator, I would make the point that it's somewhat premature that Mr Caine is making comments about what may occur during bargaining, and in February Ms Anderson and Mr Caine's outlined the significant processes in the system that have to be undertaken before...
I recall those. But I would say, rather than it being premature, is it not a signal from the TWU leader as opposed to premature to the negotiations? He's actually saying, like, I mean, I don't think you need to read between the lines. He's effectively saying this is what we're going to do if we don't get what we want.
I would probably describe it as a bargaining signal, Senator. So in advance, or perhaps bargaining has commenced in relation to some of those agreements, because it can before the nominal expiry date. Mr Caine is making a signal of their bargaining posture. In some circumstances, but definitely not in the majority of circumstances. As I understand it, industrial action can be taken during bargaining, but there are a lot of steps that have to be gone through first.
I understand that, yeah. Okay, so has the department prepared or provided to the minister any advice on the operation of section 431 since the February hearing? And again, if you do take this on notice, I would prefer it to be because you aren't aware, or say yes they have, but the details of it will provide on notice.
Senator, I am not aware of the department having provided advice on section 431 since the February estimates. However, I would appreciate being able to take that on notice in case there is something that has slipped my mind.
Of course. Is anyone else
No,
aware
I was just
table?
looking at Mr Caine. So none of us recall that advice
Okay.
being taken. We'll take it on notice from a whole-of-group perspective. Senator.
Thank you. Minister, in February I asked whether you would use the section 431 and you told me I think it was twice, it was hypothetical. Since then, Mr Caine has named a month, July. He said in July that the supply chains would be at risk and that he planned to halt the supply chains of Coles, Woolworths, Aldi and major miners. And he said that transport would, and I quote, substantially come to a halt. At what point does a dated and specific public threat like that one to our supply chains, to food, to groceries, actually stop being hypothetical?
Well, I'm sure the minister would take advice from the department on that matter. I mean, I remember in the period that I was the Workplace Relations Minister, the then Shadow Minister, Senator Cash, was calling on me to similarly intervene in particular disputes, despite the fact that Senator Cash had been a Workplace Relations Minister and had never done that herself. I mean, you know, I've never heard a Liberal senator ask whether a minister's going to intervene when an employer flags an intention to lock out their workforce. It's only ever when union officials are making statements in the run-up to bargaining negotiations. Do you have the same view when an employer is threatening to undertake a lockout? People say things in the context of industrial disputes.
Yeah, it's not for me to answer questions here, but I'll move on. Thank you, Minister. The FOI documents show that the department prepared, if asked, talking points on the TWU's shutdown threat for a meeting with the Minister's office on the 23rd of May 2025. So that again relates to those same questions that I asked in February. Were those points provided to the Minister's office?
Senator, not in my current role, but I did attend that meeting, as did Mr Keynes. We did have a discussion about that. Neither of us can recall those points being used at that meeting or raised at that meeting.
Okay. Would you be able to provide on notice if they actually were used at that meeting?
We can take on notice if there's anything we can do to advance that, Senator, yes.
Okay, thank you. Because what I would like to know, I asked a question in February where I was told it was hypothetical. So I want to understand whether, in fact, 8 months before that, there was a briefing with the Minister's office in relation to that, where talking points were provided to that exact same matter, where I was told it was hypothetical, where in fact it may not have been hypothetical.
I think, though, Minister, there's a number of different factors coming here together, in the sense that it would have been hypothetical 8 months earlier, it would have been hypothetical in February, and it's still hypothetical now in terms of the overarching consequence that you're inviting us to agree to.
Yes.
And that goes to the fact that protected industrial action occurs at an enterprise level, and there's many factors that have to be gone through, and not just from the employee perspective, but in terms of the employer reaction to it as well. So, I just wanted to make the point that in terms of, because we come back to this difference between gathering information and modelling, the asking us to agree to a particular consequence, we're unable to do that because it is hypothetical, and it would have been hypothetical 8 months before as well. So.
Okay, so the purpose of Senate estimates is to gather information and for transparency. That's the purpose.
Yeah.
So Australians actually have an understanding of where their tax dollars go. So I think, in fairness, and I hear what you are saying to me about the specific use of words, but I think perhaps an answer could have been, Senator, these matters are all hypothetical and they may not eventuate. However, we're doing a great deal of work in the background to ensure that we're ready in case it does occur.
Now you're answering questions.
But this is the point I'm trying to make. Maybe I'm better at it. I don't know. Maybe I can run a little class about how to answer questions so we can get through estimates faster. And this is the whole point. I want to get answers to my questions, not a roadblock that takes me in a different direction. It'll make all of our lives a lot simpler. That's the purpose of what I'm doing here.
Noted.
Is there a question?
Yes. On notice, thank you, Chair. Can you please provide the dates on which the Minister or her office was briefed, orally or in writing, on the TW campaign in 2025 in relation to the work that you were doing to deal with a hypothetical, actual or otherwise scenario where we would have significant disruptions once those EBAs had expired?
Yes, Senator, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. That is it from me on that set. We've got another 5 minutes.
7 minutes.
Yeah, did we want to do that other one?
I have plenty of questions. Whether they take 5 minutes or not is another issue. I suppose I wouldn't mind asking some questions about, and I do feel like I'm opening up Pandora's box here, so just bear with me.
The alternative is we can go to the lunch break now and just return
I'd be
in
quite
an hour.
happy to do that, because
If
I
you'd like
think
to do
otherwise
that.
we're going to.
So we will now go to the lunch break and we'll return at 1:55. Thank you. The committee will now resume. We're continuing in outcome 3, workplace relations, and Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions about the resignation of the administrator of the CFMEU.
Yes, Senator, just get Ms. Godden and Mr. Keynes to come to the table again.
Terrific. Can I ask when the department was first advised that Mr. Irving intended to resign?
Found out on the 27th of April.
27th
of this year, yes.
And
I'll just check that no one knew before that date. No, 27th of April.
Terrific, thank you. And on what date was the minister or the minister's office informed?
I think I've got that here. Just bear with me, Sir Hume. I understand the minister or her office was notified by Mr. Irving of his intention to resign on the 26th of April 2026.
On the 26th, so the day before the department. And did Mr. Irving advise the minister himself, or did he advise the minister's office? And if it was the office, who in the office was first advised?
I will see if I can find that out for you.
Okay. Does that mean you're taking it on notice, Minister?
I guess I am.
Was the department consulted before Mr. Irving's resignation was finalised?
Do you mean on the 27th?
Yeah, was it a fait accompli by that stage?
It's my understanding, Senator, we weren't consulted about his intention.
Okay. Was it in writing?
Not about his intention to resign, Senator. I believe it was in writing in a letter to the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, Senator.
Writing to the General Manager?
Yeah, so under the scheme of administration for the CFMEU, Senator, it's the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission who can terminate the appointment of the administrator, including in circumstances where the administrator has resigns. Right. And so that's why he would have informed Mr. Furlong, the General Manager, about his intention to resign.
Okay. So did the department provide any advice to the Minister about Mr. Irving's resignation or the implications for the administration scheme?
We certainly would have had discussions about the provision. I think we would have had discussions about the provisions of the scheme and the legislation, Senator.
So, again, under the scheme of administration and the legislation, it's the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission who appoints the administrator as well. So I think we did have discussions just recapping that process, and because there had been some erroneous media reporting that Mr. Crosby was going to be the administrator, and at that time the General Manager hadn't undertaken his process, right, which he subsequently did.
Okay. So, again, did the department provide any advice to the Minister about this?
No.
I don't recall.
Don't recall, but we'll double check on notice, not to my recollection.
If you could come back to the committee and confirm whether that advice was given and whether there was any advice that can be tabled around how the scheme might then play out once the administrator had been...
Yeah, we can certainly take on notice and give you information on the provisions in the Act and/or scheme of administration for the appointment of a new administrator. And indeed, Mr. Furlong has published a 17-page report on his process, and again we'll be here later today and can talk to you about it as well.
So the administration scheme that the government legislated runs for up to 5 years. The administrator that the government relied on resigned less than halfway through. So does the government maintain confidence that the scheme is achieving the objectives that the Parliament set for it?
That's probably one for me to answer. Short answer is yes. I might just take the opportunity to put on the record again the government's thanks to Mr Irving for having undertaken an incredibly difficult role over the last 18 months at great personal cost and risk. Mr Irving made clear when he advised the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission that the administration is entering a new rebuilding phase and it was the right time for a new skill set to be introduced. As to the reasons for his decision to finish up. But yeah, we do have confidence. As I've said in these hearings before, Senator Hume, and I know you haven't necessarily been there, even just the original scheme of administration that was entered into when the government put this forward vacated hundreds of positions from the union when it first commenced, and the administrator has since removed over 121 individuals from the CFMEU. I mean, that's one aspect of what he has done and the administration has done. Of course, there's a range of other changes being made to the union's operations to improve conduct, if I can put it that way. And as I always remind this committee, we should also focus on the illegal and bad behaviour of some employers in the industry as well.
Mm-hmm. Minister, you said at great personal cost and risk. What risk?
Well, again, Senator Hume, you may not have seen this at the time, but there were very serious threats made to Mr Irving for his life. And that understandably had a pretty big impact on his family as well.
I can understand that. I have some questions about that a little later on. All right. Can I ask whether the implementation of the actions of the administration are tracked in any formal way?
Under the relevant legislation, the administrator is obliged to provide twice yearly reports to Parliament about the activities of the administration as well as the financial affairs of the administration. So that's been in place since the administration's been in place.
So who does the tracking? The department does the tracking?
So the administrator provides a report.
To the department?
Well,
or to the Fair Work Commission?
To the Parliament.
Yeah, it's
to the Parliament.
It's to the Minister, I believe, Senator. I would have to check Section 323 capital T of the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act. But it is ultimately tabled in Parliament, in both houses of Parliament, that biannual report.
So it is a report to the Minister.
Right, it's a report to the Minister that eventually gets tabled in Parliament. How often does it get tabled?
It must be tabled in each House within 15 sitting days of the Minister receiving them.
Right, so how often does the Minister receive them?
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
There's been 3 reports tabled so far.
Okay.
And sorry, while I'm interrupting Senator Hume, I've confirmed it was the Minister who took the phone call from Mr Irving.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So that report is a representation of a formal tracking documentation. Is that right?
In that, yes, Senator, in that the administrator sets out certain things that are required under 323T of the Registered Organisations Act, and essentially it boils down to the administrator reporting on the activities of the administration, but also providing a financial report.
Including Mr Irving now, there's been a number of senior figures that have departed the administration before the job is done. Is there some concern within government that this undermines the public confidence in the clean-up of the CFMEU?
No, and I've made the point here several times, Senator Hume, that the action that has been taken through the period of administration is far more dramatic than any action that was taken the entire time the ABCC existed under the coalition. Of course, there's more work to be done, but the amount that has been achieved in the last 18 months or so of the administration is extraordinary, especially when you compare it to the inaction previously.
Well, I understand where you might be trying to deflect, Minister. However, obviously what we're hearing out of both Queensland, the Commission of Inquiry up there, and the continued evidence that keeps coming out in Victoria would suggest otherwise.
Well, can I just say, in the Queensland Commission of Inquiry, many of the matters that are being raised there go back as far as 2012. As we've consistently argued, none of the changes that we've seen within the CFMEU or the construction industry more broadly would have occurred if we hadn't taken the hard decision to enable that administration to occur.
Well, I hear you, Minister, and I think you know that the opposition has a different view on how the response should have played out, but that's not for now. Can I ask, though, whether the Minister or her office has sought briefing from the administration about why so many senior figures seem to be stepping away from the job when it's not complete?
I can take that on notice.
If you could then, Minister, on notice, provide a list of dates that the Minister or her office have requested a briefing and the date that it was provided on why these senior figures are now departing the administration before the task is completed.
Are you talking about, I mean, many of the senior figures within the union who've left the union were sacked by the administrator?
No, the senior figures that have now departed the administration, not just the administrator.
What I'm saying to you is that many of the senior figures who have departed the union have departed because they were sacked by the administrator, which is a good thing.
I understand that, but
if you're suggesting that it's worrying that so many of those people have departed, I reckon it's a bloody good thing.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting at all. I'm actually talking about the administration scheme and the people that work at the administration scheme.
Okay, well, I'll attempt to answer that on notice. One of the things that I don't think has ever been fully grasped by many around the administration is that the administration team are effectively running the union. Like, there's a view that the administrator and his team are corruption investigators and that's the entirety of it. That is certainly part of what they're doing, is undertaking investigations, which are sometimes then referred to the AFP or other groups to take further action. But in addition to that role as being, if you like, the corruption fighters within the union, they are running the union.
And a number of them, not just Mr Irving, have left that administration process before the job is complete.
Including people who were sacked by the administrator.
Okay.
When misbehaviour was found.
Mr Irving wasn't doing the job on his own. He was assisted by others.
Well, he's assisted by the entire union management, if you like, because he is effectively operating. Correct me if I get this wrong. He's effectively operating as the national secretary of the union.
All right. I think we're going round in circles. So I don't need to pursue that any further, Minister. But can I ask, though, whether the department or the Minister or her office have had a role in or were consulted on the appointment of Mr Crosbie as administrator?
Senator, we, in the capacity of the NCIF Secretariat, so that's the National Construction Industry Forum Secretariat, we were invited by the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission to be part of that consultation process, which we declined as we thought that was inappropriate for the department in that secretariat role to participate. We understand, and Mr Furlong has set it out in his report, that he undertook extensive consultation, including across various industry groups, and we didn't think that the NCIF Secretariat would be able to add to that.
Just to explain that, Senator Hume, under the legislation that was passed and the administration scheme that was set up, the responsibility for appointing the original administrator, Mr Irving, and the replacement administrator, Mr Crosbie, that responsibility sits with the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission, and he undertook the consultation process that Ms Godden just mentioned.
Okay. So the department was invited to be part of the consultation? In your role as Secretariat?
The NCIF Secretariat was given its engagement with construction industry participants, but we didn't feel it's appropriate that public servants be providing views on who should run a registered organisation.
So, can I ask when that invitation was extended?
I mean, it's set out in Mr Furlong's report, you know, post post Mr Irving's resignation until the very recent appointment of Michael Crosby. So it's within the last month. We can come back to you on the actual date. I'm not even sure if it was.
If you could.
Just done an email. I'm not sure how it was done.
Yes, if you could come back to me with the date, that would be helpful. What about the minister? Was the minister or her office consulted?
From memory, and again, you can put this to Mr Irving, not in the list of people consulted by Mr Furlong. Sorry, you can put it to Mr Furlong, not Mr Irving. Sorry for my confusion. But from memory, and I'll have a look at the report and correct it if I've got this wrong. No, but again, he'll be here soon, and you can put it to him.
Okay. So Mr Crosby is obviously a long-serving union official, and under the scheme that the government has designed, what are the mechanisms that ensure that the administration's independence from the is maintained from the Labor Party, from the ACTU, from the CFMEU? How does that happen?
The union, as a registered organisation, still has all of the obligations under the Registered Organisations Act in relation to its members and reporting of its affairs that every union has and every registered organisation has. The scheme of administration hasn't changed that. The difference between this particular union and other unions at the moment is indeed that scheme of administration which sits over the top of it. But
I was just going to say that it adds another layer of reporting requirements, Senator, and operational requirements. But Mr Manning is absolutely correct that the framework is set out in the Registered Organisations Act, which provides for how all registered organisations need to operate, including financial reporting requirements, certain governance requirements, etc.
Okay. So is there a conflicts of interest declaration? And if so, to whom is that made?
In terms of, I might have to take that one on notice, Senator.
Yeah, and again, in addition to being the General Manager of Fair Work Commission, Mr Furlong is the regulator of registered organisations. So he'd be able to take you through the process that is that registered organisations such as unions are obliged to follow on these matters. But So I don't know the answer. We can take it on notice, and should you not be able to get the answer to Mr Furlong, we can provide that on notice.
If there is a conflict of interest declaration, and you're going to take it on notice whether it is, could it please be provided to the committee? Could it be provided to the committee?
Oh, certainly. We'll take that on notice.
Okay. And how long has Mr Crosby been appointed for?
I believe it's since the 22nd of May. So, sorry, the 12:01 a.m. on the 22nd of May of this year, Senator.
The Minister has just said that obviously Mr Irving was under considerable pressure, that the job for 18 months came at great personal cost and risk, that there were threats made to his life. How does the department then prepare for a new administrator to come in, knowing the pressures that the previous administrator faced?
Most obviously, Senator, we engaged with the administration prior to the appointment of Mr Crosby and continue to do so in order to undertake a security assessment for Mr Crosby. They've been undertaken periodically for Mr Irving in his capacity as administrator. You will be aware that the department has a certain amount of money from various budget and MAIFO processes in relation to personal security for the administrator. Working with our agency security advisor and from time to time the Department of Home Affairs as well, given their expertise in providing security assessments for high office holders, among others, the department arranges for security assessments for the administrator and then for appropriate security to be provided as following those assessments.
So, all right. I have two questions around that. The first one is, knowing that the pressures that Mr Irving was under and the fact that he had left the role only 18 months into the task, has the government considered alternatives if Mr Crosby, like Mr Irving, is unable to complete the term?
Our concern is for the framework, Senator. So the framework, as Mr Manning has outlined through both the Registered Organisations Act and the Scheme of Administration, has provisions in it that provide for that occurrence. Those provisions have been used in relation to the resignation of Mr Irving and the subsequent appointment of Mr Crosbie. They have been used successfully, so from our point of view, the framework is operating as intended.
I mean, to other things, I think also Mr Crosbie was already employed as part of the administration in the New South Wales part of the union and had additional powers delegated to him, as I understand it, by Mr Irving. I just make that point in the sense that I think he's probably fully appraised about the pressures and workings of the administration, and I haven't spoken to Mr Crosbie, but I suspect based on that experience he knows what the task is in front of him as well.
Are you implying Mr Irving didn't?
No, I'm not implying that at all. It's just that your question went to, given that Mr Irving has left, does the department have any concerns about the pressures facing Mr Crosbie? My point is that given that Mr Crosbie's been an integral part of the administration, he would be fully aware of the pressures of the role.
And in addition, Senator, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission set out in his report the detailed process he went through in order to select the replacement administrator, which involved testing, I believe, many of the requirements and ensuring that the person appointed was the best person for the job.
So there must have been then a short list of alternatives?
I believe so from that report, yes.
Is that short list of alternatives something that the department has access to?
No, Senator.
The only thing I'd add to that, Senator Hume, is that as Mr Irving made clear when he finished up in that role, he noted that the administration was moving into a different phase, a rebuilding phase. You know, having been around at the time, that the initial phase that Mr Irving oversaw was an incredibly high conflict, tense situation with hundreds of people removed. We're not at that point now. There's still an important task ahead, but it's a different task.
Okay, so I wanted to ask about that because the government has previously said that the costs of the administration, and that includes the administrator's remuneration, are borne by the CFMEU and CFMEU's own funds, not the responsibility of taxpayers. Is that still the government's position?
For the operation of the administration, yes. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the only public funds used are those funds for the personal protective security that Ms Godden referred to before, under it's the legislation, not the scheme. I think all the costs of the administration are borne by the administration.
Right, I suppose that's what I wanted to ask about. Yeah. There's budget paper number 2, part 2, measures, page 84. So the measure on this page outlines that through the department, the Commonwealth is providing over $5 million in personal protection for the administrator. And that will continue under the new administrator, I'm assuming.
So there was, that money was set aside in the most recent budget, and that process Ms Godden outlined is related to that, in the sense that those funds are available should they be required for the personal protective security of the administrator, and that assessment of whether they are required is being gone through at the moment.
Why are those funds? Why are those costs not being borne by the CFMEU?
Senator, the department has engaged with Operation Rye in the AFP in relation to threats made against the former administrator, Mr Mark Irving. The AFP, while obviously not divulging sensitive operational information, conveyed to us that the threats made against Mr Irving's life were not only credible but by people with the means and the motive to carry them out. The department has distinguished between the role, if you like, of organised crime in making threats against the administrator personally from the operation of the union. In that the day-to-day operations of the union, all of those costs, including Mr Irving's salary when he was administrator, were borne by the union. However, the threats made against Mr Irving were simply outside the day-to-day operation of the union, being, those credible threats from people with the means and the motive.
Put another way, the threats weren't necessarily being made by members of the CFMEU. They, in some cases, were being made by organised crime elements outside the CFMEU membership.
Which I understand, Minister, but the threats wouldn't have been made in the first place if the CFMEU didn't require cleaning up.
Our view as a government was that it was the right decision to require the costs of the administration to be paid for by CFMEU members, including because, as I've made the point, the administrators are now effectively the officials of that union. Our view was that given the Parliament had set up this administration scheme, there was a responsibility on government to pay for the personal protection of the person who took on that role from threats being made from outside the union.
So just to interject on that, Minister, obviously the personal threats made against the administrator are entirely unacceptable, and if any such threats also went to his family, no one is okay with that. And I note your comment around organised crime, but given the evidence that we've seen come out publicly through the media and through various inquiries, the CFMEU has colluded with organised crime.
As have some employers.
Well, we're now speaking about the CFMEU administration. So the CFMEU has colluded with organised crime. So if there are threats from organised crime to the CFMEU, I fail to understand why the taxpayer should be bearing that cost burden.
Well, I have a different view. I've explained why we took the decision.
So the taxpayer should pay for the protection of the administrator when organised crime, who the CFMEU has engaged with, is now targeting the administrator. I don't see why the taxpayer should pay for that.
I think you're only taking one side of the equation. As I say, the organised crime elements who have infiltrated the construction industry have made their profits out of dealing with elements of the union and some employers, not just from the union. And I think it is fair for government to pay for the costs of protecting the life of a person who has taken on a role as a result of a decision of this Parliament.
Minister Watt, I don't have any issue in protecting the administrator. My concern is with the taxpayer doing that, and it's not the government paying for it, it's the taxpayer paying for it, particularly when evidence provided in October by the department was that the CFMEU has some $215 million in assets and $161 million in net assets. We're now having the taxpayer pay for that. Now, he absolutely should be protected. There is no question about that. My issue is with the fact that the taxpayer is carrying that cost burden when the legislation clearly stipulates that the CFMEU should be paying for its own administration.
And the CFMEU is paying for its own administration.
Just not for the costs of protecting the administrator.
Should we be levying all building employers to chip in for the costs of protecting the security of someone who's breaking up the rort that was going on involving some employers as well as some union officials?
I think that would be a question. Should there be an inquiry into those matters, Minister? But currently, indeed.
Well, we're taking action against employers. I know you never want to ask about that, but the NCIF is working with employer groups to clean up employers about that.
Senators, this is a good place to stop and check in and get back to the question and answering part of this session. So, Senator Kavasik, you have the call for a question.
All right, done.
Senator Hume.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It was just a brief interjection. Sorry.
We took on notice before the date on which the NCIF Secretariat was consulted. My team has provided that date, Senator Hume. It's the 29th of April.
29th of April, thank you.
I apologise for interjecting.
Thank you. Are you happy for me to keep going? Okay, terrific, thank you. So, the total amount of Commonwealth funds that have been spent now in connection with the administration, including those security costs, the department's own legal or policy costs, or any other funding or supplementation provided to the Fair Work Commission, I'd be interested in knowing what the cumulative cost is above and beyond what the CFMEU are being charged to manage the administration.
Senator, I can provide you with the breakdown of monies allocated in various MAIFO and budget processes. I would need to take on notice the department's internal costs. I don't have those with me at the moment. When you seek and are looking for those internal costs, are you also looking for the costs of defending the High Court proceedings, RAF Bar?
I think we would want an itemised list of any funds that have been appropriated to assist in the operation of the
Thank you. Sorry for clarifying. In terms of the budget allocations, the department was allocated $2.1 million over 2 years in the 24-25 MAIFO process. 2.1 million, did you say? Over 2 years. That was 0.2 million for pre-administration expenses, 1.1 million for the Administrators Protective Security Services in the 2024-25 financial year, and 0.8 million for the Administrators Protective Security Services in the 2025-26 financial year. The department was allocated 1.9 million in the 25-26 MAIFO for the Administrators Protective Security Services for the remainder of the 2025-2026 financial year. And as you mentioned previously, Senator, the department was allocated $5.3 million over 2 years in the 2026-27 budget to provide for the Administrators Protective Security Services over the 26-27 and 27-28 financial years.
Okay. So just to be very clear, has the AFP got involved in prosecuting any of the threats that have been followed up, that have been levelled at the administrator?
So we don't go into the operational matters in too much detail with the AFP because we don't want to compromise their investigations. But I can say that as at the 31st of March 2026, the AFP has 3 investigations underway in relation to unlawful conduct across the building and construction industry, and they have certainly made some fairly high-profile arrests as well.
Right. And the costs for the AFP prosecutions are obviously in a different department's budget. However, is it something that your department monitors and is aware of?
We don't monitor the budget on. I mean, you direct questions to them as to whether or not they've got any additional funding as a result of the administration. But
yes.
I do think it would be welcome if they're prosecuting individuals in relation to illegal activity in the building and construction industry.
And it's not necessarily a new area of activity for them, Senator.
Okay. All right. The government's May 1 consultation on the construction industry standards is justified as being part of preventing this unlawful and criminal conduct, and we spoke about that a little earlier. So does the department accept that the conduct of the kind that's identified within the CFMEU has contributed to those high costs on Commonwealth-funded construction projects?
Certainly aware of the debate and speculation around that. We went over a report prepared by Mr. Watson for the administration in the last estimates. We don't have any particular information about that. Departments who provide those funds, I think they've been at estimates already and addressed that issue. We don't have any particular information about that.
You haven't briefed the Minister on the contents of that Watson report and what the implications for it might be, whether the $15 billion that it has been siphoned off to organised crime is accurate in the department's view?
Well, again, I can't recall if we've briefed the Minister on the Watson report since it was made public in February. We wouldn't have that information, though, in terms of what it was used. But my understanding is when people speculate about those figures, there's a range of things included in them, including, as you say, money that could be going for legal purposes, but the department doesn't have any information about that.
So, sorry, did you say that you can't recall briefing the Minister?
No, I said I can't recall if we've briefed the Minister on the Watson report when it was published in February.
Right.
I can take on notice and check that. But
can you recall whether you've briefed the Minister on the Watson report since February?
Well, that was the point I was making.
Right, okay.
So
you
I
said
don't
in
recall that.
February.
Yeah.
All right. Have you received, has the department, or the Minister, I should say, received the Watson report in full, as opposed to the redacted form?
So this was an issue we went over in the last estimate, certainly at the Queensland Commission of Inquiry on the same day that we appeared at estimates. The Watson report was released from memory, including parts of the report that had been removed during the finalisation of it.
In terms of the redactions, our understanding of the redactions that were made, Senator, was to protect the integrity of witnesses and potential future investigations and prosecutions. So it's not something the department would seek. We don't, because we're not a regulator, we would not seek access to that sort of sensitive information that's being used by regulators or law enforcement agencies in connection with potential investigations or prosecutions.
Right, okay. Let me just ask the question a different way. Has anybody at the desk read the Watson report in full, unredacted?
No, I haven't, Senator.
I've read the publicly available version of it, but it does contain some redactions still.
The redactions. Yeah. So no one sitting at the desk has read the Watson review, the Watson report, unredacted?
It redacts names, for example, of people in order to protect them. So I haven't gone and tried to find out those names. So no.
Okay. Okay.
And to be fair to the department, as the point, the regulator, being the Fair Work Commission, or in some cases the Fair Work Ombudsman, would be the police, would be the appropriate body to interrogate further those sorts of names and allegations being made. That's not the department's role.
I suppose you may well be right, Minister, but I wanted to understand whether the department has briefed the Minister on this, and whether, if the department has briefed the Minister on it, whether it has briefed the Minister on a redacted version or on a complete version of the report.
And again, we're trawling over ground we went over in February. I certainly read the complete version of the report as it's been made publicly available, in the sense that the final report that was made public, including the 2 chapters that were removed in finalisation of it, contained some redactions in order to protect the identity of people. So I've read the report, but minus those redactions that were made in order to protect the identity.
Okay. So the question then is, have you made a report, have you briefed the Minister on the version of the report that you have seen?
I don't recall that that's the question we took on notice earlier.
Right, okay. Just wanted to be
If I can just come in there, I believe we have provided some background on what was covered in the Watson report, at least to the Minister's office, if not to the Minister.
But we'll confirm that on notice then.
Okay, all right. I have some more questions about this.
So what I might do is rotate to Senator Mulholland, and then I think we have Senator Mackenzie and Senator Sheldon seeking the call as well. So I'll let the opposition advise me who I'm coming back to, but Senator Mulholland for the moment.
Thank you very much, Chair. And for millions of Australian workers, today was a big day, Fair Work Commission. So my questions refer to this government's submission to the Fair Work Commission's annual wage review. Can you please provide an overview to the committee of the approach the government took to this annual wage review?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. As we've discussed this morning, the government's approach in this year's annual wage review was to recommend that the Fair Work Commission award an economically sustainable real wage increase. So the submission to the Commission goes to a range of matters in support of that position, as well as providing the Commission with factual information relevant to its decision. So it sets out, for example, that there are around 2.7 million workers who are affected by the annual wage review, and some demographic information about them, such as they are disproportionately women, more likely to be part-time, more likely to be casual, and overrepresented among younger age groups, for example.
Thank you for that. And in making its submission to the Fair Work Commission, what were the government's arguments in support of the position to advocate for a real wage increase for our lowest paid workers? How does the government consider cost of living pressures in its submission?
Certainly, thank you, Senator. The submission outlines that cost of living pressures in particular have the greatest impact on the low paid. Certainly noted that due to the high inflation, particularly of 2021 and 2022, that real award wages remained, prior to today's decision at least, below where they had been in July 2021, so made the case for an economically sustainable real wage increase to restore some of that lost ground. The submission outlines that low-paid workers allocate a larger share of their spending to non-discretionary goods and services, and so are less able to accommodate within their household budgets increases in the cost of living.
I think also the submission looked at the cohorts who would benefit from the decision as well.
That's right. As Mr Manning has outlined, so there's a range of information about the people, these 2.7 million workers who directly benefit from today's decision, outlining, as I said, so around just over 60% of award-reliant employees are women, almost half are aged 24 years or younger, a little over half, 51.9%, are employed on a casual basis.
Thank you for that. And I note that the Independent Fair Work Commission made its decision earlier this morning on the annual wage review, balancing a range of submissions from obviously from the government, from unions, but from business and industry as well, and heard evidence from those parties. Can the department please outline what percentage of a wage increase the Fair Work Commission has issued to award wage earners in Australia?
Certainly, Senator. So this morning's decision increased modern award wages by 4.75%, taking effect from the 1st of July this year. The exception to that is that they have increased the national minimum wage and the lowest award rates. So these are equivalent to the C13 and C14 rates in the manufacturing award by 6%.
In making, and obviously the Fair Work Commission has published its decision, but in making its decision, how did the Commission consider the gender pay gap?
Senator, I'm sure you would understand I've unfortunately not had a chance to read the full decision of the Commission, but certainly that is a relevant factor that the Commission is directed to have regard to in exercising in carrying out the annual wage reviews, and the government submission went to that as well, noting, as I mentioned before, over 60% of award-reliant workers are women. So to the extent that award wages outpace other wages, that does tend to put downward pressure on the gender pay gap.
Thank you. And relative to the most recent ABS CPI data, does this represent a real wage increase for our lowest paid workers?
Yes, Senator. So the most recently available ABS CPI data is over the year to the month of April, which showed inflation of 4.2%. And so today's decision increasing most award wages by 4.75%, that does represent a real increase relevant to current inflation.
Thank you. And Minister, this government has consistently backed in our lowest paid workers to get a wage increase each and every single year we have been in government. And I note that you were actively involved in that in your time as Employment and Workplace Relations Minister. What are some of the responses to today's decision?
Well, I think Senator Hume read out some comments from ACCI, but I don't know that any of us should be surprised that one of the large employer groups in the country is not supporting a wage rise for the lowest paid in the community. I'm sure that other comments in support have been made, including by the ACTU, but I'm not entirely clear where the Liberal and National parties stand on it. I do note that Senator Hume has previously described real wage increases as, quote, the worst thing for Australians. That was in June 2024. I'm not sure if that remains her position. And as I mentioned on Sunday, Senator Hanson, on behalf of the One Nation Party, indicated that she did not support an increase to the minimum wage, which I found rather surprising given she says that she stands up for battlers in our community. But yes, certainly from the government's...
Watching my presser.
Certainly from the
lunch break.
government's...
Because I didn't say anything like that.
Certainly from the government's perspective, we very much welcome this decision from the Fair Work Commission. The lowest paid in our community are, of course, the people who are doing it toughest, and we support and welcome the decision the Commission has handed down.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Mulholland. I'm returning to the opposition. Who's taking the call? Thank you. Senator Hume.
I think Senator Mackenzie's going to take on.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry,
Senator
Cole.
Yes. Thank you. I want to go back to some evidence from Wednesday, the 3rd of December 2025, when we were talking about instances of fraud and corruption on federal infrastructure projects. And the Hansard on page 20 says we have information sharing roles across government. We've recently established a committee of all relevant regulators that are responsible for regulating the industry. I want to understand how many times this committee has met since December.
Thank you, Senator. Since December, that senior officials group has met on the 30th of January 2026 and the 19th of May 2026.
19th of May. Thank you. And just remind me which senior officials from which departments are on in this committee.
Certainly, Senator. So it's coordinated by our department, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, the Department of Infrastructure, the Department of Finance, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, the Department of the Treasury, the Attorney General's Department, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Gee, you'd be worried if you were left out of this.
The Department of Home Affairs are all invited.
They're invited.
Are all
Not
invited,
required.
and generally the majority of those would send senior representatives to that meeting, Senator. And then we have the regulators who are, or law enforcement agencies who are invited
AFP
as well. So the AFP, the ATO, the ACCC, AUSTRAC, ASIC, APRA, the ACIC, and did I say the Australian Federal Police? I'm sorry.
I said that.
Oh, sorry.
I kicked off proceedings. Thank you. And so that's a comprehensive list of the senior officials group.
Yes, that doesn't stop us reaching out to other agencies where it is relevant, Senator. So we recently reached out to both DQ and ARENA following a meeting.
This particular interdepartmental committee, it doesn't have the Fair Work Ombudsman.
Oh, sorry, the Fair Work Ombudsman and the Fair Work Commission from our portfolio. I'm so sorry, Senator.
That's okay.
That's embarrassing, isn't it?
Well, it's okay. They are independent of the department.
But they are invited to that committee.
Thank you, despite the government's submissions. Yes. Excellent. Right. So just remind me, that is quite a comprehensive list. Is this committee's only role to receive information from states and territories around?
No, Senator. So I would distinguish between the senior officials group and the JORG, the Joint Agency Working Group, which is arranged by the AFP. So the JORG is a regulators and law enforcement.
Can I just commend that acronym?
Isn't it fantastic?
Yeah, it actually is.
Joint Agency Working Group. Somebody much better than me came up with that.
Yep.
Their role is really to ensure that information collected, as I understand it, by any of those regulators can be passed through to the appropriate regulator who can action that information.
Okay, so as you may or may not recall, when we were discussing this at last estimates, it related to the reporting of corruption, fraud, etc., on infrastructure projects across jurisdictions. Was the federal government aware? Yes, no. Who told what whom? Who told whom what? So
if a jurisdiction writes to the federal government around concerns they've got on a federally funded infrastructure project, it would go to the jaw, or would it go to the Senior Officials Committee?
It is unlikely to go through the senior officials group in terms of ensuring that referrals are made to appropriate regulators.
So where does it go?
So if one of the agencies received that information, it would be up to the agency to make sure that it was referred to the appropriate regulators. They obviously can do that out of session at any point in time.
Yep.
They could do that through the JORG if they were a member of the JORG. And we would just say that for the senior officials working group, that is at a level above that level of individual investigations and potential prosecutions or proceedings. The senior officials working group is really designed to ensure that portfolio departments and regulators can come together to really map out where the government has intelligence and activity in terms of those responses in the construction sector, but also to talk about not only where the current levers are under everybody's different systems and the activities that they are undertaking, but what a future state might look like as well. So we are aiming to talk about how we could improve as well as what we are doing.
So this is not about general issues in the construction sector. Mr Duggan or Mr Manning, you may recall the conversation. This was actually about the federal funding agreement schedule. I'm sure you do recall. I'm sure you will have perused last estimates.
Mr Duggan, he wasn't here.
Before you, I know, but I know in preparing he will have actually read
preparation
the
doesn't run
previous
to the head.
Hansard. He's nodding. Yes, that's good preparation, Secretary.
And certainly my understanding, Senator, is that at this estimates, there'd been questions to the Department of Infrastructure around guidelines they've put in place, which do that, what Ms Godden is going through, in the sense that they've put in place an expectation that they're informed about allegations of wrongdoing where there are federal funds involved on land infrastructure points, and then they hand it on to the regulators. That's my understanding.
That's my understanding too. So there were evidence provided last week. We had 63 allegations of unlawful behaviour across federally funded construction projects, 56 of those in Victoria. Which body would have they been reported to or dealt with that?
It would depend on the nature of the allegation.
Corruption, fraud, workplace relations issues?
So we expect that they would go to a range of regulators, Senator, but we are not a clearinghouse in that sense, so they wouldn't necessarily have gone through the department. We wouldn't have visibility of that. What we do is try and keep a handle on the investigations and the matters that the various Commonwealth regulators have underway, but not...
So can you run me through those matters that have been referred to Commonwealth regulators?
So we only have them in the aggregate, Senator. We don't have them at the level of individual allegations, but we understand there are around 97 active investigations by Commonwealth regulators. And as a result, and those Commonwealth regulators have commenced 38 matters in either the Fair Work Commission or in the courts. I can break those down by regulator.
I'm really interested in Commonwealth infrastructure projects of the 97.
We don't have that level of detail in relation to those.
Who would have that level of detail?
I imagine the individual regulators would.
So where do I go? Where does the public go to find out where government's putting this? Because I was told in December that a committee had been set up to actually have these matters referred to them. I'm now hearing about a senior officials committee, which actually just sounds like the senior officials committee, or the JAW, which I'm also being told isn't responsible for receiving the things we spoke about in December. So when I was given from Mr Robinson. Is Mr Robinson in the room? Where's he headed off to?
Is he an official at the Department of Infrastructure Centre? Perhaps an
I'm not
assistant
sure.
There's no Mr Robertson in,
but
in dual workplace
we go
relations.
to Ms Anderson.
Yeah. Yes.
She's here.
She's
So
not here, but
we have recently established a committee of all relevant regulators that are responsible for regulating the industry in some way, and that's how we share the investigations.
That's correct, Senator. So that's
Is that JAW? Is that committee JAW?
No, that's...
Is that committee the Senior Officials Committee you outlined to me?
Yes, Senator, and that's how we got the information that there were 97 active, around
right,
97
from the
active
Senior
investigations.
Officials Committee?
From the Senior Officials Group, yes.
Okay. Have the 63 allegations of unlawful behaviour that Infrastructure Department was talking about gone to the Senior Officials Committee?
I don't have the data that would enable me to reconcile those two figures, Senator. But I would imagine so.
And you're the only person at the
evidence
table
from the
wouldn't know
Department
that?
of Infrastructure was that they had referred allegations on to the appropriate regulator.
So on the 19th of May meeting
yes, Senator.
of the Senior Officials Committee, were these 63 allegations / referrals discussed or tabled or noted?
As Ms Godden said, the meeting involving public servants doesn't go through the detail of criminal allegations. They're more properly referred to the appropriate law enforcement bodies. So, for example, to come back to your earlier question around corruption, well, depending on the nature of it, could be referred to state police, federal police, Fair Work Ombudsman, presumably. So, but that meeting Ms Godden's spoken about doesn't get into the detail, and I don't think it would be appropriate to get into the detail because there's a reason why they go to independent law enforcement bodies who have particular powers, but at that aggregate level it's known what the level of activity is, etc.
So if it's a workplace relations matter, which some of these were specifically, the Commonwealth Employment Department doesn't have any...
So if it's allegations of unlawful behaviour that fall within the jurisdictions of Fair Work Ombudsman, then they would go to the Fair Work Ombudsman. So it's we in the Department of Employment Workplace Relations aren't given powers over those matters, and as I say, it wouldn't be proper for us to get involved in something that an independent agency is investigating and potentially taking action in relation to, because in my experience, it's a need-to-know situation when you're pursuing breaches of the law.
And we certainly don't want to compromise those investigations.
That's what I'm getting at.
Of course not. So of the 97 active, do they include the 63 that were... or is the 63 in addition to the 97?
I'm just not sure, Senator, that we have the data that would enable us to reconcile those, but I do understand that the Department of Infrastructure now has sort of mandatory reporting, and they would be able to then, I imagine, refer it off to the relevant regulator if it hadn't been.
Yes,
already.
they do, but
really
my concern, I guess, is, well, of the cases that were open in December, have any of those closed that you knew about, or are they still open?
I think, Senator, the way to understand it is, so of those 63 allegations, there are two more steps before it would get into the data that Ms Godden's referred to, the 97. First is a referral.
Yep.
So have all 63 been referred? And
yes,
secondly,
that's my
have they been referred to a Commonwealth regulator? Now, if they have, then they should come to the Senior Officials Group and they should be included in that 97.
Okay, then on notice, I would like to understand on the meeting on the 19th how many of the 63 were or weren't part of that.
Yes, we can provide that on notice.
Sorry, I'll just go to... how long do your sections time frames go for here?
We've been pretty relaxed in this committee in terms of doing topic by topic. So if you want to have a break, I'll rotate, and then we can start a new topic. Or
okay, I'll finish what I've got then.
Yep.
Which would be the right department to ask about the senior officials' minutes, etc.? Any department, or do I have to go to PM&C?
Of the meeting we're speaking about?
Of the special officials.
We coordinate it, Minister. So I think this department
So you are
would be
the right
correct
place to go to.
department
Okay,
to ask.
thank you. Officials at RAT confirmed 4 allegations of fraud and corruption had already been reported to the Commonwealth when it comes to the suburban rail loop project in Victoria before the budget was announced. Was the senior officials group aware of those allegations before the funding decision was made to give the suburban rail loop an additional $3.8 billion?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, but I would say that I wouldn't have had any the senior officials at Group, I doubt would have any visibility of when that funding decision was made, so I'm not sure that we would know.
Let's just take it from the press release date.
We can take that on notice, Senator.
Were the allegations of fraud and corruption that existed prior, like at last estimates, resolved? Have they been resolved? Does the Senior Officials Committee get a report that fraud detected, fraud not detected, the resolution of live allegations?
The reporting from the law enforcement agencies and the regulators is at that level of how many investigations do we have and how many proceedings do we have underway. The two are not necessarily linked or
so you're not told when they're...
No, Senator.
We could actually have things completed, but because a new issue's been raised, the number would stay the same.
That's
and you
correct,
wouldn't know.
Senator. Yes, Senator.
It
But
doesn't
the
seem very
agency
useful,
itself
does
would
it?
know.
Okay. Is your minister briefed on the outcomes of the senior officials meeting when it comes to allegations of fraud and corruption on Commonwealth infrastructure projects?
Not directly after the meetings, Senator.
What about not directly after the meetings?
I think what Ms Godden's saying is there's not a process whereby a meeting occurs and a briefing goes up to the minister about the meeting.
No.
That doesn't happen.
Is the minister briefed on the number of allegations of corruption and fraud on Commonwealth infrastructure projects at all?
I think
the 90.
I think the infrastructure minister would be.
Yeah, no, the infrastructure minister is.
So
I'm interested in this cross-departmental committee because I want to understand how, if the infrastructure minister knows that there's corruption and fraud to the extent it is in the Victorian Big Build, how projects are still approved by finance and it's not on the statement of risk.
So, Senator, as we covered, a subset of those will relate to workplace relations issues. Not all of those, in terms of the referral, will be to a workplace relations regulator. So I wouldn't expect her to be briefed on all 97, but we can take on notice when was the last time we briefed the minister on workplace relations.
Is she aware
referrals.
of the 97 allegations, which may include closed or open allegations?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Last week, Deputy Secretary Hall confirmed that the department had withheld funding previously when assurances were needed. What is the current threshold for withholding Commonwealth funding where allegations of fraud, corruption or criminal behaviour have been made?
I just don't think that's something that this department can answer, Senator. That would have to be directed either to finance or infrastructure.
Okay. Minister, are you on ERC?
Nope.
Nope.
I haven't made it to those lofty heights.
Wow. We can only hope. Is there a threshold that you know of that would stop Commonwealth funds going to projects that have allegations of corruption, fraud and criminal behaviour?
I don't know the answer to that question, but as I'm sure you were told in infrastructure estimates last week, the government has taken a range of steps through Minister Catherine King to ensure that funding agreements with states and territories for infrastructure projects have accountability mechanisms in them.
I don't think they do. The money keeps flowing, irrespective of the allegations. When did the department first become aware of the allegations concerning labour hire firm Women in Construction?
I think we'd need to take that one on notice.
Yeah, Senator, that may be a question best put to our skills and training group, who are appearing tomorrow under outcome 2.
Yeah, sure. I've got questions on another topic when it comes round again.
I'm sorry, I just missed what
I've got a few questions on another topic, but there's like 5 questions.
Why don't you just finish them and then be done, and then I'll rotate to Senator Sheldon, and then I'll come back to Senator Hume.
Thank you. So in the first 2 months of the fuel crisis, a total of 137 transport sector businesses became insolvent. There've been a total... Yeah, sorry.
I was distracted.
In fact, Senator,
yep, sure.
We're going to change the witnesses, so
happy
get them to come in. And,
or the officials.
Sorry, the
witnesses
officials.
sound so aggressive.
Sorry. Yeah, different colleagues are going to come to.
Anyone? So in the first 2 months of the fuel crisis, we saw 137 transport sector businesses go insolvent. There have been a total of 673 transport businesses enter insolvency this financial year. NatRoad have said that sham contracting practices are crippling Australia's legitimate road transport operators and compromising road safety. Does the department consider the concerns of the transport industry regarding the use of sham contracting by so-called ABN drivers as valid, and what action has the department taken?
Well, certainly, I might talk to some action that's occurred, then hand over to Mr Jones, who can speak to his engagement in the issue. We've spoken about the closing loopholes legislation at this estimates. The Closing Loopholes No. 2 Act amended the defence to sham contracting to raise the threshold for the defence so that it only applies when someone can show that they reasonably believed there was an independent contract arrangement, so effectively making it harder to prove a defence to sham contracting. That Act also established a definition of employment in the Fair Work Act, which essentially meant that the circumstances of the relationship could be taken into account, thus making it easier to show where it was a sham arrangement. Also established the Road Transport Minimum Standards jurisdiction, which can create a more level playing field between businesses, including in relation to businesses in the road transport area, and also introduced a new unfair contracts jurisdiction to allow contractors to challenge contract terms. So a fair bit happened in that bill that are relevant to that issue, but I'll hand over to Mr Jones to speak about other developments.
Thanks, Senator. Henry Jones, Assistant Secretary, Strategy and Protections Branch. So in terms of your question about awareness of it, certainly we've heard a lot from stakeholders about the prevalence of sham contracting in the road transport industry. I attended a roundtable last year with a number of stakeholders on that and heard their concerns put directly to government on that. It's fair to say there was a recognition at that roundtable that the government had taken a significant amount of legislative action. There were some calls for more. There was also calls for regulatory action, which was probably the larger focus of it. And so since then we have seen the ATO and the FWO have undertaken some of that regulatory action. There was a media release on the 13th of March where the ATO and the Fair Work Ombudsman jointly announced they were taking action on sham contracting with a particular focus on the road transport industry. And I understand since then they've also attended another roundtable with those stakeholders on the 19th of May this year, which goes to those issues as well. So reporting back on the kind of action that they're taking as well.
And sorry, Senator, the final thing I'd say is earlier today we spoke about a review into that closing loopholes legislation. So there is a draft report which is yet to be finalised, but it makes 3 recommendations that are relevant to this issue. One of which is that the Fair Work Ombudsman should have industry-specific guidance, including for road transport, on the application of the Fair Work Act definition of employment, so it's clearer when it's an employment relationship as compared to a sham. And also that the Fair Work Ombudsman should develop a clearer checklist to assist people engaging workers to assess the proper nature of the relationship. And finally, there is a draft recommendation that new definition of employee and employer that's in the Fair Work Act is one that others across the Commonwealth should consider becoming consistent with. So that report's still to be finalised. We said it'll be finalised on 15th
But
June.
is it sitting on the minister's desk or in your out tray?
No, it is sitting. There's an independent reviewer who is out consulting on the draft report and is under a statutory obligation to finalise it by 15 June.
15th of June, thank
this
you.
year.
And is there a statutory obligation for
Tabled within 15 sitting days.
Of a government response to the review?
There's no statutory obligation for that, but I would expect that would be happening.
So on the, Mr Jones, the industry roundtable you attended on the 5th, under FOI we have received the back pocket brief prepared by, did you prepare that back pocket brief, Mr Jones, or you ticked off on it?
I believe the one that's in FOI, it's in the infrastructure portfolio, so that was for Minister King rather than for Minister Rishworth.
So but it was prepared by this department, your department?
No, we did provide them with some background on sham contracting and the road transport industry for it, but it was prepared by infrastructure.
So as I understand it, it was a due document that obviously the infrastructure department provided to Minister King that said that ABN drivers were not necessarily, because that's, I'm happy to table the FOI because that's how it actually reads. Have you got a copy of it there?
I don't have it on me, no.
No, but it does read that it's your advice
Could it be
that's gone
to the input Mr.
to
Jones just referred
infrastructure.
We certainly gave them input to it, but I understood they finalised the advice.
That sort of said the department's not aware of any specific allegations of sham contracting and that ABN drivers are not necessarily sham contractors. And I just wanted to know, post the roundtable, whether you've changed your view. Has the department changed its view?
I might go to the second part first, that just because there's an ABN involved doesn't necessarily mean it's a sham contracting. Sham contracting is a specific offence and it depends on all the circumstances. And we would say it needs to be proven before you could say it is actually a matter of sham contracting. So there's misrepresentation as well. I say that's just a framing point. Then in terms of whether there's any specific allegations, I am aware that at that forum, at that roundtable, there were a few kind of that were put, but the ATO, I think, asked for stakeholders to give them to give them basically more information on those as one of the outcomes of that meeting.
And was that done?
You'd have to ask the department, the ATO. But
well,
my
I can, but
understanding
I'm sure given you were at the roundtable and two ministers were also at the roundtable that you haven't just left it at the roundtable.
No, sorry. And I should clarify, I note that the ATO and the FOI have continued to engage with those stakeholders on those matters.
So you are now aware of specific allegations. The infrastructure department wasn't aware of specific allegations of sham contracting when I asked them last week.
So those would have been put to the FOI and the ATO rather than the department.
And it's analogous to the situation we were discussing in relation to construction, in the sense that you've got regulators who are empowered to take action under the law seeking further information. It wouldn't come through a government department on the way to those regulators. It wouldn't be appropriate to do it. We have no power in relation to it. It would go to them to take action where they can.
So the FOI goes on, the meeting held between the department and DUA, the infrastructure department, on the 30th of January 2026 includes the following, and I quote, the ATO asked for a tighter definition of employment, while industry attendees wanted more done on the definition of sham contracting. DUA officials feel they have already done as much as they reasonably can on the latter, which is the definition of sham contracting. Is that still your position?
Yeah, well,
that DUA's done as much as you can on the definition?
Certainly there's relatively recent legislative changes that go to that defence. It's that change I outlined before. It's a matter that's been considered in the closing loopholes review. We'll wait to see the final review. There's not currently in the draft recommendations about further changing that defence. Perhaps I could take on notice if there's been any cases about it, Senator. I'm just not sure off the top of my head. We don't think so, but let's just confirm that, because again, that would be a good indicator of whether or not it needed any further amendment.
If it assists, Senator, I understand there was some media reporting after the most recent roundtable that this department didn't attend, but the ATO and the FOI did. about some compliance action. And I know the Fair Work Ombudsman are here later today, so
yeah,
I've
got some questions for them.
Yeah.
Just last question. So Minister Rishworth, did she request any actions be progressed out of the 5th of November roundtable?
Not that I recall for the department.
Yep.
No, but certainly there was. My recollection is that she suggested, to the extent that people were wanted to see any change in relation to the provisions of the Fair Work Act, the Closing Loopholes Review was probably the appropriate avenue for them to take them up. And I know Mr Manning's evidence that they've done that in the review process.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McKenzie. Senator Sheldon.
There was an AFR article from the 7th of September 2025, which I might just have handed up.
Can I just check what topic this is on today?
Oh, sorry, it's regarding the construction industry and subcontractors, particular some questions regarding future form of the administrator.
Just change the witnesses.
Yep. If you can give them to... I could probably ask the question without the article because it's fairly generic, but I'll ask them to ask the... I think you can get a copy of it anyway. In this AFR article on the 7th of September 2025, raised significant allegations against a company called Futureform, which is a construction subcontractor on the Western Sydney Airport. The CFMEU Administrator and Chief Investigator Jeffrey Watson at the time accused Futureform of engaging in sham contracting, worker exploitation, ignoring safety concerns and denying employees lawful rates of pay, superannuation and entitlements. The then New South Wales Executive Officer of the CFMEU, who of course now currently is the National Office Administrator, Michael Crosby, also alleged that union investigations into Futureform led to the company intimidating a union official and firebombing his house while his young children and wife slept inside. The CFMU has taken a pretty gutsy approach to these kinds of allegations by bringing them out to the public. Is the department aware of these horrendous allegations, and do you think that the high standard of workplace safety and entitlement should be maintained on government infrastructure projects that includes, and I'll say this, includes all players in the construction industry, employers included?
Senator, we are aware of the AFR article to which you refer, and I would refer you to the priority reform of the NCIF that we discussed earlier today around best practice procurement and the Minister's announcement of a consultation on proposed federal standards. Particularly, the Minister is looking to consult on whether that could ensure that government financial arrangements drive quality, productivity, lawful behaviour and deliver safe, secure and well-paid jobs. And we're certainly very supportive of the work that's being done through the NCIF and how important it is that that is a tripartite forum where employers and employees and government can come together to work to improve the construction industry.
And back to your point, just in your answer there, and that is, if I've got this correct, and that is, if you just correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is that all the players in the subcontracting chain, all the players in the allocation of this work, will be held to account and transparent about what their operations are getting up to. And that, I've got a concern about that. I just keep hearing the word CFMEU about what happened prior to 2024, and not that that's unimportant because the government has acted on that. But it's also the question about what's happening in this industry, which seems to, certainly on those opposite, they seem to forget that this industry has a lot of difficulties in it. It has rogue players in it, and it has a number of people that have power within this structure, and that includes major contractors. So Futureform you're aware also contracted to a number of companies as well in construction supply chains. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of their particular commercial arrangements, but certainly aware that is common in construction. And to go, we had a discussion earlier about the proposed standards, which, whilst there's been no decisions made, some of those 12 areas we discussed where the Minister indicated a desire to consult on in the second half of the year, including how to ensure construction industry participants aren't engaging in criminal behaviour, including paying or soliciting bribes or corruption, how there's not behaviour about dictating the choice of subcontractors, which goes to that point I think you're making about how to reduce the over-reliance on labour hire that can be seen to facilitate some of these arrangements as well. So certainly those standards we've spoken about today when we're consulted on, some of those problems you're outlining are the very types of things which they will, the intent is that they will be directed towards stopping across the industry on both sides of the industry.
So there's government frames, again correct me if I'm wrong, there's government frames, there's contracts led to significant construction companies to actually carry out the work and manage the work because they have the knowledge of how that work operates and how to get the project completed. They subcontract to other companies traditionally, and may even be further subcontracting chains. Yeah. And there's accountabilities in all those systems, but the company that's building the project is the company that's been engaged to build the project. They have day-to-day responsibility of what's happening on that project, don't they?
Yeah, and certainly ensuring that those legal obligations are actually met in practice is one of those purposes behind the standards, because in a way the NCIF is a recognition that the culture of the industry undermines people complying with their lawful obligations, and that's everything from corruption down to subcontractors getting paid properly and on time, etc. And so those standards we've spoken about are intended to be one of the Commonwealth's efforts to to ensure its financial arrangements drive the type of behaviour you want to see as compared to the type of behaviour that all across the industry people say they're seeing too much of at the moment.
And it seems logical that it would say that companies that aren't paying superannuation may also be sham contracting, aren't paying the correct wages, aren't paying appropriate insurances, that those companies are unfairly competing with companies that are doing the right thing, which there's a large number of companies that do the right thing, but they're being unfairly competing with those companies to win contracts.
Obviously, I mean, it's a problem in all industries whereby if people don't comply with their lawful obligations, they're obtaining a commercial advantage in addition to unfairly treating their workers or those that contract with them.
And again, it's just to tie this back up to make sure I've got it correct, and that is that the principal construction company that's managing the project, awarding the contracts, has a heavy obligation to make sure that not only those contracts are awarded correctly in their supply chain, but they're correctly adhered to, meeting all the laws of the land.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it will depend on that contract, but that's the intention, I suppose. Yeah. It's about making that intention more of a reality.
Yeah.
We certainly understand that's what happened in New South Wales in relation to the Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport, that following the investigation that was undertaken at the behest, I believe, of the New South Wales government, that Parklife Metro, as the operating company, removed Future Form and all its downstream contractors. I have that from the media release that the Treasurer and the Minister for Transport for New South Wales released on the 8th of May.
Just according, I was going to do just sort of a broader question, and might just direct this to the Minister. According to the data of the Safe Work Australia on the 2024 calendar year, there were 188 worker fatalities across the economy, including 31 deaths in Western Australia, 53 deaths in Queensland and 48 deaths in New South Wales. On average, there's one worker dying every 2 days and a little under 16 deaths each month. 20% of those are in the construction industry alone. That includes Bo Bradford, who was reported in the ABC December 25, a 15-year-old who died on a construction site in Surfers Paradise in December last year. His family members, quote, and I quote, said, "We adore Beau in every part of our hearts, and nothing in this world will ever be right without him." Minister, I just note the serious nature of the construction industry, both safety and wages. We talked about earlier in the day about quite often when there's tax fraud, when there's separately safety fraud found, separately there's wage fraud found, that quite often they interact with each other. That there's companies often found in those areas when it's intentional fraud also operate in a inappropriate way. Minister, I just note the seriousness around the issues of the construction industry. Is the unions solely responsible for what happens in the construction industry, or should employers also take responsibility for the culture in the construction industry?
Well, of course, employers should take responsibility, for starters, for safety on their workplaces. That is an obligation of employers under various state and federal laws. But more generally, I think you're right. And, we've said this all along, and I've said it a number of times today, that just as there have been very serious issues within the CFMEU that needed to be dealt with, there are very serious issues among a range of employers in the construction industry that need to be dealt with as well, whether it be safety issues, underpayments, involvement in corruption and criminality. Unfortunately, there are construction employers who are engaged in that kind of behaviour, and they need to be held to account for that as well. So that's why it's important that the government approaches this task not just from the perspective of beating up on unions or beating up employers, but actually trying to clean up this industry, whoever it is that's causing problems.
I just asked an article regarding the 27th of May 2026 from the AFR to be handed up, and I won't go to that article straight away. I'll just ask a question. And to the department, it may be better they put this to the Fair Work Commissioner, but I'll just put it to the department to start off with. Nick McKenzie, who's renowned for one of the driving forces of highlighting the problems and challenges and some of the horrendous nature of the construction industry, and deserves a lot of credit for exposing what has been going on for certainly a decade, if not more. He said some good people are working hard to clean up the mess, and he was referring to Michael Crosby. He also said Crosby has devoted his life to fighting for workers' rights, and he's respected as an effective no-nonsense union leader. He also went on further to say in the 60 Minutes program, September the 7th, 2025, along with those two quotes, he's wasted no time bringing in clean skin organisers and removing those loyal to his predecessor, Darren Greenfield. He went on further to say you've got to give Michael Crosby some credit for his willing to put himself in the line and go where so many others haven't. And finally, Mackenzie put to Crosby, you're doing a hell of a thing going on national TV, calling out entities you say are involved in the most serious of violence and intimidation. I'm not asking you to give a character reference, but those sorts of attributes are things that we would want someone from an administrator to be carrying out?
Absolutely. I don't know Mr Crosby personally, but, you're right to give a lot of credit to Nick McKenzie and various other journalists who've revealed a lot of the allegations that have led to this action. And if he is speaking so highly of Mr Crosby, I think that means something. And certainly those character attributes are exactly what you would want as the administrator of the union.
And Senator, and this might be a question you could put to Mr Furlong when he's here, given his role in appointing Mr Crosby, but he does set out in quite some detail in that report he released about the process, feedback from stakeholders about the key requirements they thought an administrator of the CFMEU needed, and that was industry stakeholders, not just from the union side. And so he might be able to assist you if you have any questions about how Mr Crosby met those attributes. Yeah,
thank you. I'll take it up with the Fair Work Commissioner as well. And my final question, it was recently reported in the AFR on the 27th of May 2026 that the builder Multiplex had engaged construction subcontractor Futureform to work on Canberra's $317 million Lyric Theatre project. That is despite Futureform being embroiled in investigations by police and regulators, including corporate thuggery aimed at union officials who were investigating it after they'd been kicked off sites in New South Wales. Now, of course, that thuggery goes to allegations of firebombing the union official's home, where both his wife and young children were residing. The ACT government has sought further information from the New South Wales government and from Futureform about their workforce arrangements, but it's clear that Multiplex did not tell the ACT government about the risks associated with their subcontractor. Minister, there's matters being investigated regarding this, but I just want to go this broader question again. Is it critically important that employers on state and territory infrastructure projects maintain the highest standards when it comes to safety and compliance with workplace laws?
Absolutely. And as I was just mentioning, I know that Minister King, as in Catherine King, has written to state and territory infrastructure ministers to outline our expectations along those lines. We absolutely want to see, we want to see people safe on every workplace. We've got a particular interest when it's workplaces that are undertaking work that we're funding.
And Minister, just you've emphasised there's a number of the industry has a reputation for, and I'm using my words, not yours, but rogue players in the industry that demonstrated poor behaviour and poor ethics, potentially criminal activity, a series of investigations across the sector. I just note the sole focus, and yet today and up till estimates last week and again this week, I've seen no comment about employers in this industry and accountability. I respect the important work the department's doing in putting through the industry forum and national standards, but I've seen no comments about responsibility on these major contractors, and I think that's got to end. Employers can compete can't compete with cowboys like Futureform, but the big contractors are the ones that are making the money out of it. It doesn't seem to be the taxpayers. And it's really important. And of course, we had 10 years of the coalition doing nothing, and we've seen these actions that are now being taken across the industry rather than some class war about every time they open their mouth, it's CFMEU this and CFMEU that. Those people that have been broken the law, regardless of whether the union or non-union, should be held to account, not just run a class war like we've heard for the last 12 months. And again, this last week and a bit in estimates.
Yeah, again, we've said numerous times that it's important that the industry as a whole is cleaned up. There were absolutely very serious problems within the CFMEU that needed to be dealt with, but there are absolutely very serious problems among some construction employers. Again, I'm obviously a little bit out of date here, but when I held the role as Minister, I know that some of the peak bodies in the construction sector representing employers wanted to see change amongst employers, and I can only hope that that attitude remains in place. It's exactly for these reasons that the department and Minister Rishworth are now leading the effort to come up with standards within the construction industry to address a whole range of unlawful behaviour, whether that's from employers, unions, workers. It's got to stop.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator O'Sullivan.
So, just before Senator O'Sullivan starts, can I just say that I think that there is a unity ticket going on here between Senator Sheldon, Minister Watt and those from the coalition. In fact, Senator Kovacic and I have proposed that the Senate undertake an inquiry into corruption into the construction commission, construction industry.
As a question, Senator.
Well, yes, I wonder whether, if Minister Watt, you agree with Senator Sheldon, that we could potentially ask you to support us in the Senate to hold an inquiry into allegations of corruption in the construction industry, whether it be from the unions, whether it be from the workers, whether it be from organised crime, or whether it be from the construction industry itself, the companies themselves.
Still not mentioning the employer.
I just did. Senator Sheldon, you spoke over.
You start naming names, have the guts.
Senators, no, I'm asking for quiet. Estimates has a very broad scope into the operations and expenditure of government. I do believe this question is out of scope of that remit. Minister, it's up to you whether you answer, but then could we move on to questions and answers on expenditure and operations?
We will happily table the terms of reference for that inquiry if you'd like, Minister.
Well,
that's not necessary.
That's obviously a discussion that will be going on outside this committee. I would make the observation that aside from the coalition and a small number of right-wing think tanks, there is no one who is calling for yet another inquiry into the construction industry. The employer groups haven't called for it, unions haven't called for it. What people are calling for is action, and that's what they're finally getting as a result of the action that this government has taken after 10 years of the coalition doing nothing and allowing John Setka, his mates and rogue employers to make merry. And that's now coming to an end because of this government's action.
So no, you won't hold an inquiry.
Minister, I'm moving back to Senator O'Sullivan. You do have the call for your questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask about the potential industrial action in the Pilbara iron ore operations in my home state of Western Australia. So, as I'm sure you're aware, Port Hedland is the world's largest bulk iron ore export port in the world. It's worth $115.8 billion. $115.8 billion worth of iron ore has moved through it just last year alone, representing 5% of Australia's national GDP, and even much higher figure when it comes to our gross export product as well. Is the department monitoring the risk that escalating industrial action poses to the throughput at Port Hedland?
Yes, Senator.
You are? And
yes,
what are you?
Senator.
Certainly aware of the issues, Senator. Certainly seen reporting about it. I think there's a number of different disputes and different negotiations that are at different stages. I think in the last week or two I've seen reports about one dispute being close potentially to resolution, whereas others being further away and protected industrial action threatened. Haven't been doing, to go back to an earlier line of questioning, modelling about the impact, etc., while those issues play out.
Just repeat that last bit.
I thought you might have been asking. So I was just clarifying that certainly while we're monitoring the issue, we haven't been doing modelling work about the impact of the issue.
No, that was my question. Yes. So our counterparts in State Parliament asked the WA Pilbara Ports Authority whether they had done any modelling, and they said that they've not done any modelling. So can you just confirm that this department has not done any modelling into the impact that the economic damage that would happen if industrial disputes cause significant delays to the export of product?
Yeah, as I said, we haven't done any modelling. I think it would be difficult to do that modelling given the number of unknowns about how that is going to play out.
However, Senator, I would say our monitoring, Pilbara Port said on yesterday, on Monday, that they weren't expecting, for example, the threatened industrial action at Port Hedland, I believe it was, to have impact on other users or on managing vessel or tidal movements. And a BHP statement was also reported as saying that they had strong contingency plans in place. So that goes to Mr Manning's evidence that there are a significant number of variables here, and certainly based on the public statements of the parties, they are not expecting significant impacts, or they said they're not expecting impact on other users other than BHP or on managing vessel and tidal movements at this stage, and BHP has said that they have strong contingency plans in place.
The Chamber of Minerals and Energy Western Australia has stated that each day of disruption to Port Hedland operations, it denies Western Australians about $6.85 million in royalties. And that's easy to calculate. They know that because obviously when there's cyclones come through, there's interruptions, tidal events, these sort of things. So they're very clear on what it costs when you've got a single day of disruption. WA Premier Roger Cook has warned that protracted industrial action, he said, and I quote, leads to job losses and that investors are watching closely. The Prime Minister has warned unions not to abuse any privileges, and the Treasurer has said that he does not want to see the opportunities in WA interrupted by industrial action. Despite those warnings from the Prime Minister, from the Treasurer, indeed from industry, the ETU are still persisting. Does the department share the view that escalating industrial action at Port Hedland poses a serious risk to the Australian economy?
What I would...
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Minister.
Well, I just wasn't sure that was an appropriate question to put to officials. What I can say is that there is nothing controversial about Australians talking with their employers, negotiating with their employers about their pay and conditions at work. Now, Senator O'Sullivan, as someone from Western Australia, I'm sure you would understand that mining work is tough, dangerous work, often performed in very remote parts of the country with significant periods of time away from family. All workers and their unions have a right to negotiate, and we of course encourage all parties in this, in any other dispute, to negotiate in good faith and to use the assistance of the Fair Work Commission to reach an agreement. That's what the system is there for.
But Minister, is your government concerned about the economic impact, and what level of economic impact would there need to be for the government to be concerned enough to actually ask the department to do modelling? Well, again, we encourage all the parties involved in this dispute to negotiate in good faith. Of course, from everyone's perspective, whether it be the country as a whole, the companies involved, the workers involved, the sooner the dispute can be resolved, the better.
And Senator, I think it would be useful, we provided Senator Kovacic on notice SQ26 -40 and then 49, an answer in relation to TWU, but that would also be relevant in this instance. It goes through some of the legislative requirements that have to be met before protected industrial action can be taken. So I'd just stress, in terms of where we are now in the Pilbara, we understand that there is bargaining that is happening, but those legislative requirements for taking protected industrial action apply as equally in the Pilbara. So, for example, the agreement must have, bargaining must have commenced, a secret ballot of relevant employees needs to have been undertaken, parties need to have participated in conciliation before the Fair Work Commission, employees must provide notice before taking industrial action. There's a prohibition on employees being paid for any period where they have participated in stoppages. And what this would go to is not only the preconditions for taking industrial action, but even if industrial action is taken, which we don't know, and we're several steps away from, is that we don't know the nature, the duration, the extent, how many employees would participate. And that means that we really couldn't, at this stage, model any impact, because there are simply too many variables to make that modelling of any utility.
And I think the other factor that's relevant to assertions of widespread industrial action is that protected industrial action doesn't exist in relation to pattern bargaining. So often people see assertions made about how something's going to play out across a number of agreements, but as I say, protected industrial action, people can seek to bargain, to pattern bargain. Protected industrial action doesn't follow from that, so it's sort of relevant to that issue of the impact, as is the employer response as well.
Yes.
Section 424 of the Fair Work Act gives the Minister the power to make an order suspending or terminating protected industrial action where it threatens significant damage to the Australian economy or an important part of it. Given that we've established that the Pilbara port there in Port Hedland is critical to Australia's economy, has the department advised the Minister to consider exercising that power in relation to any industrial action in Port Hedland?
If I could just clarify the question, Senator, Section 424 also gives standing to a number of other parties, including through the regulations, the relevant Western Australian, I believe, Industrial Relations Minister, although I may need to confirm which West Australian Minister
at the state level.
I believe also if I can check this, the FWC can bring those proceedings on its own initiative or on application from any of the bargaining representatives, including the bargaining representatives from the employer. So there are quite a number of parties who have standing to bring applications under Section 424, and it would be a very rare scenario that our Minister, the Commonwealth Minister for Workplace Relations, would have available the relevant evidence about economic impact. So it is possible, and it has occurred on at least 2 occasions, that the Commonwealth has either brought those proceedings or has participated. However, generally it's the parties to the agreement, to the bargain that is being proposed, that have the best information about potential economic disruption.
Just going back to what you said in the middle there, that you don't see that there would be a circumstance where there would be enough evidence to around the economic impact. What do you mean by that?
Sorry,
because surely, if we've got protracted industrial action that's preventing shipments of iron ore being exported out of Port Hedland, that has a material impact on the Australian economy. So what?
I think what Ms. Godden was saying, it wasn't saying that there wouldn't be that situation, but that there would normally be circumstances where other parties are better placed to bring those proceedings before the Commonwealth Government. So, for example, you've got a pretty sophisticated respondent in these proceedings who would be quite capable of leading evidence about the impact on them as an employer under Section 423, I think it is, from memory.
424. And, for example, the employer would be best placed to lead evidence of the impact because they would be best placed to lead evidence of what contingency plans they're able to put in place, where BHP has said at the moment they have strong contingency plans in place. They would be the ones who would know what the impact was in terms of their iron ore throughput, to what extent they can or cannot catch up shipments at later dates. So there are a lot of really important factors there that are often, and I was speaking generally, Senator, often the parties are better placed to lead that evidence.
And I feel, Senator, we haven't answered your question, which is we have not given the Minister advice on taking action under 424.
That would explain why the ETUWA Secretary said publicly that no one from the federal government has asked them to pull back. So, Minister, the government's not seeking to intervene, as we've heard today. Can you explain us from the Minister's perspective why you're not stepping up and taking the action that would be required to protect nearly $116 billion in Australian export?
Well, this is the second time that Liberal Party senators today have asked the Minister to intervene in industrial disputes to prevent unions and workers from taking industrial action. It's almost as if you don't want unions and workers to take industrial action. And I made the point earlier that when I was the Workplace Relations Minister, Senator Cash wanted me to intervene to stop industrial action being taken in other disputes, even though no coalition minister had ever done the same thing. You've heard already there are very high bars to be met in order for those sorts of applications to be brought. We have a system in Australia where workers, unions and employers negotiate wages and conditions. That's what's going on here.
And Minister, we've also had a situation for decades now where there hasn't been industrial action taken across the Pilbara. Now we've got interference by unions up in the Pilbara that hasn't been there, yet you've got some of the highest paid workers in Australia working up there. So
do you think those workers don't deserve their wages?
They do. But what I'm saying is they've been able to achieve that outcome through high productivity, through good outcomes and negotiations with employers without the involvement of the unions and certainly without this industrial action. So it's been able to occur efficiently. We've got good productivity and we're now imposing upon productivity because of potential industrial
you described
action.
it as unions interfering. I guess another way of looking at it is that is unions doing their job, which is to assist workers negotiate pay rises. And, you have a view that those workers are paid extremely highly. Perhaps if you
ask
spoke,
any of them, they do. They think the same.
Perhaps if you spoke to those workers, they might explain to you why they are seeking higher wages and conditions than what they've got at the moment.
Some of their mining bosses are paid very, very well.
Yeah, that is true. And more generally, Senator O'Sullivan, it's unfortunate for the coalition, but the facts show that under this government, industrial disputes are down, more agreements are being reached in workplaces, and workers are benefiting from higher wages. So in the coalition's last quarter in office, June 2022, Australia saw 128,100 days lost to industrial action. The most recent quarterly data under this government shows that it was 69,600 working days lost, so nearly half. So I know you'd like to patent. I know you'd like.
Can you give me a Pilbara number?
I know. Well, it may not be. It may not be the case in the Pilbara, but what I'm saying to you is nationwide. We've seen a halving of industrial action since the coalition was in power, and that's because you pursued a high conflict model. The model that we've got in place is one that encourages people to reach agreements.
You ready to vote?
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Kavasic, you have the call.
Thank you. I just want to go back a little bit to a couple of questions to cover off the security funding for the CFMEU administrator. Could you just give us an indication, and on notice is fine, but if you have it there, I'd like it now, on what date and on whose advice did the government decide that the Commonwealth would actually pay that instead? And I know we kind of went around this in the last set of questions, but not exactly that.
Obviously, the most recent funding announced was a decision made as part of the budget process, and the original funding was made as part of the budget process as well. So, but we can confirm what year that was.
Yeah, but there would have been a certain point in time when that decision was made. It wouldn't be just like, oh, we'll just allocate this amount in the budget.
I think ERC would have made that decision.
Sorry?
I think the Expenditure Review Committee would have made the decision.
Yes, but are you saying that there was no discussion with the department at all? You had no...
Oh. So Senator, that would have been in the second half of 2024, because the first time this decision was made to provide that security funding was in the 24-25 MyEFO. So we can go back, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be great, because I'm trying to work out when it occurred, basically alongside when the administration began.
So I suspect, Senator, the answer will be that it was in the finalisation of the MyEFO process in around November 2024, but we'll take that on notice.
Lovely, thank you. Are you aware whether there was any legal advice that the department relied on to meet those costs from consolidated revenue rather than from the administration itself?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you, that would be wonderful. And this one may be for Mr Furlong, but I just thought I would check whether you have it as well. On Mr Irving's resignation, it was reported and noted in the General Manager's statement that Mr Irving would be retained by the administration as a senior counsel.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check whether that has occurred.
I don't have particular knowledge, so we just take at face value that is occurring, given I've seen it stated a couple of times but don't have any particular knowledge of it.
Okay. Do you have awareness if any part of that role will be met from Commonwealth funds, including additional security funding ongoing?
We wouldn't comment on ongoing security arrangements, Senator.
But there's no...
I'm just trying to understand whether there will be expenditure from Commonwealth funds in relation to that appointment ongoing.
The Commonwealth funding that I have spoken of is reserved for the administrator. Yeah. However, we are aware that the CFMEU has paid out of its own funds for security for certain other individuals who require it.
Okay, thank you. So if you could let me know on notice if there will be any additional funds for that from the Commonwealth, that would be great.
I mean, certainly there's been no separate appropriation in relation to Mr Irving fulfilling a role as senior counsel for the CFMEU, but we'll take the broader issue on notice.
Thank you. I do appreciate the clarity of your answer. Thank you. The next couple of questions I have relate back to the the TWU. So I just have a couple of brief questions that will probably take us to the break. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm the department's internal data identified the 218 TWU enterprise agreements covering some 49,847 employees that are due to expire this year, including 87 agreements covering around 29,000 workers expiring on the 30th of June. Is that information still substantially accurate? And I don't mean, it doesn't have to be to the individual employee, but just, is that roughly accurate at this point in time still?
I would expect that to be roughly accurate still, Senator.
Thank you. Could you tell me what, if any, briefings the department has provided to the Minister since the 1st of January this year regarding the TWU bargaining campaign and any potential for supply chain disruptions?
Certainly, Senator. I think we'll need to take that on notice.
Sure.
The draft that was that is on the FOI disclosure log was finalised and sent to the Minister in that time frame.
Okay.
So there will be at least to the Minister, I believe, but we will take that on notice, Senator, and provide the exact dates and mechanisms.
Okay, thank you. Then I just wanted to check as well if you can provide it now, otherwise on notice, if you have information on which employers, sectors or supply chains are currently assessed as being at the greatest risk of disruption.
I don't think we'd have that, Senator, for the reasons we went over before, where we're talking about the number of unknowns in relation to each enterprise. But we can take on notice to see if we do have anything directed to that question, but I doubt it.
Okay, and then I guess then connected to that, if you don't have that, have there been any interdepartmental meetings or contingency planning processes or anything similar undertaken since estimates, or the last estimates in February 2026, in relation to this issue to actually be prepared for those eventualities?
So again, for the same reasons, I don't think so, but we'll clarify on notice.
Thank you. And if you can provide, if you have the information now, if not on notice, as of today, the status of the TW enterprise agreements due to expire between the 30th of June this year and September this year, and whether you have any awareness of any protected industrial action being commenced.
It follows the expiration, protected industrial action.
Correct.
Given it's 30 June, it wouldn't have, in that sense,
I understand,
June
but whether you have any awareness whether there is any intention from any signals or otherwise that you may have received.
It would be still a little bit early, Senator. The earliest that a protected action ballot order can be applied for is 30 days before the nominal expiry date.
Which is where we are now.
An enterprise agreement, which is right about now.
Yeah.
So I think this is the earliest that we would expect to see that. We can certainly take it on notice.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And
it may be that because it's lodged with the Commission, so they may be able to tell you any had been already, noting that we think it's probably not likely yet.
And then my last question is pages 19 to 26 of the FOI release were withheld in full. And obviously you have reasons for that, but I'm just curious as to what category of material is contained in those pages, if you're able to share that, and if the department would consider releasing or tabling that.
I can only see from the copy I have that it was deleted under section 22 subsection 1 of the Freedom of Information Act. Senator, it's been a little while since I looked at the FOI Act. Is that the relevance provision?
I don't know either. I'm not sure, actually. I don't think it is relevance.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm not sure. I think it's one of the common ones, either relevance or it might be that it was agreed with the applicant that some things were out of scope. I'm sorry, I can't answer that off the top of my head.
That's okay. If you can provide that on notice, and I'll reference that as well. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hume, given we only have 4 minutes, do you want
to go to the break?
Yeah, we can go for the break. So we'll be back just before 4:15.
earlier this morning, we have some more information around our payroll assurance. So I'll hand to Ms Rule.
So I have in front of me a table with a breakdown of some of the issues that you raised with me this morning, Senators. So I'm happy to table that now.
Great. Is that all? Okay.
That's all.
Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have some questions regarding the Fair Work Commission, but they're specifically for the department. And it's around how the department provides support for the Commission preparing budget bids for funding.
Yeah, just getting the Mr Harbour and Ms Costello to come to the table.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to ask how it works. Do you have regular meetings with the Commission about resourcing ahead of a budget or ahead of a MyEFO? How does that work?
Yeah, we certainly have regular contact with the Commission about a range of matters, including their resourcing, etc., caseload, other matters.
I think, Senator, just to add to that, so usual practice in this portfolio, as it is in other portfolios, would be to sit down with the portfolio agencies early in the budget process and understand their resourcing position as it is and whether or not they were contemplating bringing forward a new policy proposal. To the extent that they did, we would facilitate that coming forward in the Minister's portfolio budget submission, so it would be incorporated into the broader portfolio bids that came through.
Right, so the Commission makes a request to you for more funding, and then you consider it and put it forward as part of the departmental request?
So we, as a department, wouldn't consider it. We would facilitate the Minister's consideration of the request from the Commission, and the Minister would then take forward that request through her portfolio budget submission.
Right, so then once you have facilitated that request to the Minister, she then brings it forward to the ERC.
That's correct.
Process. Right, okay.
Yep.
So when the Commission makes a request, how are they advised of the outcome?
So, Senator, I mean, you'd be aware that typically coming out of an expenditure review committee meeting, there would be a minute that would be written. Those minutes are then finalised at the end by a meeting of the Budget Cabinet. That's typically held a week or so out from the budget process. Once that minute of the ERC receives endorsement of the Budget Cabinet, it's at that point that it's considered to be a decision, and at that point it would be communicated to the relevant agency.
Right, so it's communicated to the agency before the budget is handed down?
Typically, because of course the agency needs to prepare its own statements, which go into our own portfolio budget statements, which are released on budget day. So they contribute to that, and of course the measures that they receive are part of their own financial tables that go into that, but also so that the agency is in a position from budget day to be able to talk about the resourcing that they received in the budget.
Right, okay, excellent, thank you. So in October last year, President Hatcher told the Australian Labour and Employment Relations Association conference in Brisbane that he felt sick when he saw the extraordinary increases in the latest quarterly data of the Commission's dismissal claims. Then in April this year, Minister Rishworth said that the government was still consulting on how to help the Commission after the President had warned since October last year that the Fair Work Commission was facing unsustainable claims. Just last Friday, Fair Work Commission General Manager Murray Furlong made a statement that revealed that by the end of April this year, the Commission had received 44,039 lodgements, and that was just 36 matters shy of the total number of lodgements that were received in the whole 24-25 financial year. So on last Friday, there was an article in the Financial Review that reported that government acknowledged the struggles of the Commission, and the quote in the article was that the government was considering ways to assist the Commission as a matter of priority. So, first of all, I should ask whether the department believes that the Fair Work Commission's workloads are sustainable.
So, Senator, so it is absolutely the case that the Fair Work Commission's caseload has increased very, very significantly, and you get the opportunity to hear that directly from the General Manager when he appears a little bit later. It's also the case that the government has increased the funding to the Fair Work Commission in recent years to undertake, of course, new activities, but also its general activities. So the government is very focused on this, as you noted from the quote from Minister Rishworth. So looking at all types of methods to try and assist in this regard. So one, of course, the Fair Work Commission itself, looking at its own practice, the efficiency within which it deals with cases, looking at funding options, but of course looking also at whether or not, we have been thinking about whether or not there may be some things that we need to consider which may get to the types of matters that come before the Commission.
Okay, so the timeline that I just gave you meant that the first that we had heard about the overwhelming increase in caseload was October last year. When did the department first become aware that the Commission's caseload was unsustainable?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'd categorise it as unsustainable, but we perhaps don't need to debate that. As I said earlier, we have very regular discussions with the Commission about matters impacting on them. I have to take on notice exactly when they first raised it, because they have, as you've indicated, over a period of time pointed out the increasing number of claims, primarily driven by the unfair dismissal and adverse action jurisdictions in the Commission. And you might have seen that there's been some public discussion about the role of AI in terms of helping claims be prepared that might not be justified. So I'll take on notice about when they first raised that with us and answer it in that way. So.
Okay, perhaps anybody from the Fair Work Commission that's listening might also be able to prepare for that.
Well, they're on immediately after us, and
yes.
Mr. Furlong might have a better memory of it. So, yeah.
Can I ask, when these issues are raised, you said we have ongoing discussions all the time, but what formal communications has the department or the minister received from either President Hatcher or General Manager Furlong on this particular issue since October last year?
Oh, and again, since October last year, I'll see if Mr. Hull or Ms. Costello can help with the date, but certainly the Commission has put forward ideas for how, for legislative amendments that could be made to enable them to better manage their caseload generally, and in particular some of those increases.
So you've provided advice as to how they could better do that, did you say?
They have provided suggestions, and right. we have provided advice on those right. suggestions. So it's something that's, as Mr. Duggan just said, very much under consideration by the government. Those amendments. I mean, we've had discussions in the sense that there's a consultative body called the National Workplace Relations Consultative Council, and Mr. Furlong has come to the last two meetings of that with staff members to discuss with employer and employer representatives the operations of the Commission. And I think, Senator, I'll probably have to take on notice and confirm all of the instances, as you say, around formal advice that we've received from the Commission, given it's a period of around 7 months.
Yeah. Okay, so when did the Minister first provide the Fair Work Commission advice on that issue of surging claims? When did
the Minister provide advice?
Didn't you say that you provided advice to the Minister and then the Minister provides it to the Fair Work Commission?
No. I said the Fair Work Commission has put forward suggestions to us, and certainly they've been part of our considerations of what, if anything, government could do, and we have provided advice to government on it.
To government?
Slightly the other way around, yeah.
And then where does it go? Has the Minister done anything about it?
As I said, so the government is considering amendments to the Fair Work Act to provide the Commission with greater flexibility to respond to increasing lodgements.
Right.
So certainly it's something that's under very active consideration. Noting, of course, as you touched on developments last Friday, and there was a statement from Mr. Furlong about what the Commission itself is doing in an effort to put itself on a sustainable financial footing. They have also taken steps in relation to those AI-generated claims that I mentioned before, in relation to flushing out exactly when that's occurring and getting advice from applicants around it. So in a way, there's things the Commission can do. That's quite right. The President is given the responsibility of ensuring the Commission is operating efficiently, and the General Manager is given the obligation of assisting the President with that work. And there's also things government can consider, as I've touched on, those type of legislative amendments. Right. There was a a small matter in the most recent budget where there was an item that was scheduled to terminate based on the original decision, which was extended for another 12 months. So it's something else that the government's done recently. But
I think it's worth highlighting, obviously, that the Commission has been taking quite specific action for some time to manage its caseload, and really a lot of that reflects that they've been on top of this issue and they've been working through that. As Mr Manning said, there are actions the Commission can take, and then there are actions that government may consider, and I think those two things are working together. So the Commission has put in place a number of internal initiatives and procedural changes to help manage that caseload, and it goes to some of the issues that Mr Manning set out, that some of that may be driven by AI applications. There's an issue of paid agents that the Commission has highlighted. Again, they're taking action to really respond to those things. You know, in enhancing their lodgement systems and online processes through their online portal, and consulting on transparency requirements around the use of AI in the application process. So all these things are already underway, and they are putting in place those measures to reduce the caseload. Then separate to that, obviously coming to us and engaging with us on other potential options that we might consider, or that the Minister may consider in supporting, again, that improvement in process and the way cases or the caseload is managed, again, to help sort of bring that.
Okay, so the Fair Work Commission, your understanding is the Fair Work Commission is doing what it can at its end within the confines of the existing legislative arrangements. You have provided advice to the Minister on alternative legislative avenues that could be pursued in order to assist with that. Have you, well, first of all, I should ask, when did you make those recommendations to the Minister?
Well, we'll have to take on notice to confirm the date. I'm certainly aware of that. My recollection is the Minister's made comments over the last few months in terms of the work that's under consideration, but on notice we'll confirm those dates.
Okay, thank you, that would be good. Obviously, Justice Hatcher has publicly stated that the situation is unsustainable within our current operational performance and funding structure. Have you made any recommendations to the Minister about the funding structure?
Well, I'm just conscious that would occur in a budgetary context. Certainly, we've sort of, in looking at options, we've looked at options that go to the revenue of the Commission. So in that way, I think the answer to your question is yes, Senator, but right. I might take on notice to confirm those dates about that.
Okay, thank you. The claim that has been made is that the resourcing of the Commission has delayed settling the cases that are outstanding, and that's been raised. I'm interested in knowing whether that idea of delayed settlement is something that has been raised by the Commission with the Department.
Certainly. I mean, the latest annual report shows, from memory, that the Commission's still meeting its timelines. It has very impressive case clearance rates by standards of administrative tribunals. Certainly, they've made us aware that they feel under pressure to sustain that based on the increase in their workload. Mm-hmm. So certainly seem to be able to do it now, and you know, again, Mr Furlong will be here soon and he can run you through the very large amount of work that the Commission is doing to maintain that as best they can.
Okay. Was there any additional funding in the recent budget specifically to address this?
There was an extension of what was called the Fair Work Commission Small Business Support Measure. Right. That was extended for a year. It was $1.3 million. So the Commission, I think, for example, in those comments in October that you referred to, or if not those, some subsequent ones, you know, the President was making the point that that measure was expected to terminate, but the government took a decision to extend it, I think, to allow time to see the impact of those other types of measures that we've been speaking about.
Okay. Employer groups like ACCI and AIG and the Australian Resources Energy Employer Association have all called for urgent legislative reform to weed out the vexatious claims. I know you said that you have made recommendations to the Minister about potential legislative changes, but have you consulted with any of these groups about potential reforms?
Yeah, and I'll just have to walk a fine line here, Senator, in the sense that I indicated that Mr Furlong and one of his colleagues has come to the last 2 meetings of the National Workplace Relations Consultative Council. Now, under the legislation that governs the operations of that council, views are meant to be confidential, but certainly I can say, I think, without breaching confidence too much, that is an issue that has been discussed at those meetings. It's certainly an issue that the Commission has made the government aware of as one of a range of measures it thinks, if it had some more flexibility, it might assist in some way to resolving the types of the caseload pressures.
Okay. What does the department think is the driving factor behind the increase in claims, the dramatic increase in claims?
I don't think we have a view separate from the Commission other than to say I think there's a range of factors. So we've discussed the ability for unrepresented litigants to use AI to write claims. That clearly the Commission says that's an issue for it, and we've got no reason to doubt it. I mean, I think in some of the public comments, whether it be Mr Furlong or President Hatcher, they've put forward the evidence of that. I think there's issues that go to just greater awareness of it as well. There's been discussions around certain paid agents. So there's a business model for certain people who can assist applicants to make certain claims. And again, that's something which the Commission has taken some action in relation to. I think generally, there's some demography in it. There's more people in work than ever before, so it's perhaps not surprising that there's more work-related claims than ever before. So I think there's a whole range of factors coming together. But certainly it seems to be that knowledge of it and use of digital tools to drive it seem to be an important part of it. But I think the Commission would be better able to articulate the balance between those various factors.
I'm not sure whether you are the right people to ask or whether the Commission is the right people to ask, but I would like very much to understand the number of cases that the Commission has received for the last 6 years, broken down by type of claim, and whether that claim was resolved before being heard by the Commission.
Yeah, I suspect it is the Commission. I suspect they'll have to do... I'm not sure if that's something they can just lift from their annual report or if that's something they'll have to put an additional layer of work over.
Is it the sort of work that the department has, the sort of thing that the department has looked at and has advised the Minister on?
Yeah, certainly we want to understand the issues as the Commission does. Obviously we get a lot of our information from the Commission, given they're at the coalface, and as part of that it is understanding the types of measures. I don't recall that we've ever... certainly I've seen statistics around how many matters are resolved prior to going to hearing, etc., in the various stages, but I'm not sure if that exact lens that you're asking about has ever been put over it. Yeah, but I think...
Is it something that I can ask you to take on notice? And I'm absolutely certain that there are people from the Fair Work Commission that are listening in. Perhaps that's something that the Commission and the department can work on together to respond to on notice.
Certainly.
That would be terrific. Okay, thank you. I have just one other follow-up line of questioning on the Queensland Commission into the CFMEU.
We'll just change the witnesses, I think.
Yes. We can do that in Senate inquiry if you like, Senator.
Don't break your record.
Thank you. I want to understand whether the department has received any requests for information or documents from the Queensland Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU.
Yes, we have, Senator.
You have. How many requests has the department received?
To the best of my recollection, it's one, Senator, but could I take that on notice to confirm, please?
You may, thank you. Has the department complied with each request? If there's one that you know of, I'm assuming you've complied with it.
We have responded to it, Senator.
Right. Does that mean complied? Is that the
Well,
same
I
thing?
don't think the Queensland Commission of Inquiry has jurisdiction over the Commonwealth, but we've voluntarily chosen to cooperate.
Okay, terrific. Has the department then withheld, delayed, redacted or limited any material that has sent back to the Commission of Inquiry?
My recollection of the response, Senator, is we directed the inquiry to another agency who would have been more likely to hold the information that they sought.
Right.
Another Commonwealth agency, so it still was a voluntary...
Right. Okay. Did you consult with the Minister or her office in relation to any requests for information?
It's a while ago, Senator. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I think we would have spoken to the office about... It would have been a decision for the department to take. I think we would have spoken to the office about it, but we'll confirm that on notice, the date, for example.
Terrific. Has the Minister or her office been provided any briefings or information or updates relating to the work of the Queensland Commission?
Good question.
I would expect so, Senator, but I would need to take that on notice.
If you could.
Yeah, sorry.
And
Senator, we have provided some updates on proceedings, just really, I think, going to issues that may have been raised before the Commission inquiry during particular days. To my knowledge, we don't provide sort of daily updates.
No. Okay. Well, then on notice, if you could provide a copy of any briefings or information or updates that have been provided, that would be helpful. You say that there has only been one request, so I won't ask you for a schedule, that is fine. But if you could perhaps provide us with the dates of that request, that would be terrific, both when you received it, when you let the Minister know, and when you responded to that request. Yes, that would be terrific. I want to just ask some very quick questions following up on the issues around personal security that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Geoffrey Watson's report that we referred to said that there were those personal protection issues, and obviously the Minister has confirmed that. Minister, if I also recall, that report suggested that you personally had personal security as well. Is that correct?
I did for a period of time, yeah.
Do you still require close personal protection?
Well, I'm not sure that it's wise for anyone to talk about what security arrangements they have at any particular point in time.
No, you're correct. I wonder whether, do you still require close personal protection due to the threats from that were emanating from the government's actions towards the CFMEU?
Well, again, I don't want to sound too precious about this, but I don't think it's a great idea in a public forum to disclose whether I or anyone else have personal security.
What about...
That's kind of the point.
That document also suggested that Ms McManus from the ACTU had been receiving close personal protection as well. Now, I don't want you to go into the details that would compromise the source of the information or the threats of to the safety that potentially were coming from, as you, I think, said earlier, organised criminal connections. But what was the aim of the threats that were made that you are aware of, Minister? And you don't need to go into those threats that were made to you, but you said before that they were made by criminal elements, those threats to Mr Irving. What did those criminal elements...
Now? Like, what the hell?
What?
Senator Hume, I think this is asking the Minister for an opinion. It is up to the Minister whether he answers it. But he's already indicated, with reference to your question prior, that he doesn't think it's appropriate to answer these here. Minister, it's up to you whether you choose to answer, but I think that borders on an opinion.
So one thing I do want to make clear is that, unless if I'm corrected, if Ms McManus had personal security, that was not to the cost of government. Yeah, there were certainly no government costs incurred if she did have personal security. All I'll say is that there were a number of criminal elements around the country who were not very happy when this government initiated an administration of that union because it stood to disrupt their business model, and those criminal elements operate in a way to express their displeasure that maybe you and I wouldn't operate in. I'll just say that.
So, I mean, what you're suggesting here, and tell me if I'm reading this wrong, is that the threats were caused because those criminal elements wanted to be able to continue their operations.
I couldn't speculate as to the exact motives of criminal elements for why they threaten certain individuals or why they do what they do. But I think it's pretty clear, even from some of the media coverage of this, that criminal elements who were profiting from activities in the construction industry were not happy that they stood to have those business models disrupted.
You said, Minister, that the worst period of administration has now...
I think, I can't remember exactly how I put it, but the point I guess I was trying to make was that particularly in the early periods of the administration, you know, you will remember there was an extremely high degree of tension around the administration, and therefore it was a very volatile time.
Yes.
I'm not close enough to the administration now to know whether it's at the same level, but I guess the point I was trying to make, especially about the former administrator, Mr Irving, is that he took, he and his team took a lot of action at the early stages of the administration to remove a very wide range of people who were very unhappy about that and whose associates in the industry were very unhappy about that.
Without divulging whether the Minister has similar arrangements around personal protection that you might have had, Minister, perhaps you can enlighten the committee as to whether when Minister Rishworth took on the role, the issue around personal safety and personal security was something that you had personally discussed with her as part of the handover.
I'm not going to get into discussions about people's personal security. That sort of defeats the entire purpose.
I understand that, but was it something that, I suppose, as a friend and colleague, it was something that you might have, and I don't need the details, something that you...
Look, I just think we're getting into a bit of salacious, you know...
answered that question,
yeah.
So...
All I'll say is that, of course, I did a handover with Minister Rishworth, and, of course, the issues around the CFMEU was a major topic in that handover. I'll say that.
Right, okay. The $5.2 million that is outlined in the budget for personal protection, that's, I'm just working it out on thumbnail stuff, it's about $300 an hour for 2 years. That's just for the Commissioner, is that correct?
The Administrator.
The Administrator, sorry.
Yes, the 5.3 million over 2 years is to provide for the Administrator's protective security services.
Right.
That's a maximum amount that's been set aside. Whether or not it's all needed is another matter, which gets us into the type of issues the Minister's been talking about.
No, I understand that. Just, you know, $300 an hour for 2 years, that's pretty serious. I'm assuming that these threats aren't coming from the Lend-Lease Board directors, they're not coming from the Multiplex CEO, they're not coming from the Hutchinson family.
We don't know.
Why on earth do you think that we would sit here and give you the names of people who are making threats?
I didn't. I asked you whether they weren't coming from somebody as opposed to whether they were.
Come on.
Just saying. you know, if it is something that you, the Minister, or other senators would like to pursue, poor behaviour within the construction industry, it is something, as I said, that both Senator Kovacic and I are very open-minded towards. We have established terms of reference. We have an inquiry that has been...
Yeah, but I'm not going to satisfy a need for salacious gossip about the individuals who are making threats against administrators, ministers and other people.
Well, don't think corruption in the construction industry is salacious gossip.
Is not relevant to estimates. This is operations and expenditure. We've veered into this area before, and I've sought to remind senators of the scope of reference. We're now doing it again. It is not relevant.
All right.
Senator Hume, I know Senator Kovacic has questions. Do you have further questions in this block?
I don't, but I do have some more questions.
Senator Kovacic.
Can I just make one very quick point?
Yes, Minister.
I don't want to sort of make a martyr out of anyone who's had personal security. It is a sad fact that there are a number of ministers in this government and no doubt former governments who have required personal protection at different periods of time. It is a sad indictment of some elements of the community.
I could not agree with you more, Minister, which is why I didn't pursue the issue. You know that plenty of friends of mine on my side of politics have had to have personal security because of the criminal elements that are present in our community, but they are particularly present in the construction industry, and I think that is
there's a range
sad
of
indictment
different
on an industry. Yes.
Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you. Just some follow-up questions from before. Mr Manning, I just want to clarify your earlier evidence on Commonwealth funding of the administrator security costs. You indicated that the decision was made through ERC, and I accept that that's the authorised vehicle for appropriation. But the ERC decides whether the Commonwealth spends money. It doesn't determine who is liable to bear that cost. So that is set by Section 323J of the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act, to the best of my knowledge, which provides the costs of the administration, including the costs the administrator incurs in acting under the scheme, and they are to be borne by the CFMEU, except where Section 323B specifies otherwise. So my reading and my understanding, the scheme doesn't have an exception. So I'm trying to understand, before the Commonwealth agreed to fund the administrator's protection, did the department advise government on whether those security costs were recoverable from the CFMEU under Section 323J? And I'm happy for you to take that on notice, but I'm trying to understand the process here and how it has evolved, because I think there's a lot of confusion. And again, nobody questions the requirement to protect people from danger. That's a given. But just the process in which this all occurred, perhaps.
Given the expiration of time, we'll take that on notice and answer on notice, Senator.
Thank you. And then one thing that sort of came to light for me post that questioning was in relation to a letter that Minister Rishworth sent to Mr Furlong, and I will ask him these questions as well on the 10th of September last year in relation to a Mr Darren Greenfield, the former New South Wales Branch Secretary of the CFMEU C&G Division. My understanding is he pleaded guilty to bribery in connection with his role as a union officer, and that is referenced in the letter from Minister Rishworth to Mr Furlong. So I just want to, before I go into the question, if a CFMEU enterprise agreement was obtained by coercion or criminal conduct, can the government tear up that agreement?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the government would be able to, in the sense of it's not a party to the enterprise agreement. I'll see if Ms Godwin and Mr Keynes have anything to add. Otherwise, we can take on notice. And there's always the concern around enterprise agreements in the sense that they are providing terms and conditions to the employees who may have had not engaged in any wrongdoing.
Correct. But I think what I'm trying to understand, if they were entered into unlawfully or by coercion, whether there is a vehicle to actually go, well, actually no, that's no longer valid because it wasn't entered into lawfully.
And the other thing I don't have to mind is whether or not the matters to which Darren Greenfield and Michael Greenfield pleaded guilty to bribery charges, whether they related directly to an enterprise agreement or not. I just don't have that knowledge at the top of my mind.
I think the letter does say that. I can table that
okay.
if you like. I can table the letter.
Sure. I think we'll still have to take the broader issue on notice, but I'll just see if Ms. Godden or Mr. Kane's have anything to add.
Well, then if you can provide on notice for me as well. So the Minister wrote to the Fair Work Commission General Manager on the 10th of September, as I said. Sorry, I've written on this one. Saying that Mr Greenfield had used enterprise bargaining to favour companies run by organised crime. That was in the letter. So if you could tell me on notice, how many enterprise agreements did his branch make while he was Secretary? And that's assuming you don't have the information here now.
No, I don't have it.
And are any of those agreements still in force today? And if there is a provision of the Fair Work Act that lets the government revoke an agreement because it was effectively made corruptly, and what that is. Because my understanding, and again, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, the only way to end one of these agreements are for the union to consent to end the agreement or for the agreement to pass its expiry date. Is that correct?
Senator, there is some capacity to revisit the approval of agreements by the Fair Work Commission. My understanding, or from memory, I think it's time limited. It would require an application to the Commission. The Fair Work Act does include corrupting benefits provisions that go to corrupting benefits in relation and making of enterprise agreements. So, if someone was involved in that activity, they may be open to prosecution under the Fair Work Act. But the detail of the revisiting of agreements, I think we'd need to take on notice.
Yeah, because in the letter, Minister Rishworth says, Mark Irving KC, Administrator of the Construction and General Division, is currently developing a number of policies aimed at addressing these matters, including a policy governing the making of those enterprise agreements. Do you have any awareness of what these policies are and where they're up to?
So the administrator has, or the administration does keep us informed of some of its activities. We understand that the EBA policy is still being finalised, that it's, I believe it's been consulted on within the union, but it hasn't been finalised at this point.
Okay. So the second biannual report from the Administrator noted that he was implementing governance policies, Senator, including a statement of expectations for all staff, an EBA policy, an organised crime policy, an industrial mediators and fixers policy and a gift policy. And earlier in the first biannual report, the Administrator had mentioned that he was implementing a whistleblowing policy and a menacing conduct policy.
Thank you. Have you been given any indication of when the EBA policy will be finalised?
We understand from memory that it will be, the intention is to finalise it shortly.
Okay.
And also that the Administrator is working on implementing a staff appointments policy, a managing poor performance policy, and looking at implementing an election of delegates policy and a staff code of conduct as well, in terms of a future work plan.
Thank you. And has the department advised the Minister at all, or been asked to advise the Minister on creating a power to revoke agreements that are tainted by corruption or crime?
Not recall, Senator. Not to our knowledge, Senator. But again, we'll take that on notice. Noting we've already taken on notice
sure.
a related question to it, so we'll add to that whether or not we've provided any advice on amendments to that provision.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Just got one more line of questioning about unfair deactivation laws.
Just change the witnesses, Senator.
Yep.
Mr. Johnson. You want to come back?
So last week, the Sydney Morning Herald revealed that an Uber driver had faced 16 allegations, including speeding, phone use while driving, racist remarks, sexualised comments, and other things, was reinstated with back pay. And some of the complaints included the driver asking one woman weird personal questions that made her feel unsafe, including suggestive comments of a sexual or romantic nature, and asking for her social media details, her phone number, and what she was wearing and what clothing size they were. So that's all a bit confronting. But in this case, the Fair Work Commissioner found that Uber's decision to deactivate that driver's account was unfair. Instead of finding evidence and asking complainants for details, Uber pointed to the fact that multiple people had complained about similar things. But knowing that there are sensitivities and complexities in gathering evidence and getting victims to come forward out of fear, I wonder, does the department think that the decision to reinstate a driver with these 16 misconduct claims is appropriate or passes a pub test?
That is an opinion, so you just need to rephrase it.
We can talk to the deactivation code process and give you information about cases to date without offering an opinion on the merits of it. But certainly there is a process that's designed to be fairly simple in the sense of enabling deactivation following credible allegations. I'll get Mr. Jones to run through it fairly to run through it. I think suffice to say that we certainly are aware, and I think this was commented on in that closing loopholes report mentioned yesterday. There are certainly a variety of views about how to improve the process. It's pleasing to see overall, if we step back and look at the numbers overall, I think there's been about 560 to 570 deactivation matters and about 9 reordered. So what that suggests is I think there's a lot of perhaps misconceived deactivation claims, but it also suggests that the digital platforms are working out what needs to be done to comply with the code, because as I said, it's designed to be a relatively simple process in the sense of just needing to provide sufficient information for a reasonable person to understand the reason for the notice. So it doesn't go to high levels of proof, etc., when we're talking about the code. The final thing I'll say before passing to Mr. Jones is there are 2 processes here. So one is the deactivation code, which we'll speak about, but then there's also what is intended to be a more abridged process in cases of serious misconduct. I don't know off the top of my head if the matter you're talking about, which one that went under. Mr. Jones might know, but perhaps I'll stop and hand over to Mr. Jones to run you through the process generally and that particular matter.
So just before I go, I suppose in the process, that one from recollection did not allege serious misconduct. So it was considered around the code. So essentially, as Mr. Manning pointed out, there is, if you comply with the code, essentially it's not an unfair deactivation. And the code sets out a short process, but also sets out a bit more guidance about what valid reasons for termination might be, and also establishes that it's the reasonable belief of the platform has to hold a reasonable belief that the valid reason's been established if they're following the code process. So the code process generally includes a warning in the first instance, but the platform doesn't have to give the warning if they think they've got to move straight away to deactivate someone because there's a risk for some reason. But they do need to then provide information both in the warnings and when they deactivate someone about why they're doing it. And the standard is there that a reasonable person could understand it. And they have to be clear, that it could result in a dismissal. And then there's a process where the platform worker can respond to that and seek a review, I guess, of any decision there. And the platform has to take that into account, making other inquiries that are reasonably warranted. And then there's also a requirement at that point that there's a human involved in that review process, because there may be automation that leads up into that, and that might be appropriate for the context of a digital labour platform. But when it gets to the point where it's a deactivation decision and they request a human or they request a review of it, then it's appropriate for a human to be involved at that point.
So I should ask, the Minister has said that obviously the deactivation laws need bolstering, I think was the phrase that she used. What exactly does the government believe isn't working?
Well, I think you've hit upon it in your earlier question, Senator, in the sense that notwithstanding the relative simplicity of the code process, if the digital platform doesn't get it right, then the driver is reactivated in certain circumstances where if they are a risk to health or safety, they're back driving. So certainly the government wants to look at ways to amend the code to even better protect users from that outcome. So it's considering a range of potential changes. But again, I'll hand back to Mr. Jones.
So those, I suppose, the process we're at the moment is one of consultation with stakeholders, with the platforms and the relevant union about what might be appropriate improvements there. They're still a matter for government, so I won't go into detail of them. But I know, in addition to the code, Mr. Manning's previously mentioned that there are the Closing Loopholes draft review report also deals with it. Now, that one in particular did recommend legislative change, noting it was only a draft report, but it also called explicitly for more information from stakeholders in the current kind of consultation process going on about, what other improvements and what other feedback they might have on deactivation. So at the finalisation of that process, we would expect potentially the government to consider that and whether there would be any legislative amendments that might flow out of that as well.
So the Minister also said that she thought that the platforms aren't using the laws as intended. What specifically was she talking about there?
Well, as I said, notwithstanding the relative simplicity of the code, there's been a couple of matters in which people have been reactivated where, for example, the Fair Work Commission found that the platform didn't provide even that really high-level amount of information that would allow a reasonable person to understand what the nature of the allegations was. So not going into detail or naming people that didn't even give them enough information. In another case, they didn't make a human representative available to discuss it. So again, very simple obligation that wasn't complied with. And so if the code's not complied with, the Commission will then consider, well, does the serious misconduct route, is it available? And there's slightly different tests there. So they're the types of issues that I think the Minister's talking about in terms of the platforms putting in place arrangements that ensure they can comply with a pretty high-level code. And that's why I went to those numbers before, because notwithstanding there's a good percentage of those that go to people who actually aren't entitled to make, so they're struck out for jurisdictional reasons, but they suggest that the platforms are able to comply with the code. And as I said, if there's 567 applications and 9 reactivated, it's a positive suggestion in terms of ability to comply with the code, but as you've picked up, the Minister has indicated further work's underway in relation to particular matters.
So the government's going to bring forward some sort of form of regulatory or legislative amendments to strengthen this unfair deactivation regime?
Amendments to the code, as Mr. Jones said, that sort of process is reaching its sort of finalisation at the moment. And separately to that, there's the draft recommendation in the Closing Loopholes draft report to look at the serious misconduct route as well.
In reviewing the legislation, does the government consult with victims or victim advocacy groups? Is that part of the process?
Yes. I think I understand in this particular process there has been contact with at least one advocacy group of that type. Yeah.
Okay. There's a recent Senate inquiry report called The Quality and Safety of Australia's Early Childhood Education and Care System. In that report, it was outlined that a recurring theme, and I'm quoting from the report here, a recurring theme in evidence before the committee was the structural tension between employment law protections and the child safety obligations of the ECEC providers, a tension that in practice often operates to the detriment of children. Essentially, early childhood education providers were having trouble moving somebody on or out when they identified that there was a potential risk to children. I wonder if the departments undertake any work to establish where the Fair Work Act provisions are constraining the ability for providers to act in the interest of children?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that particular bit of work, so I might have to take on notice whether or not any of the areas in the group have been looking at that issue. I don't have personal knowledge of it.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. The committee made a recommendation that the Australian Government amend the Fair Work Act of 2009 to ensure that employment settings appropriately reflect the safeguarding requirements of child-facing workplaces, including early childhood education and care, and protect employers who, in good faith and on reasonable grounds, take adverse employment action, including suspension, role reassignment or termination, due to concerns about a worker's potential risk to children. So you're telling me that because you weren't aware of this report, the government has not yet considered a response to that recommendation?
No, I mean, my evidence is that I don't have personal knowledge of it, so I want to take it on notice to see if anyone in the group has looked at the issue. It's certainly workplace relations law around dismissal, etc. I would have thought would enable action in the types of circumstances that you're talking about, but that's why I want to just take it on notice and see if it's something we're aware of generally and understand the particulars of the issue that report's raised.
I have to admit it wasn't something that I had ever considered before this report came out, but of course it's potentially much broader than children too. It's safety of people in aged care, for instance, and the employers in that sector. So I would be very interested in the department's response and where the government might go on.
And I mean, obviously there's protections against unfair dismissal, but I think in the types of matters that you're alluding to, it doesn't sound like it would be unfair.
It's rights, isn't it? You know, who are we protecting here?
Well, I'm sure there's I think that workplaces who are good at doing this put in place processes that would enable it. Like there's certainly nothing in workplace relation laws that I would thought would stop action being taken when there's inappropriate dealing with children, for example. That's why I want to have a look at that report and understand the issue and respond to notice a bit more.
I think it was specifically cited by the employers of, and I can't remember the name of the fellow.
It was in the Quality and Safety and Childcare Inquiry, and it was referenced by one of the large childcare centres, early education centres, who indicated that they had those challenges where a particular threshold had not been met, even though they recognised that there was a risk. It was very difficult for them, and in many cases that meant that a potential or an alleged perpetrator wasn't sacked because it was too difficult to do that, and then they just left and moved on elsewhere, and then they were constrained from forewarning another employer about potential problems headed their way.
And I would suspect there'd be interactions with state and territory schemes that go to who is able to work in those environments as well. Like I imagine there's fit and proper person tests, for example. But
this individual unfortunately had passed the working with children check.
Okay.
So,
and so I'll look at it. I'm interested to work out, is it a matter where someone tried to do it and was successfully challenged, or did they want to do it but got advice that they couldn't do it? I don't understand that. That's the type of thing I'd like to look into.
Wanted to do it, but complexity about actually doing it.
Yeah, we'll certainly take it on notice and have a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
In that case, we are now in a position to move on from outcome 3. So I'd like to thank officials for their attendance in this outcome. I'll just suspend for 1 minute as we call the Fair Work Commission to the table.
Actually, you won't. Jess will.
committee will now resume. And I would like to call officers from the Fair Work Commission, including its General Manager, Mr Murray Furlong. Welcome, Mr Furlong. Do you have an opening statement for us this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Chair. No.
Okay, great. In that case, we'll dive straight into questions. And Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Furlong. I want to ask, first and foremost, about this LinkedIn post from Commissioner Jennifer Hunt that appeared on Monday night regarding the review into President and Vice President of the Fair Work Commission's conduct. I'm assuming that the Commission is aware of Commissioner Hunt's statement.
Yes, I've seen the LinkedIn post, Senator.
Okay. And what's the Commission's process for handling complaints about members?
In relation to this complaint, it was handled by the Minister under Section 641A of the Fair Work Act.
Right.
So, in terms of the way that the process works, as I understand from evidence from earlier today, is that Commissioner Hunt provided information through an inbox to the Minister's office. It was subsequently actioned by the Minister's office, and that process was conducted by the Minister's office with support from the department. Now, I haven't seen the report, and I don't know the details of the complaint that were made to the Minister in relation to the complaint that was made under 641A.
Okay. Is there a role for the President under the Member Code of Conduct?
There is, Senator, and there's different processes for dealing with complaints about members, and there's quite a lot of information on our website in terms of us being an open, transparent organisation. But in terms of there's a member code of conduct, and in the general course of things, and we report on this in our annual report as well. In the normal course of things, is that if there is a complaint about a member from a member of the community, they will generally go to the President's chambers, and then those issues will be dealt with by the President, or if he delegates that function to deal with the complaint to another member. There is a member code of conduct, which it's a voluntary code, and it's made following consultation between the President with the Commission members, and it outlines expectations of conduct, and there's some guiding principles associated with the member code of conduct as well.
I think that that code of conduct was referred to by Ms Hunt, or by Commissioner Hunt. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding, and we're very happy to table a copy if you wish.
Okay. So she is alleging misbehaviour and breaches of the member code of conduct. So if the member code of conduct has been breached, or if there is an accusation that the member code of conduct has been breached, how does that process play out?
It is a very rare occurrence in my time at the Commission, certainly my 5.5 years, or approaching 5.5 years as the General Manager, for there to be findings, adverse findings in relation to the member code of conduct. The member code of conduct in the Fair Work Act provides, and Ms Bright's got some further detail here, but I'll try and traverse this at this level. The member code of conduct provides, and the Fair Work Act provides the President with powers to deal with complaints about members.
Right.
But the power doesn't extend to sanctioning members.
Okay, so sanctioning members can only be done by the Minister?
Yes.
Right. And
I just want to clarify that.
So, Senator, Zoe Bright, Executive Director of the Legal Performance and Engagement Branch. So the Fair Work Act includes a framework for dealing with complaints about members. So the President is responsible for dealing with complaints about members, and he has broad powers to investigate complaints about the performance by a Commission member of their duties. In some circumstances, the President must refer a complaint to the Minister. However, as Mr Furlong said, the President does not have the power to discipline or remove a member from office. Commission members are independent statutory office holders appointed by the Governor-General, and the appointment of a member can only be terminated if each House of Parliament presents an address to the Governor-General.
Okay. So was the Commission notified that a complaint had been made to the Minister?
Yes. I had a meeting with the complaint handler, Mr Robertson, at his request on the 10th of October last year. And my recollection, I haven't gone back to confirm these details, Senator, but my recollection is that preceding that meeting, or at that meeting, I was provided with broad terms of reference in relation to the inquiries that the complaint handler was going to make. I understand that Mr Robertson subsequently met with the Commissioner, the Vice President and the President, and I've not had any further contact with Mr Robertson since our meeting on the 10th of October.
Okay. Was the Minister the first person that Commissioner Hunt complained to?
No. I'm aware of a previous complaint in 2024.
To whom?
That complaint was made to my understanding it was made to the President of the Commission.
To the President of the Commission. Point. And what was the response of the President of the Commission?
My understanding in relation to that was that the Commissioner, Commissioner Hunt, made a complaint about the conduct of another Commission member. That other Commission member subsequently made reports or complaints about the conduct of Commissioner Hunt, and so it related to any interpersonal sort of issues between two members, as arise in any organisation or any workplace from time to time. Mm-hmm. My understanding that the outcome of that inquiry, and that was run independently, so a complaint, one of the powers that the President has is to assign an external independent complaint handler, which was done in this case, and that complaint handler required, or in terms of the outcome, was that both members were to be counselled.
Right. And the complaint that Commissioner Hunt made to the Minister was the same complaint, or was it a subsequent complaint, or was it a complaint about the way the original complaint had been handled?
I have no visibility of the complaint that was handled by the Minister. And in the normal course of things, Senator, I would not have that information disclosed to me.
Okay. You've said that you weren't provided with a copy of the Robertson report, no. Mr Furlong, but you did help inform it by speaking to Mr Robertson, yes?
I explained, my recollection of the meeting with Mr Robertson was to explain the nature of the institution, right. Some background information on how we operated, case allocations, interactions, and just some sort of broader information, institutional information.
Okay. So what steps has the Commission taken to maintain public confidence in its complaints process, if any?
There is a lot of information. There's a lot of work that we've gone to here. As I said, there is we will table the member code of conduct. It yes. outlines the powers of the President. It also, on our web page, there's significant information about how people can make complaints about the conduct of a member, mm-hmm. Including in relation to from memory, under 641A, where complaints can be made and handled by the Minister. But in terms of more broadly, the conduct of the Commission within our workplace. It is a very respectful, hard-working institution, and the behaviour. I'm very committed to ensuring a very safe, respectful, kind workplace, and I know that the President is as well. And there's been significant training. There's been significant focus on this. The President and I have both jointly issued a statement about our expectations about conduct in our workplace. And to be frank with you, Senator, if I ever hear of any conduct that doesn't meet that standard in our workplace, I am very active in dealing with it.
Okay. Has the Commissioner prepared any advice for the Minister regarding any action under Section 641A of the Fair Work Act?
I have had no interaction with the Commissioner about the complaint that she made to the Minister.
Okay. My understanding is that the Minister today has said, well, let's be really clear, I commissioned an independent report, I've examined the findings of that report, in my opinion the matter is now settled. But clearly for Commissioner Hunt the issue is not settled. Where to from here, Mr Phelan?
Well, there was the complaint that was made that was dealt with by an independent complaints handler, a senior counsel from memory. That process was the outcome of that was that both members were to be cancelled. Then there was the complaint that was made to the Minister. That has been dealt with, and I'm not too sure what words that the Minister used to describe it today. There, obviously, it's a matter for her. So there are two, and I'm not too sure if they relate to the same conduct. They may well, but there's two investigations or inquiries that have been run independent of the Commission with outcomes. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, I received some further information through a regional coordinator. There's two regional, in terms of the case allocation methodology at the Commission, there are two regions, Region 1, Region 2. They are led by a very senior member in each of the regions. The region that, I think it's Region 1, where the Deputy President responsible for that region received some information from Commissioner Hunt, and he subsequently provided that to me. I haven't had the opportunity to look at it with any sort of great detail at the moment because I've been focused on many other things, including appointing a CFMU administrator.
Okay. So once you have a chance to consider that information, again, ask the question, where to from here? What do you do with that? Well,
I used to be an investigator. I can't.
Yeah.
It's very. I do not want to undermine the process that I need to sort of undertake ahead of me. But I don't have all the information in front of me to be able to answer your question with any sort of great clarity. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Minister, is there anything that you want to add on behalf of the government or on behalf of the Minister on this issue, which has only cropped up in the last 24 hours?
I don't think there's anything I can add to what you've been told today and earlier today in terms of the investigation.
Okay. Is there a specific reason why that you are aware of? You don't need to explain what that reason might be, but is there a reason why Commissioner Hunt would not be given a copy of the report by Mr Robertson?
I think that was explained earlier today by Mr Manning, Senator Hume.
I suppose I'm asking for the government's position as opposed to the department's.
Well, similar view, same view.
All right. We might leave it there, but I'm absolutely certain that there will be more questions on this issue on notice, and potentially we will follow up at the next Senate estimates as well. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I might seek to rotate to the other side of the room for now. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Furlong and your colleagues for being here, and Minister.
Great to see you again, Senator Roberts.
Same here, Mr Watt.
We spent a lot of time together last week.
Mr Furlong, on the 9th of November 2022, I asked you a question in Senate estimates specifically, quote, can an enterprise agreement remove the entitlements of the Fair Work Act and the national employment standards applied to employees? You replied simply, no. Clear. So you recall this. Now, you're aware, I believe, that the Fair Work Ombudsman has been investigating allegations of underpayment of coal workers where the enterprise agreements have underpaid in comparison to the Black Coal Industry Award. You're aware of that?
I'm broadly aware that they were conducting an operation in relation to that, yes.
I'm not asking you to put you on the spot for the verdict.
Yeah, I just very broadly
You're aware, you've
yeah.
answered, yeah. The Ombudsman has recently completed a number of investigations, and I quote from one of those investigations where the Ombudsman has stated in writing to the coal worker who lodged a complaint, quote, as the Fair Work Ombudsman has determined that named person, terms and conditions are governed by the named labour hire enterprise agreement, we do not consider that the Black Coal Mining Industry Award 2010 applied to the named person employment. And Fair Work Ombudsman's statement was, consequently, the named person, wages and entitlements during the relevant period should not be derived from the award but from the named labour hire enterprise agreement. Would you agree that on the surface and to an everyday person, the Fair Work Ombudsman's statement that an enterprise agreement overrides the award seems to be in contradiction to your statement that the Fair Work requirements, in this case the award, overrides the EA?
I think that they're actually perfectly consistent in terms of an enterprise and an award will persist unless there's an enterprise agreement that is in place for a workplace. But an enterprise agreement, in terms of the minimum hourly rate of pay, can't be less than what is stipulated in the underpinning modern award.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Are you aware of the SDA case involving Penny Vickers?
It's been such a long time since I've looked at that case.
Let me refresh your memory. In 2016, Penny Vickers, a shelf filler at the giant supermarket chain Coles, exposed huge underpayments of Coles workers. The underpayments occurred because the Shoppies Union, the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association, had signed an enterprise bargaining agreement with Coles that legalised the underpayment. Legalised in inverted commas. The independent umpire, the Fair Work Commission, had authorised the agreement which gave it legal cover. So are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of the circumstances broadly.
Thank you. The union and big business did a deal. The deal enabled Coles to pay workers less than they should have been paid when they worked on weekends. Penny Vickers took on the union, big business giants, and successfully had the underpayment deal overturned in the Fair Work Commission. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am, Senator.
And it was not just Coles. I initially thought it had been just Coles. It's not just Coles that had been in on the union deal. Other huge retailers were also in on the deal, including Woolworths, Bunnings, Target, Kmart, Big W and others. Are you aware of that?
No, and I just want to... I'm interested to know, and Mr Corcoran might be able to assist you with this, the application that was brought to the Commission, was it post the normal expiry date? Mr Corcoran, can you remember the circumstances of the case?
Not completely, but I think it might have been within the normal expiry date of the agreement. Yeah.
In all media reports suggest that by themselves, just 3 of these big businesses were underpaying workers by around $150 million a year back in 2016. Are you aware this is extreme wage theft well beyond payroll errors?
Senator, it's been such a long time since I've looked at that or reviewed that decision. I don't feel like I can reasonably respond to these questions without going back and reading the decision closely.
Okay, thank you. This was, of course, a huge scandal that sent shockwaves through the retail sector in particular. I can remember it was on the papers once it got exposed, and forced the rewriting of retail enterprise agreements almost across the board. And yet, if it hadn't been for the tenacity and persistence of one person, Penny Vickers, the underpayments would never have been exposed, and of the media, including, I believe, Judith Sloan and Robert Gottliebson. Mr Furlong, I put it to you that the Fair Work Act has failed. Doesn't it need to be replaced with a system that protects workers, protects small businesses and protects the primacy of the employer-employee relationship instead of protecting the IR Club at the cost and harm of workers and the cost and harm of small businesses?
As you're aware, Senator, my role doesn't extend to matters of policy. Those questions should be addressed to the department in the normal course of things.
Yeah, I was going to say, Senator Roberts, I caught the tail end of your question, but I'm happy to have a go at answering it if you'd like to put it to me again.
Sure. The Fair Work Act has failed, needlessly complex over the many, many years. It's not understood by workers, it's not understood by small business, it's not understood by many employers without a lawyer. Doesn't it need to be replaced with a system that protects workers, protects small businesses and protects the primacy of the employer-employee relationship instead of protecting the IR Club at the cost and harm of workers and of small businesses?
Well, I, of course, have a different view about the Fair Work Act, Senator Roberts, especially after the reforms that our government has undertaken. It's very clear that due to the reforms our government has put in place to the Fair Work Act, wages are rising, more agreements are being reached between workers and their employers, industrial action is lower than it was under the coalition. So in a range of ways, I think that the Fair Work Act has been very successful for Australian workplaces. I know you and your colleagues from One Nation voted against those reforms, and I did note, Senator Roberts, on the weekend, the interview with Senator Hanson where she didn't support an increase to the minimum wage. Is that a general One Nation position?
Well, Minister, workers are going backwards. Cost of living is rising faster than wages. Well, workers are going backwards.
Actually, I don't know if you saw this, Senator Roberts, but just today, the Fair Work Commission handed down its decision in the annual wage case, which granted a pay rise for the lowest paid workers in the community of 4.75%, which is ahead of inflation. Now, as I say, Senator Hanson on the weekend said that she didn't support an increase to the minimum wage. So I presume that means One Nation doesn't support that pay rise.
Fair Work Commission has made its decision.
Yeah, but
so
it sounds like your party didn't support that.
Let's move back to Mr Furlong. Would you agree that on the surface, I've asked this question once, but having listened to me about Penny Vickers and the illegal enterprise agreement that was reversed, would you agree that on the surface and to an everyday person, the Fair Work Ombudsman statement that I talked about with the Black Coal Mining Industry Award, that an enterprise agreement overrides the award seems to be in contradiction to your statement that the Fair Work requirements, in this case the award, overrides the enterprise agreement?
So no, I haven't seen the Fair Work Ombudsman correspondence that you're referring to.
I read the quotes.
But I haven't seen it. I haven't had the chance to review it.
Well, would you undertake then, Mr Furlong, to make inquiries of the Fair Work Ombudsman as to why they have taken that view, whether the view is right or wrong, and report back to me on this question on notice?
I'll certainly take up the opportunity to read the correspondence, but in terms of my role at the Commission, I'm required to support the President in the efficient operation of the tribunal. I have two statutory roles. I'm not too sure. I can certainly read it, but I'm not too sure what statutory power I could rely on to actually make any sort of commentary around whether or not the provisions of the Act have been complied with in these circumstances.
Thank you, Mr Furlong. Thank you, Chair.
Are you ready for me to rotate?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask Mr Furlong about your statement last week around the dramatic increase of lodgements that you've seen, 44,039, I think it was that you said. Can you just confirm for me how many months into the 25-26 financial year that represents?
That's 10 months.
10 months,
yeah.
Okay. And obviously I think you said that was some extraordinary amount. What did you say, compared to the previous year?
It's pretty much equal to what we received in the whole of 24-25.
Okay.
Yeah. And in terms of 24-25, which was an historical high in terms of the application volume that we've received, certainly in the Fair Work era.
And a 70% increase in 3 years.
By application volume, yes.
Right. Are you able to give a breakdown of the types of applications that you're receiving?
Interestingly, the growth that we're seeing are in our traditional case types, unfair dismissal and general protections. And Ms Eden's at the table. She'll be able to go into the detail for you, Senator.
Good evening, Senator. Chloe Eaton. I'm the Executive Director for Dispute Resolution and Support Services at the Commission. As Mr Furlong has said, the growth in lodgements is mainly in our two largest application types, unfair dismissal and general protections dismissal. Since March 2023, for the year-to-date lodgements, we've seen an 82% increase in the number of lodgements in both of those work types.
One over the other, or
no?
Both
it's
growing the same amount.
Yeah, I would note that unfair dismissals is our largest application type. 3 years ago, we would have been receiving about 15,000 unfair dismissal applications per year. We're now receiving about 20,000. We're on track to receive 20,000 this year. In relation to general protections dismissal, we're on track to receive around 8,000 to 9,000 applications this year. 3 to 5 years ago, we would have been receiving around 5,000 of those applications per year.
Right. The statement, Mr Furlong, references 451 protected industrial action conferences. Does that sound right? Yes. In 2025-26 to the 30th of April. Do you have a figure on the year-on-year increases in the Parbo matters?
Just bear with me.
We'll be able to get that for you. Year-on-year figures of Parbo's. Mr Corson might be able to assist with this.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, was that in relation to Parbo applications?
Was, yes.
Yep. So Rob Corcoran, Acting Executive Director, Tribunal Support Branch. In terms of Section 437 lodgements or applications for protected action ballot orders, the Commissioner has received 476 lodgements so far until this reporting year, until 31 March, which is around 9% lower than the 3-year average for the same period.
90% lower?
Sorry, 9%, sorry.
9% lower than the three-year
average.
Than the 3-year average. Okay, thank you. And what is it that you're attributing that to?
I'm not sure we can attribute anything to that, to be honest, Senator. It's not something that we have much control over, what applications do or don't come to the Commission.
All right, Senator, can I just clarify, are you referring to paragraph 6?
I have not got paragraph 6 in front of me, but your statement references 451 Parbo statements, conferences.
The Parbo conferences.
Yes.
In the 25-26 financial year.
That's right, yes.
To date. They are compulsory conferences that are required to assist the parties before taking action.
Right, okay. So the difference between the conferences and the actions.
And we don't have longitudinal data on it because they are new provisions.
So, sorry, newer
provisions.
Newer provisions. All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. The mandatory conferencing requirement was introduced in the 2023 reforms. Do you feel that that process is an effective use of A, the Commission's time, but B, is creating better outcomes?
I don't have the data in front of me to actually talk to that. I know that the National Practice Leader has previously provided some public commentary around the efficacy of these interventions. Mr Corcoran might have some further information for you.
So the President, in a presentation to the Australian Industry Group in 13 August 2024, gave some early indication of how those I guess, the outcomes of those conferences. So I can share that at that stage, 26% of those conferences, new enterprise agreement terms or agreed in principle agreements were reached or proposed as part of those conferences, so for those outcomes. In 77% of those conferences, there were issues or claims that were advanced or resolved as part of those conferences. So there were 6% that resulted in Section 240 applications to be made, which are bargaining disputes. So they continued on with bargaining disputes. And I think in just 2% of conferences, the ballot order was revoked.
Right. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what that means. The ballot order was revoked.
So that first piece of data I gave you around the number of protected action ballot orders.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So the ballot order application is made, and then the compulsory conciliation conference is held.
Okay. And they're the most recent statistics that you have? I think you said that they were from 2024.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Is there anything more recent?
I don't believe we've done anything since then, and that was the President providing that information as a presentation to Australian Industry Group.
Okay. If there is any more recent information that you can give us on notice, could you please give the committee that information? That would be helpful. Thank you. I want to ask about the General Manager. You referenced some ongoing external research about AI use into general protections and unfair dismissal matters, and you said that early results are showing a significant proportion of applicants using AI. So do you have an expected completion date for that research?
Ms Bright will be able to assist you there, Senator.
Senator, the research is quite close to being finalised. It isn't finalised yet, but I'm happy to talk you through a little bit of what we did during the research, if that would be of use.
Yes, absolutely. And also, could you let me know whether you're going to publish the final results?
Yeah, I don't have a date for publishing it yet, but the intention is to publish a report when it's been finalised. Okay. So the research was conducted in 4 stages. The first stage was a survey of applicants and respondents in unfair dismissal and general protections matters that had been finalised in this calendar year, so since January this year. In the survey, we asked the applicants and respondents if they would consent to a more sort of a deep dive interview, and the second stage was those more in-depth interviews to learn about the experiences of applicants and respondents using AI to make their applications to the Commission. Stage 3 of the research was some stakeholder workshops. We did those with our workplace advice service partners, so lawyers who assist parties in the Commission, and also with our small business reference group, because we wanted to understand what it looked like for other people in the environment. And then Stage 4 of the research was a survey of our members and staff so that we could get a sort of view of what was happening internally as well. We haven't finalised the research, but I can tell you that our early indications are that around 40 to 50% of people were telling us that AI had been used to make an application to the Commission.
Half, nearly half.
Yeah, it is.
They're the ones that are telling you that.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, 40% told us that they had used AI, and then there was a higher proportion of employers in the survey who had said that they suspected that there was AI use.
Right. Yeah.
And then about 50% of members told us that in 50% of cases they thought AI had been used. So we're sort of thinking the ballpark is 40 to 50%.
All right, so of the 44,000 or so lodgements to date, you are expecting that maybe around 20,000 or so...
I don't know if we can extrapolate,
to that extent?
So it's a small piece of research focused on applicants and respondents in this calendar year. We had about 240, 250 responses to the survey. So we can say that it's an indicative piece of research.
Potentially a bit self-selecting too, I would imagine. Yeah. So can I ask, from your experience, what quality or procedural issues this might be creating for the Commission?
Yes, let me just... Justice Hatcher made some comments about that when he published a statement about our generative AI guidance note. Let me just bring that up for you. Justice Hatcher sort of said that Gen AI tools can assist potential litigants in deciding whether to make an application, but it can also give them unrealistically optimistic predictions about what the success of their case might be and the likely compensation, and this may encourage unmeritorious applications to the Commission. The President went on to say that Gen AI tools can produce material that can be inaccurate or misleading. So he's identified a range of things in his statement that we are seeing at the Commission, but he does sort of balance that against Gen AI being helpful for some people express their ideas more clearly.
Fair enough. All right, so my understanding is that the Commission is developing an AI-assisted agreement checklist assistant for pre-approval checks on enterprise agreement applications. So what is the timeline for deployment for that, and what's the expected volume of agreements that it's going to process?
Mr. Corker might be able to assist in that.
So we're still in development at the moment of the product. We're about to go into a testing phase to look at it, but we're hopeful that we might be able to deploy it in the second half of this year.
Oh, okay. Quite soon.
It will rely on us or having the employer or the applicant submit a machine-readable copy of the enterprise agreement, so a Word document, for example. We're hopeful that we will see the vast majority of agreements be able to be processed with the assistance of this tool.
And in terms of the volume, 3,000-4,000, depending on the nature of the application.
I'm assuming that the tool won't replace the decision-making function of Commission members. No. What human oversight mechanisms then in place to ensure accuracy and compliance?
Yeah, so it very much won't change the human involvement in this process. It really is hopefully to create some efficiencies around data entry, helping to compare clauses between awards and agreements, to look for inconsistencies, but at all stages there will be staff reviewing the outcomes of this tool and what it's produced, and as you just suggested, it does not replace the decision-making power of the member. The member will still be determining applications as they do now. It's really hoped that we can help staff be more efficient and get these applications to members efficiently and of a high quality.
Okay. There's an article in the AFR that reports that the budget has been cut for the Fair Work Commission, forcing it to reduce spending for the 27-28 financial year by $15 million to ensure expenses match revenue. Is that correct, Mr. Feller?
Sure you're referring to there, Senator. What document?
There was an AFR article. I will find it for you. I'm sure I have it in my pack somewhere. But it suggested that Fair Work Commission funding had been reduced.
We can talk about Mr. Lumbach is on the screen. He can talk to the budget.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Mr. Lumbach is on the screen, and he can provide further information on our funding position.
Jack Lamlock, Executive Director of Enabling Services. So I'm aware of that article, and I think it was that example was using a modelling of a do-nothing scenario, so it's not actually our forecast over the estimates. But if I can take you to why next year is difficult for us, effectively the Commission take into account our approved loss into 25-26, then looking at next year's budget, we need to reduce our expenditure by about $4 million this year. So that's obviously why we're doing a lot of work on our sustainability, meeting our budget obligations, but also meeting our service delivery obligations. And of course, that's why we're very grateful that of that $1.307 million additional funding we received in the May budget, which helped that situation.
Thank you. And that you believe is going to adequately address the 70% workload increase that you have seen and allow you to maintain the delivery standards around case resolution timeframes, hearing scheduling, while also reducing expenditure. Is that right?
We've got a lot of work to do to make sure that we are sustainable in forward estimates. Obviously, the question on funding is a question of how much volume of applications are coming through, because obviously the work is done by members and staff, and most of our expenditure is on the remuneration of members and staff. So we've got a lot of work to do over the forward estimates to become financially sustainable. Obviously, that funding of $1 million help, but we have to find, like I stated, $4 million next year compared to this year to meet our budget challenges.
Can I ask some questions about staffing and whether you've hired new employees in response to that surging caseload? And if so, how many FTE equivalent positions have you added in the year to date?
We've, obviously to match our budget situation, we've kept our employment profile relatively stable. And obviously, probably next year we have to reduce our numbers, which we are supporting through various mechanisms. We're going through an organisational review at the moment. We are trying to find organisational savings. We're investing in new technologies, working through that, doing a number of things, including reducing our property profile, a number of measures to meet those challenges. But I don't think it's fair to say we're increasing our staffing levels. We're effectively...
Sorry, go on. You're effectively...
We're effectively trying to manage both the pressures of funding reductions and the growth in lodgements.
Have you seen a change in staff turnover, for instance, for both members and for staff in 24-25 and 25-26 to date because of those changes in elevated workloads?
It's hard to detail the reasons why people are leaving. I think from my understanding, our turnover rates are relatively consistent among staff, and our member cohort is obviously the statutory appointments, and they're relatively stable. Most members reaching the age of 65 is sort of when they retire. So we've had one member leave beforehand in this financial year, but the other member who left was a retirement on reaching the age of 65.
Have you seen any increase in burnout-related absences or mental health absences?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. It's been around 9 months since the Minister had been in talks, I think was the phrase that was used, with the Fair Work Commission over how to address the workload issue. And in the most recent article about that, which I think was also in the AFR, it was reported that the government was still considering ways to assist the Commission as a matter of priority. Perhaps, Mr Fallon, you can confirm what options the Minister has put forward to you regarding assisting the Commission with its unsustainable workload.
I'm very, very thankful for the support that I've received from the government and the department. We speak to the department literally across the organisation at the officer level. It would be every day as we're sort of working through these challenges. We've obviously been provided with additional funding. We've been provided with approval to run an operational loss to support or to fund their digital transformation, this very significant digital uplift we're undertaking at the moment. And I've been invited twice to the National Workplace Relations Consultative Committee to provide information on our workload. And at that meeting that I attended last year, I presented a document and circulated a document with possible technical amendments to the Fair Work Act that would assist the Commission, genuinely assist the Commission with the efficient operations of the tribunal and the case management more broadly.
Is that public, that document?
Yes, it is. I think that it was provided in response to the request that Senator Kasich sent through.
Okay, it's the same document.
Yes, right. and we continue to have conversations with the department about those areas. Not only will they assist the efficiency of the tribunal, I believe that they have the possibility to lower the regulatory burden of the parties who come to us for assistance.
I'm being asked to move the call on, but I do want to ask that the government said it was considering removing the Fair Work Commission's obligation to arbitrate dismissal jurisdictional questions in general protection claims. And in your view, would this have an adequate impact in reducing the Commission's caseload?
It would have a very significant impact on improving the efficiency of the tribunal, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on. Thanks, Chair.
Pocock. Thanks, Chair. Thanks all for being here. Just on the same kind of subject,
I've been contacted by a constituent whose unfair dismissal remains without an outcome after 24 weeks on from their hearing, twice as long as the amount that the Commission has set as a benchmark for having most decisions handed down. I'm told this is not a particularly complex matter, and the applicant's been informed the delays are coming from the large volume of cases which we've just been canvassing. This seems to speak to those issues about workload challenges and unsustainability. Is that the kind of blowout that you're seeing in terms of the wait time for?
I think that would possibly be a bit of an outlier, but the turn of phrase that I use internally is that the Commission's taking on water at the moment, and we are working harder than we are finalising more matters than we've ever finalised, but we're still not keeping up with the increase in the demand. And to just give you some sense of this, compared to the same time last year, the number of matters on hand allocated to members is 75% higher, and allocated to staff is 127% higher. And at the start of this reporting cycle, the performance of the organisation was stronger, it was better, it was faster. But because of the weight and the increase in the application volume that we're seeing, it is slowing down now, and we're doing everything we can to ensure that backlogs don't develop. And one of the things that we talk about is that we experience such significant rapid change externally that we need to respond in kind. My statement that I issued late last week was part of that. It's about this open, transparent approach to change, that the community has to understand that if we're going to continue to service their needs, genuinely service their needs in a timely fashion, we care a lot about timeliness at the Commission, then we need to change the way that we deal with cases. And we're in the process of doing that now, but I genuinely believe that the organisation will rise to the challenge.
Are you worried about the fact that workers will be discouraged with those kinds of wait times and simply give up pursuing matters through the Commission, leaving employers doing the wrong thing unchecked?
I might ask Ms Eden to provide you with some comfort or confidence around the times associated with resolving
and the discouragement effect is what I'm asking about.
I understand.
But so the Commission's designed its processes to be effective and efficient and quick. As Mr Furlong has said, we are going through a process of reviewing all of our processes to enhance that efficiency as much as we can, so that there will be a limited impact on our stakeholders as possible. So I would say it's difficult for me to comment on whether people will be discouraged, but I think that the work that we're undertaking will assist in giving people confidence in the way that we will handle their matters. As my colleague Mr Lambolt talked about, we've launched a new case management system and a new online portal for people to lodge their applications. We've also, even before people lodge their applications, we've been reviewing all of our public-facing material as well. So that really gives people, supports them to understand the jurisdictions, what they can expect, what the processes are, whether or not they meet basic eligibility criteria and so on as well. So we've done a lot of work to sort of streamline that content, created new animations for people to understand the jurisdictions, introduced pre-screening questions before people can reach the page to lodge a form. We've also aligned our web content with the Fair Work Ombudsman and updated procedures about when we send SMS texts to give people information about different things. We've revised our application forms so that people have to provide more information or more clearly articulate their application or a jurisdictional objection if they're an employer, for example. We've revised our case management process as well. So there's been a lot of work, and we've introduced some new dispute resolution processes that we're trialling at the moment with a view to making them more efficient and quick and getting through that more quickly.
Thank you for that. Obviously, more questions in the future about whether the new money and your procedural responses do the trick. I wanted to come to today's decision, Minister, on the wage increase for lower paid workers, an increase of 4.75%, as you said. The RBA is predicting inflation in the coming year of 4.8%, and we know that the purchasing power of real wages is a long way short of where it needs to be. We're at 2011 levels of purchasing power and real wage levels. What's your response to this view that today's decision doesn't help those workers who've lost real purchasing power to catch up?
Oh, well, I'm not sure exactly who's expressed that view, but as I've said earlier today, we very much welcome this decision from the Fair Work Commission. As a government, we obviously advocated for an economically sustainable real wage increase, and that's what the Commission has delivered. And of course, the lowest paid workers in our community are those that need wage rises the most. So it's good to see that the Commission has delivered that today.
And if we look at what the Commission says about who these battlers are, the people who are really desperate for a pay rise, over 60% women, 70% part-time, more than half casual, more than a third are low paid, and they are disproportionately renters. And we know that rent rises over the last 5 years have been at 2.5 times the rate of real wage increases, of nominal wage increases. What do you say to that very large proportion of people who are really struggling with today's increase not keeping up anywhere near the 6% increase in rents just in the last 12 months?
I guess what I'd say is that the government is attempting to assist those in our community who most need assistance, including renters, through a range of ways, by putting in place workplace reforms that are delivering higher wages, by advocating economically sustainable real wage increases to the minimum wage, by significantly lifting rent assistance, as we have done. And as you know, Senator Pocock, one of the key reasons behind the tax reforms that we proposed in this year's federal budget is to assist more Australians, in particular younger people, get into the housing market and to take some of the pressure off the rapidly spiralling rents and housing prices that we see in Australia. So there's a range of different initiatives that we're undertaking.
But we know this increase isn't going to get us back to where we were more than 10 years ago in terms of purchasing power. There is real desperation out there. And yet if you look over to the top end of the labour market and the really high earners, we've got new data out from Oxfam today. 187 billionaires, 18 new billionaires in the last year, 25 billion increase in their assets, often passive assets, very low rates of tax, much lower than ordinary workers. What do you say to the perception that is definitely there amongst many workers, especially low paid, that they're falling behind while the other mob at the top end are just going from strength to strength, more and more wealth every year?
Well, what I say is that I've mentioned one of the key reasons for the tax reforms that we put forward in the budget was assisting Australians into the housing market. Another key reason for those tax reforms, and we're getting well beyond the scope of this estimates now, was to even out the taxation on income generated through work and income generated through holding assets. So we are seeking to address those very issues, and that's why we look forward to the support from the Senate for this legislation.
But what we have are people who are sitting on a 4.75% increase in their pay, slogging it out, many of them doing long hours of work, extra unpaid hours of work in a lot of cases, lots of women in families, part-timers trying to put together their households, rising rents, massive increase in grocery prices, increases at the petrol pump. This isn't going to get them even to the level of the RBA prediction of what lies ahead this year. Their wages will go backwards in the coming 12 months, it looks like. Well, that's a real problem.
I don't accept that today's decision means that people's wages will go backwards over the next 12 months. As I say, that wage rise that has been decided upon today by the Fair Work Commission is ahead of the most recent inflation rates, and it's ahead of the forecasts for inflation over the next 12 months. So we would certainly hope and expect...
No, it's not. The Reserve Bank prediction is 4.8%.
I'm talking about some of the Treasury predictions. What we would certainly hope and expect is that today's decision will represent a real wage increase over the course of the next 12 months. It is a real wage increase compared to the most recent inflation figures. I've forgotten the other part of your question, sorry.
Well, it leaves people still way short of where they were in 2011.
And I agree, and that's fundamentally because of the 10 years of wage suppression that we had under the coalition government, who's
under the coalition government, they've gone down.
No, they didn't, actually.
They did.
And we've had until the Middle East conflict, we had 8 consecutive quarters of real wage growth under this government. I'd very much be happy to compare that record to yours.
In the last 4 years.
And Minister, this is a side conversation. If we could stick to
the fundamental reason that Australians' living standards have fallen behind over that period of time that you're talking about is the deliberate wage suppression we saw from 10 years of coalition government, who said that their economic policy had a deliberate design feature of keeping wages low. Since we've come to power, we have amended workplace laws, and I acknowledge the Greens' support for those changes that Labor has put forward that were opposed by the Liberal Party, the National Party and One Nation. They have delivered 8 consecutive quarters of real wage growth in Australia until the Middle East crisis hit. They've delivered today a real wage increase for the lowest income earners, but I acknowledge that people have started a long way behind and there's more work to be done.
And there'll be plenty of people at home be very grateful to get a bit extra in their pay pack on 1st of July, but they're looking at rents, for example, very high level of renters in this cohort that are way above what their pay packet will deliver for them. And they're watching that top end of the labour market with real despair. They are not being penalised in any way in terms of cost of living. Their wealth is growing at an astronomical rate. What do you say to those people looking at that small increase?
That they are exactly the people that this government's tax reforms and other policies are designed to assist. And again, we look forward to the support of the Senate to deliver the tax reforms that will deliver a tax cut for every Australian working person that will assist Australians into the housing market and that will even out taxation between income derived from working and income derived from owning assets.
So I want to move along because I don't think you and I are going to agree on this, and I want to move through this before I go over time. Big shift to another topic, vehicle allowance for workers. I understand there are currently multiple cases before the Commission around vehicle allowances for workers, and workers in nursing, aged care, disability support, fast food, particularly impacted by massive increases in fuel. Australians shouldn't be paying out of their own pockets just to do their jobs, especially we know who these workers are. They're not highly paid, often insecure. Am I correct in saying that this allowance is adjusted by the Fair Work Commission on 1st of July every year?
Yep. Senator Jo Elegant, Executive Director, Labor Standards Support Branch. So to start with, vehicle allowances, they're a type of expense-related allowance that can be contained in modern awards. Other examples include meals, laundering. They generally provide for a rate to be paid per kilometre in circumstances where an employee uses a private vehicle in their duties. Yep. And the circumstances in which allowances are required to be paid will vary depending on the award provision.
Yeah, I'm aware of what they are.
So, Senator, as you were talking to, a couple of points to make in relation to the Commission's consideration of vehicle allowances and expense-related allowances. Firstly, we have applications on foot that we received on the 14th, 15th and the 16th of April from a number of unions to vary vehicle allowances in certain modern awards for workers who are required to use their own vehicle in the course of their duties. These applications are supported by the ACTU. And the applications submit there's a need to update the awards to take into account the recent increase in fuel costs associated with the Middle East conflict. And so, as you've foreshadowed, the modern awards sought to be varied include awards such as the Social, Community, Home Care and Disability Services Industry Award. So that case is a major case and it's currently before an expert panel for the care and community sector. The matter remains before the expert panel. It's been subject to an initial hearings direction before Justice Hatcher on the 16th of April and a further hearing before the expert panel on the 18th of May. There's also been a number of submissions and filings processes, which include the filing of draft determinations varying awards by the ACTU on the 20th of May, and filing by any interested party of final submissions that were due on Friday, so the 29th of May 2026. Going to part of your question about the adjustment of expense-related allowances more generally, there's a mechanism contained within awards for the award when the standard rate within an award is adjusted, that the CPI index rate that applies to that allowance. So there's a particular private vehicle allowance that's used for example, vehicle allowances is adjusted. So generally speaking, following an annual wage review decision, our full bench will consider the adjustment of expense-related allowances within awards as a result following a decision, such as a decision issued today.
So unions are also arguing, apart from waiting for that decision, for the allowance to be reviewed monthly, I understand, and updated in line with CPI private vehicles costs for at least the next 12 months while fuel prices remain volatile and way higher than normal. What's the Commission's view on those aspects of the discussion?
Senator, a couple of points. I've outlined the nature of that case, and it remains before the expert panel, so it's not for... I can't say how the expert panel will consider or determine that. I would note that the ACTU submitted a proposal on the 17th of May. I understand from that proposal it's seeking a one-off adjustment to relevant vehicle allowances.
Okay, one-off. Okay, the last quick one. I understand there is a work-from-home decision pending from the Commission. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, I'll just get some information in front of me.
I'm just curious about when that decision might come down.
There hasn't been an announcement of the timing of the decision. From memory, it remains before the bench considering that matter. So I'll just but if you just bear with me. Sorry. Yeah, I'll go from memory. From memory, it remains before the bench.
So it's currently under consideration. You can't give me any details about progress or when we might hear.
I can provide...
I can. I mean, the only thing I can say is that there were hearings before the full bench on the 10th to the 11th of February 2026, and the bench is reserved for decision.
Yeah. Nothing to add?
Just in terms of the process, the Commission conducted 9 hearings, conferences in this matter. A total of 28 submissions, 6 witness statements and 2 expert reports were submitted.
And you can't give me any predictions?
It's been reserved as before.
Reserved. Okay. Thanks for your answers, and thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Which one?
Oh, no, you go.
I've got a quick batch that I'll put on notice just to make it simpler for time, given there are a few of us here, relating to the early childhood education sector. In the last 2 financial years, if you could let me know how many unfair dismissal applications the Commission has received from employees of early childhood education and care providers. And then the second question, in how many of those was the employer's stated reason a concern about the worker's conduct toward or risk to children? And in how many of those then did the Commission order reinstatement? And the final one, does the Commission record or code the reason for dismissal in a way that would let it identify child safety related matters, or would those be sort of coupled in with something else?
Senator, we can take it on notice,
but
our case management system, just to let you know, doesn't go to that level of granularity in terms of recording the outcomes, but we will certainly do what we can do.
Thank you. And then just a couple of questions on the CFMEU administration. Since the Mr Furlong, since the division was placed under administration, are you able to tell me how many complaints of unlawful industrial conduct you've received? I think you told the NCIF it was more than 1,000 since August in 2024, if that's accurate. And if you could tell us whether that's going up or down.
What you're referring to is that before the CFMEU and Construction Division was brought into administration by force of legislation, I initiated proceedings in the federal court to bring them into to seek orders to bring them into administration. As part of that process, this is July, possibly very early August 2024, I initiated feedback from the community saying, look, we've got nowhere to make these complaints. Where do we report this conduct to, this alleged conduct to? So I stood up a whistleblower function on our website, and through that process we've received a very significant number of reports. Mr Corr is going to be able to go to the detail on it, but in terms of the volume, it certainly significantly trailed off in recent times. Mr Corr.
Good evening, Senator. Patrick Quell, Acting Executive Director of the Registered Organisation Services Branch. So we've provided some information in a letter to yourself, Senator, in the last couple of days, but to the 29th of May 2026, the Commission's received 1,189 pieces of information through the service that we've stood up. 1,135 of those are through the web form that has been established, and 54 phone calls through our dedicated hotline has been received relating to information about the CFMEU or activities on building sites. 104 of those matters relate to information about that it can be identified as relating to a site that receives some level of state or federal funding. And the General Manager has authorised the disclosure of 499 reports to different agencies, either through the Joint Agency Working Group or to the Fair Work Ombudsman or similar, relating to those information reports that have been received, where there has been assessed to be some credible level of information that may be of operative use to some other agency. We currently have 2 active investigations in relation to the CFMEU, but those matters did not generate from the information reports that we've received.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any information or analysis that you're able to do as to whether the complaint numbers are understated or understating the true level of misconduct because workers fear retaliation, or do you have the scope to capture whistleblower-style complaints?
Thank you, Senator. We obviously can't report on the matters that haven't been reported to us. What we can say is that there is a trend through some of these information reports of people raising their concerns about the possible consequences to them of making the reports or those matters becoming public. We have enabled the service and we've provided confidence, I think, through that service that
so people are seeking your assurance that it will be confidential.
And it can be anonymously provided, and that we would only refer it on to another agency with their active consent. Those are matters that the General Manager has considered critical to that particular process, and we have been very careful in our scrutiny of them and how we have dealt with those matters over time. The reality is, and we publish this on our website at the point of contact with the complainant, that if someone provides information to us that's anonymous or they're not prepared to allow us to make a referral to another agency, there may be little or nothing that we can do with that information.
Thank you. And under the removed persons provisions, I believe it was 121 removed persons was the data I got last time. Is that the same?
Thank you, Senator. There were, under Annexure B to the scheme of administration that was established, 292 officers were declared
292.
292 officers.
Yep.
And based on our calculations, that related to 214 separate individuals,
yep.
noting that one individual could hold
multiple officers. Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much. Has the Commission or the Administrator identified any removed person still continuing to exercise influence over the Division's affairs?
I might start here, and then I've in correspondence with and I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but correspondence that I through correspondence with the Administrator, the former Administrator Mark Evan KC, I was assured through that process there is no shadow leadership that is sitting in the wings waiting to come back at the conclusion of, particularly in Victoria. It was what I actually asked the question about, that I wanted to be satisfied that that was not occurring, and that was what I've, and the former Administrator provided me with that assurance.
Yes, and he was confident that they weren't currently acting either?
No, he indicated to me that he was confident there is no shadow leadership waiting in the wings, essentially.
Thank you. Given like the current issues that we're still hearing publicly, if the administration were to conclude now, and I know we're only halfway through, what key criteria of the administration would you feel are currently met at this point in time, particularly around the lawful and transparent operation and good governance framework? So if you could sort of give us effectively a whip, a work in progress of where we're up to.
I want to start by saying that the High Court matter was only dismissed, I think it's about 12 months ago, just shy of 12 months now. I believe that what the administration has achieved in that time frame is quite extraordinary. Over half of the employees within the organisation have left now, and the administrator performs two functions. They are to ensure that the responsibilities conferred on them under the scheme of administration are complied with and are exercised and met, but also to run the union, representing or advocating on behalf of the interests of members. Through my very recent consultation across the industry to identify and appoint a new administrator, I discussed in great detail with very senior industry leaders about what was required from their perspective to be able to return the division to the lawful division to the control, the democratic control of members. And in my statement or in my report that accompanied my appointment of Mr. Michael Crosby, AM, as the administrator, I think it was 17 pages, I indicate there the areas that are still very important to participants across the industry. And so there's a long list there, Senator. I can go through those with you, but in the interest of time, I can just direct you to that document that I provided to you.
That would
yesterday.
be great. And are you able to table the correspondence that you reference from between yourself and the administrator that you referenced where they were comfortable?
Oh yes, absolutely. And I've actually provided that to you yesterday, so that is in the
one of the
many documents that has been provided to you.
So you're satisfied on Victoria not having a shadow leadership waiting in the wings. Are you concerned about anything occurring in other divisions? And I particularly note some questions I asked earlier in relation to Mr. Darren Greenfield, where Minister Rishworth had written to you about concerns in relation to him, and now the understanding that he's now operating in New South Wales.
Mr. Greenfield is in custody.
Oh, sorry, he's in custody.
Yes.
When did that occur?
And I work on the basis, I think Mr. Cole will be able to provide you with that information.
Thank you.
In terms of the shadow leadership, I work on the basis of trust but verify in every operation, and I have weekly meetings with senior officials from the administration. I work very, as the independent regulator, they receive a great deal of my attention week in, week out. In a letter that I provided to the administrator, the new administrator, on the 26th of May, following my consultations with industry, I outlined that I want them to focus on identifying and addressing reporting misconduct. I've asked that people to be held to account. I've talked about demarcation and other disputes being resolved, negotiating enterprise agreements and the conduct around the negotiation of those enterprise agreements as we come into another bargaining round. I've asked him to focus on reform in Victoria because there is a significant amount of work that still needs to be done, particularly in that branch. And I've asked him to sort of engage systematic, ongoing consultation with industry stakeholders, including obviously employers.
Senator, at this point we're due to go to break, but I'll come back to you with the call.
Could I just ask just one quick follow-up to that so I don't sort of come back? I note the information about Mr Greenfield, but if you could come back after the break or now, just to, for my understanding, did he then begin to operate in New South Wales before going into custody?
Senator, we can address that one perhaps on our return, and we'll make sure that we have that, what information we can provide over the break.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the committee will now suspend for an hour, returning at 7:30.